Could it be? Is Zikalonim being pushed out? If Jikalo is defeated, we must capture the Lord of the Secret Palace. The generals could not shake off their anxious feelings while putting pressure on Cirrus. They originally wanted and expected a picture in which they would quickly deal with Cirrus and support the Zikalo side. Zikalo's energy, which can be felt from behind, is gradually weakening, and Cirrus, who seemed to be able to catch it quickly, is still alive. Even if it's funny to me, is it okay for me to care so much about the battlefield on the First Rider's side? Suerea. Cirrus widened her eyes and swung the manbing. My body was heavy because I had lost a lot of blood, but it was enough to spread a stronger chill. Enemies should also be slowed down accordingly. Pure white cold spread in all directions and filled the battlefield. Vilagul and Seekin also released magical energy and swung their swords to push away the cold. Every time Manbing and the two swords collided, the cold and demonic energy spread around them, and the three people were revealed for a moment. In the eyes of the General, Cirrus, who was flooded with evil, clearly had a loophole, but every time he aimed his sword at that point, he was met with a counterattack. It was difficult for the generals to understand that fact throughout the fight. You somehow managed to withstand it with the power of your weapons. But this level of cold is not common underground. This is the last time I will have to hold on by grabbing. Vilagul gritted his teeth and shouted. Like Zikalo, he is a member of the Raymir family, which means he is a demon tribe that rules the Salt Zone. Although not as good as Zikalo, he was also able to use the flame of the true demon world. Creep. Suddenly a huge pillar of fire rose up before Cirrus' eyes. Cirrus, who was charging, turned quickly to avoid it, and in the meantime Seekin's sword grazed her side. Cirrus had to pull out once again, but there was already a new pillar of fire behind him. However, for the rest, Cirrus had no choice but to forcefully increase Manbing's power once more to offset the flames with cold energy. Ha ha ha! Two swords, flames and magic energy that suffocates your lungs with every breath you take. In it, Cirrus was barely able to survive at every moment. If I had let my guard down for even a second, I would have been fatally injured right away, and the same would have happened if I had reacted even slightly wrong. The sense reached to its limit amidst the countless number of cases where one's life could be lost at any time. Breaking through it all and finding a way out. In fact, fighting is always like that. How long has it been since we've had a fight like this? Looking back, Cirrus couldn't remember having such a natural fight recently. Jean and Baradin Dante Cirrus. Among those known as the representative second generation of each faction, he has clearly fought more comfortably than them. As the only daughter of Talaris, she was born with the destiny to receive everything from the Big Palace. Talaris and the 7 swords of the Big Palace always protected her, and even when she was alone against those stronger than herself, she always had the special power of Manbing. And the 2 biggest wars in years. Although Cirrus participated in those wars, he was in a better position than his peers. Dante had defended the Sword Emperor Castle alone even before Gleek woke up, and Jean had rallied all the forces on Earth and put an end to the war of evil on his own. Baradin was also corrupted by Kiliak's scheme, but eventually overthrew him and became the head of the family now ruling an axis of the world. Of course, Cirrus knew it well. The fact that he couldn't become the protagonist of a huge fight like them wasn't just because he was inferior to them. For example, Cirrus has had no choice but to walk a relatively smooth path so far. Therefore, although I trained harder than anyone else, I had no choice but to fall short in actual battles where my life was at stake. Bigung had always been neutral until the Bamul Union, so it couldn't just attack other forces just to fight. Looking back at the banquet, was it the first time I nearly died while sparring with Jean at Runkendal's banquet? As the swords of the generals continued to clutter my eyes, the memory of that day suddenly came to mind. While fascinated by that embarrassing but not unpleasant memory, Cirrus unconsciously struck down the enemy's swords. It is 100 times more dangerous now than it was that day. However, Cirrus was just beginning to feel that the shell of the secure fate that had bound her all this time was breaking. As the person who will become the master of the secret palace, I must always be at the forefront when the world is in danger. The true meaning of the secret existence of the world-protecting secret palace that is unknown to the world. Now that the underworld has begun to invade, she must leave the safe level ground and walk down a thorny path. Seekin's sword grazed Cirrus' neck. Death risk renewed every second of a single battle. Every time he crossed that danger, Cirrus was captivated by the feeling that his vision became even more open. Little by little she began to understand the meaning of growth that Luna had mentioned. Growth meant breaking through a new phase of destiny. It was about overcoming fear and despair. These bastards are so scary. Cirrus sighed and grabbed Manbing. Experience. Instead of lacking life-threatening battles, I was comfortable with my natural destiny, but I practiced training to erase feelings of inferiority so as not to be looked down on. The days were overwhelming as I chased after the strong enemies I fought with at times and the friends who were always far ahead. Cirrus realized that everything inside her body was writhing as if it were about to explode. The trigger of death and fear is bursting the dam of Cirrus's accumulated experience. Just die! Villigul's flames and Seekon's sword attacked Cirrus again. The flames were offset by cold, but the sword pierced his left shoulder. Soon as Shurkan was about to turn his sword and explode the demonic energy around the blade, Cirrus screamed and struck Manbing. Suddenly, Seekon's arm, which had stabbed Cirrus in the shoulder, was cut off, widening the distance between the two. Cirrus pulled out Shurkan's arm and sword, which remained pierced through the shoulder, and froze them in ice. Ha 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 ha! After stepping on Seekon's frozen arm and breaking it, Cirrus also froze his own shoulder to prevent the magic energy from spreading. Now you only have one chance. Even if he loses his sword and arms, it doesn't mean that Shurkan loses his fighting power to the point where he can't fight. Even the flames in Villigul were getting stronger. Manbingem Type 3 Avalanche. As Cirrus unfolded the herbivore, the cold air scattered from the flames gathered into the ice. The huge ice crystals that poured down from the full ice cap created a continuous deafening noise that made the generals take a break for a moment. Is it finally the last struggle? This is right after the fatal wound that finally penetrated the shoulder. In the meantime, deploying such great technology could only be a last resort. Although it was threatening, all I had to do was avoid the explosion and wait a few seconds for the energy to subside. If we enter later, Cirrus will not have the strength to fight. Now there was only one thing left for the generals to worry about. If Ziccolo was finished before that and Luna joined here, there would be no answer. So the moment I briefly checked the battlefield behind me. Ah! Ziccolo! The generals had to swallow a sigh of relief as they noticed the red aura that was coloring the entire sky. The endlessly spreading red sword meant the death of Ziccolo. They encountered the red sword only through the video distributed by Sakiel and the memories of the dead demons. Although they had heard explanations about the danger several times, the red energy they saw in person was far beyond their imagination. Just looking at it is an overwhelming feeling, as if my whole body is being torn apart. Except for Jito-sama in the true demon world. Is there a demon that can handle that? The moment they thought that far, they were shocked to see Luna walking toward them with great strides. She didn't even seem that tired. No way already. However, as soon as Luna saw the panicked generals, she waved her hand as if she had nothing to be afraid of. I don't want to get involved, so just keep doing what you're doing. What? Go and kill Lord Xiaogong. If you make me explain one more time, I'll just storm in and kill you both. I promise on Runkendel's honor. What is your intention? The generals couldn't understand, but they had no other choice. If you run away anyway, you will be immediately caught by Luna and killed. Eventually the generals turned to Cirrus again. This was after seeing Luna sitting down, taking out something like a snack and eating it. Try your best. The momentum of the avalanche was quickly waning. As the cold slowly cleared away, Cirrus was trembling and coughing up blood. If Luna really kept her promise, the time had come to finally end that persistent life. Without hesitation, the generals amplified their magic energy as much as possible and began charging towards Cirrus. Slitting her throat with only a handful of aura and cold left would have been easier than stomping on a bug and exploding it. Wait a minute, there are no auras or cold left? It was Villigul who first sensed that something was strange. No matter how tired I was, I thought it was normal to feel just a little bit of aura and cold. Shurkan also felt the same sense of discomfort as he left a distance of about 10 steps from Cirrus. It was already too late. Manbing geometry OUI white. As if Cirrus fell, he leaned forward and slammed Manbing to the floor. She used the avalanche as a trick to pull this off. In the meantime, all the remaining aura and cold energy were concentrated to unfold O's bag. Compared to what Talaris staged in the past Sword Emperor Crusade, Cirrus O's 100 was much smaller in scale. It was bound to happen because it was spread with so little energy left, but it was enough to spread the same power as before within 10 steps. Kududuk. An absurdly sharp and hard ice flame rose up between Cirrus and the generals. The scattered ice flames seemed to penetrate and tear the bodies of the generals in an instant. Vilagul and Seekin had to be buried in O's white ice without even being able to scream. However, Cirrus did not personally see the scene where they were crushed and met their end. This was because he had already fallen unconscious. After Luna confirmed that the fight was over, she swallowed the litra cookie she was holding in one bite. Then he approached the fallen Cirrus and said this. Ruler, now go back, get healed, and let's go to the next battlefield, Sagungju. We don't have time to rest. We don't have time to rest. True Demon World Dakwangxing. Vice Scalo Kukin Ten Sicker Haida Missile Huantilias Viceps Dilus Clopino Layla Belgasium. 7 demon kings visited Ragel's poisonous castle. Dakma Fortress was Dakwangxing until a few days ago, but as soon as Regel received the title Ma from Jito, the first thing he did was change the name of the castle. Haha! With everyone giving me a seat like this, I really feel like I have become a king. I feel sad that there are some friends who couldn't come or didn't come. Regel smiled as he looked at the kings sitting at the banquet hall. You stayed on as a general for too long compared to your abilities. Ah, Kukin. Thank you for saying that. Tisk. Furthermore, Mr. Jito is even given a second name with the same status as Mr. Paolito. I'm going crazy with envy. So true to its name, I came here after half-killing a guy named Ilona Ziffel, one of the strongest royalties, sicker. Missile. Ah, this missile guy still can't speak. Okay. That's all I need to understand, right? Missile. Congratulations, Regel. Our poor Tilia's biceps. You're a king just like us, so don't be so judgmental. Jito, it's that damn Bassett who's aiming for the back of your head. Not you, right? Tilia's biceps was a demon king from the Biceps clan, the only force currently resisting Jito in the true demon world. Nevertheless, he was recognized by Jito for his loyalty and ability and became the demon king. But most demons did not view him kindly. I just want to thank you for your consideration. You should be more grateful to Dilus, who sits next to you, than to me, because Dilus is chasing that crazy guy every day with his eyes wide open. Hey, Dilus. Have you restored the castle that Bassett attacked and destroyed last time? It's none of your business. Regel smiled despite Dilus' stiff attitude. Okay? I asked him because I was worried about him, but he was acting harsh. If you're jealous that I've become a poisonous horse, why don't you say you're jealous? As honest as Cicer. Dilus shook his head as if it wasn't worth answering. Still, Regel felt good because he had become a poisonous horse. Regel fun. What is this? But no matter how good I felt, I couldn't get over Layla's overbearing tone. She is the younger sister of Paolito, whom Regel was always so jealous of. Oh, this wasn't an invitation. Why? What's the problem? The spirits of this banquet hall. Didn't you hear the sword demon's command? He must have told us to stop producing spirit liquor for the time being. Well, originally such regulatory orders only need to be followed faithfully. Do you think it makes sense that demon lords like us can't drink as much as we want because of that one word? Layla. Even those who were already kings 1,000 years ago are following the sword demon's orders. After becoming king and receiving the title Mara, they are becoming more and more crazy. I said let's listen and listen, so this is it. Srung. Layla's rapier instantly touched Regel's uvula. If I disobey orders and insult the sword master one more time, my sword will no longer stop like it did now. Know and live by Regel. Fun topic. You probably know that I am not as merciful as the sword demon. Ah, why are you doing this? Good place. Yes, Regel made a small mistake, so let's not be too harsh, Layla. Since we came to congratulate you, I guess we just drank a little spirit wine. Regel. Missile. As Weiss, Kukin, Sicker, and Missile came forward, Regel lowered his frown and shrugged his shoulders. Soon, Regel clapped his hands, and the servants busily brought food to the banquet hall. Dilus and Layla. Aside from those two people, the meal went on in a friendly atmosphere. However, except for Rhaegal, the other demon lords watched the two men. At the end of the meal, Rhaegal's subordinate hurriedly visited the banquet hall. He was holding a crystal ball containing the video that Sakiel had just sent. "Mr. Rhaegal, I have just received a video from the General Secretary." "Video? What is it?" "They say it's the battle of Demon King Zicolo." "Zicolo? That guy must have gone to take over the land garrison. Could it be that Ince hit Zicolo first?" "It seems like that. It seems like the atmosphere at the General Secretary's office is not good." "Okay. Leave the crystal ball behind. The atmosphere is not good. Could it be that Zicolo lost to someone?" "No way it's that Zicolo. Even if I lost, my life would have been saved." Rhaegal played the video. Naturally, the video showed Zicolo being brutally crushed by Luna. The Demon Kings could not take their eyes off the video without saying a single word. "If it's not there, I guess I'll have to end it now. But don't be too discouraged because I die. You were strong enough, Zicolo." As soon as those words were finished, most of the demon lords opened their mouths without realizing it as the red sword endlessly colored the sky. Even after finishing off Zicolo, Luna doesn't seem to be tired at all. What is this?" "Hey, Layla. Didn't Paolito say a while ago that Moby Dick's red energy has limitations? That person seems to have no problem using as much red power as me." "Me missile. You destroyed Zicolo so easily? It's not Soren Runkendal or Elona Ziffel. I heard that Luna Runkendal is definitely weaker than them. Although not as good as Luna, the battle between Cirrus and the generals was shocking enough." "That's full ice. Could it be that even full ice had the power to destroy a general-level demon like that red energy?" "Damn sure can. How dare he kill my blood relatives?" Kukin was furious as he watched Cirrus finish off the generals. Seekin, who died along with Vilagul, was one of Tenga's core forces. With the loss of both Zicolo and Vilagul, Remurga in the Salt Zone is finished. When the video ended, Layla looked back at the Demon Lords. She and Dylas had already checked the video before coming to Dokma Castle. This is what Demon Kings and Generals should do. "Layla, what do you mean?" "Before Jito steps forward as Ince, or before Ince invades the Jinma realm, the Demon King and the Generals must exhaust all of Luna Runkendal's red energy." The Demon King's eyes widened. "You want me to get rid of that? Is this an order from Paolito?" "No, Mr. Paolito, you are doing too much. Zicalo was also hooked like that, so what are we supposed to do with it? Isn't it right for Paolito to come forward himself? I wonder if the Sword Demon could have said that even if he were here, Weiss." "Ugh. That's it. Besides, this is Jito's order, not Paolito's." Layla split the air with her hand. A small subspace opened in the air, and Layla took out the black lumps contained within it. "You know, this is Jito-sama's body. I'll give you one each so you can use them when dealing with Luna Runkendal. Of course, even if you have Jito-sama's body, you must absolutely avoid one-on-one contact. At least 2 or 3 people must act together." "Oh well, there is no need to fight like a gentleman. Since Zicolo fought one-on-one, I was naturally mistaken. It would be worth it if several Demon Kings with Jito-sama's body fought at the same time. But they also have the ability to jump through space. Reinforcements could come at any time. That's why Jito keeps creating cracks to prevent humans from doing that. Fortunately, among the abilities we have, there are some that can control spatial jumps." Missile. While the Demon Kings were talking, Rhaegal quietly rolled his head. "What?" Jito went directly to the Sword Demon Castle and warned Polito because Sakiel had used a piece of flesh not long ago. But suddenly, they are giving away their flesh to the Demon Lords. Of course, at the time, Zito added that it was okay as long as it was a pleasant loss. But Rhaegal remembered the moment when Zito was irritated the whole way back. "I don't know Jito's intentions. Jito lost some of his strength because of Ayula, so he felt sensitive to losing flesh. Or could it be that they are pieces of flesh that Paolito took away when he opposed Zito in the past? So it could be that he was planning to use the Demon Lords as arrow holders without Jito's knowledge and then steal the credit. Not sure either way. Rhaegal concluded that it would be better not to provoke Layla further and to confirm the facts with Zito later. If it's Jito's order, of course, I have to follow it. Layla. From the looks of it, you have already met Jito alone, so which of us can go first? Not you, Rhaegal. I guess so. This body needs some time to rest because it has been through Elona Zippel. Anyway, our Jito is this delicate sometimes. I will go first. I have to avenge Seekin. If possible, I would like to go too, Layla. It was Tilia's. Naturally, he was a person who needed to continue to improve his skills to gain the trust of other demons. Layla nodded. Cookin, 10 vice scalo, Tilia's biceps, missile highwin. You forego at once. The sword demon will create a way for you to leave within a few days. Oh, if the 4 of us compete at the same time with Jito-sama's body, we can not only get rid of the red energy, but we can also kill Luna Runkendal. If that happens, the 4 of you might also receive a new title from Jito, just like Rhaegal. But don't let your guard down just because there are 4 of you, for none of you are stronger than Ziccolo when he has no flesh left. Oh, I guess Missile is similar. Missile Sol. The Demon Kings did not show any signs of displeasure when they were evaluated as being weaker than Ziccolo. This was because it was true that although the hierarchy among Demon Kings was the same, there was a large gap in actual skills. In particular, it was doubtful whether Layla would be able to win even if all the Demon Kings gathered here attacked her. But Layla, why aren't you going? Dylas, even if you're busy with Bassett, wouldn't it be better for you to go alone rather than sending these 4 friends up? The sword demon can't make a way for me to get out yet. I also have other things to do. Is that also an order given by Jito? Yes. Can't you tell me what it is? Layla stood up, ignoring Rhaegal. I'm going back now. Remember, the Demon King and the generals must eliminate Luna Runkendal's red power. The dinner ended 2 hours after Layla left. When all the Demon Kings returned, Rhaegal called his lieutenant. You said there were those in the Jarrow spirit camp, right? Yes, Rhaegal. This morning we smuggled it into our extreme poison zone and hid it well. Would you like to meet me right now? Okay. I guess I'll have to adjust it once before using it. TSK tisk stupid Layla bitch. You don't think I'm drinking soul wine for nothing, right? OMG. Jump up. Cirrus stood up and reflexively summoned Manbing. Oh, what a surprise. Hey, Ice Princess. I was so sick that I was going to die, but the hospital room suddenly got cold. You're awake, Cirrus. Cirrus was momentarily mesmerized by the voices of Murakan and Gilly that came out of nowhere and looked around. I saw the unfamiliar sight of the Tychon Palace special hospital room. That time I killed them with Ozbag and passed out. Is your body feeling better? The wound was quite deep. The wound that penetrated his shoulder was completely healed, leaving no scars. The same was true for all kinds of fractures, cuts, and bruises. Oh, you're awake. This is Sagungju Kangol. I can't believe I overcame such injuries in just 4 days. It was Luna. 4 days. Have I been down for 4 days? Don't worry, there haven't been any major problems with the Royal Palace or the Alliance in the meantime. King Song said so. No matter how much he treated himself, he said it was the first time since our youngest that he recovered so quickly. You've never been hurt like this before, right? Because he didn't have one, he probably didn't know how strong he was. After all, you are the same type as me. You're saying that again. He killed a man who was incomparable to the generals I had faced. Haha, that's right, I'm a little stronger? Oh, isn't this comforting? Are you sure? But now if you fight those generals again, you will be able to win much more easily, right? This will be comforting. Growth through life or death battles. Cirrus did not deny Luna's words. The sharp sensation from the moment I opened Ozbag was still stimulating my inner self, and my newly awakened body felt lighter and stronger than ever. Soon Cirrus shook his head to come to his senses and recognized the scent of the battlefield emanating from Luna. Did the first rider fight again while I was down? Yeah, I couldn't rest. The creation of cracks is now going crazy fast. Demon King level demons keep popping up from the sea garrison and putting pressure on the land, and because of that Gene continues to enter the battlefield. The Jinma world's invasion was becoming more and more intense day by day. If you have not completed the golden ship before then, if you have not been able to build a sea defense wall using the golden ship, Jupiter's 30% had already turned into hell. It is impossible to protect the entire continent with only the power of superhumans and troops. Currently, large-scale battles were constantly taking place at sea between the barriers built by the Bemul Alliance and the demons. The Bemul Alliance was never defeated with golden ships, but the biggest problem was that the Jinma realm's forces were increasing day by day rather than decreasing. Jin still maintained the position that preemptive strike was the most important. Pests keep crawling out until they eventually find their source and get rid of them. And since we couldn't get on the moat until today, our preemptive strike mission was pretty much at a standstill. There were a lot of situations where Jean had to move around, so I couldn't ride the Red Owl every time. You know what I mean, right? Get ready. Already another garrison has been established in Kikaro, which we destroyed. There's another thing in Kikaro? It seems like many demon lords like Zicolo were also summoned. If Prince Xiao had stayed down for 2 more hours, I would have gone alone. I wouldn't have been lonely. Latrie here prepared a special sandwich for you, so eat it quickly. We'll leave as soon as we finish eating. All right. Okay. Both Luna and the Ice Princess eat quickly and go. Mr. Murakan, I still need some strawberry pie and some rest. Don't call me Ice Princess. I'm Sad Murakan. Why don't you give me a nickname? Are you disappointed? From now on I will call you Tundon. Tunton, I'm not really playing, so please talk to the little guy nicely. After I recover, I will go straight to the battlefield. My youngest is always lounging around. I miss Murakan, but I'm actually worried a lot. As you know. TCH, I don't know. It seems like he doesn't like the idea of me dating Strawberry Pie. Any child usually wants to avoid seeing their parents' affectionate behavior as much as possible. By the way, Gilly, are you and Murakan officially in a relationship now? This is my first time hearing this writer one. Ta Strawberry Pie? Cirrus finished the sandwich in no time. Obviously, if I go to the battlefield with Luna now, I will have to risk my life again. It was scary but not unpleasant. Let's go, writer one. Bow! When the white dimensional door opened, Mort began running through the otherworldly snow field. Still hate unmanned deliveries? Dr. Quall will have to quickly complete the mass production version of the Red Owl. No, it's not just delivery. Well, even if I only deliver, if that's my role, I should be faithful to it. Not only has your skills grown, but your inner self has also grown. Anyway, are you okay? What? That red energy. I heard there was a limit to the number of times. I think you've been using it nonstop almost every day since the start of the war. Oh, that's right. I'm not sure. Yes. My father told me to refrain from using it as much as possible until I was able to create a voice, but in fact it felt a bit burdensome if I used it continuously until the Scalo battle. But this time when I killed that guy with the Zykel, I used a lot of red sword energy, but instead of feeling tired, I just felt refreshed. Refreshing? Yes, I should say that it felt like impurities were leaving my body. Isn't this a more dangerous situation? I keep wondering if that might be the case for me too. But no matter how much I think about it, I don't feel like it's dangerous. My father must have felt this way when he overcame his demonic nature. Of course, if I feel like it's putting a strain on my body again, I'll refrain from using it as much as possible. If that happens, the Sagungju will have to play a bigger role. This time I saw that even Manbing had the power to erase demons like my red sword energy. Boo! Mort came out of the otherworldly snowfield. In an instant they arrived at the kingdom of Kikaro. There was no trace of the battle Luna and Cirrus fought here 4 days ago. A new fortress was summoned to the ruined garrison, and much stronger magic energy was encroaching on the entire plain. It seems like there are almost no useless low-level troops like back then. And this time it seems like it's all demon lords without the generals mixed in. Luna smiled and made eye contact with Cirrus. It's just good experience. Great posture. However, if the troops were removed, the fortress should have been removed as well. Are there any resources left for these? Chuck, Luna said as she lifted Krantle. This time the plan was to start by destroying the fortress as a decisive battle. But this time the demon lords appeared outside the castle first. You are trying to start ignorantly again. Hey Luna Runkindle. It would be best not to destroy Missile's castle. Even though our Missile is not good at speaking, she can never tolerate her castle being destroyed. 3 demon kings, excluding Missile, were coming out of the castle gate. Luna glanced at them and shrugged. Okay? Why did you take something so precious as royalties? Oh, is that so that we can be together when we die? Or are you the type of person who only gets angry when something precious is broken, so that they can show off their skills? Let's say it's the latter. I am Vice Scalo, the ruler of the deep sea area of the true demon realm. It's Tilia's. It's Cookin 10. I've come to avenge Shirkan, who was killed by the secret royal family. Shirkan? One of the generals who died 4 days ago. That's good. Lord Sogung. This time take charge of that guy named Cookin. It seems like he also wants the Sagungju. At first glance Cookin was a powerhouse that could not even be compared to Villagul or Seekin. Cirrus nodded quietly. The more I look at Sagungju, the cuter she looks. But that guy is still too much for the small palace lord. Need to sort out the others first and save the small palace lord when he gains enlightenment and is on the verge of death. Of course it is not impossible if Cirrus explodes with more potential than Luna expected, but Luna was sure that her enemies would have new tactics, unlike the time with Zicolo. The purpose of the preemptive strike is to exhaust Zito's flesh. But Zicolo did not use flesh. The Jima world guys won't be brainless either, so this time, the number of pages will increase, and they'll all have at least one piece of Jito's flesh. If Cookin were to use Jito's flesh while dealing with the Oxbow Lord would have no choice. Luna focused her energy on the axe sword Krantil again. Tongxiangmyong and partner designation are over. Except for Cookin, the other 3 should come at once. Zicolo still had some dignity until the last moment, but I wonder what you guys are like. Of course Luna expected that the Demon Kings would go into battle with their secret strategy hidden. But her expectations were wrong from the start. The Demon Kings all took out pieces of Jito's flesh from their bosom. Crunch dash. As the Demon Lords grabbed their flesh, Luna and Cirrus suddenly had to face the sight of their entire vision turning purple. Luna and Cirrus felt pressure that made their skin tingle just because the power of Jito contained in their flesh was absorbed by the Demon Lords. Did you really think we would let Cookin and Oxbow Lord fight separately? Because we are not people who value formality like the Zicolo. There is a change in Sagungju's plan. Get on the mot right now and leave the battlefield. I guess it would have been better for me to come alone this time. Cirrus immediately nodded without refutating or showing any sign of hurt pride like before. However, the dimension door to the otherworldly snowfield that could summon Mort did not open. Weiss smiled as she looked at Cirrus' embarrassed face. Don't even think about running away, you two will fall into the deepest abyss of hell today. The land where Luna and Cirrus were standing was already filled with black water. Weiss's deep-sea ability seemed to completely trap the 2 people underwater before even a few seconds had passed. The plane suddenly turned into a deep sea, but Luna and Cirrus were not trapped and unable to breathe. As soon as the water filled up, Luna spread a spherical protective shield with her aura to cover her body, and Cirrus also formed a similar protective shield with the power of the full ice. The portal to the otherworldly snowfield won't open, Rider 1. Interference with spatial movement. It looks like he has that kind of ability like Alona Ziffel. Luna looked at her enemies with a calm gaze. The enemies strengthened by Zito's flesh were shaking with confidence. Unexpected situation. However, when Luna lived in the Black Sea, she always moved forward while navigating more serious and dangerous variables. Then I guess we have no choice but to fight. Well, dealing with variables is an important skill, so let's understand it as part of training. For now, Lord Sogong, please assist me and do your best to protect yourself. All right. TSK. This must be my first time fighting in the water. Show the majesty of the deep sea zone of the Jinma realm. Qua. The moment Weiss said that, the water that filled the plane suddenly split in half, and a huge red sword energy rose up. The sword seemed to evaporate most of the water formed by the vice in an instant. As if the clouds had descended, the water vapor that spread across the battlefield obscured the view for a moment. Everyone, be careful. It's red. As Weiss made a fuss and shouted, Luna shook her head inwardly. It's strong, but it feels like it lacks weight. Compared to Ziccolo, they seem to be a bit lacking in strength and intelligence. Weiss squealed like a third-rate villain, and Kukin continued to pour out his sword energy indiscriminately, saying that he would avenge the dead Seekin. At least Tilias felt the weight of a demon lord, but he didn't seem to have the power to control his foolish colleagues. And in this group, there was a demon who definitely nailed down Luna's assessment that they were stupid, and that was Misleading. Smile! As soon as the fortress was destroyed by Luna's sword, he stormed into the battlefield crying his name. He was 3 times larger than the other demon lords, and he also had a huge mace that perfectly suited his size. Tisk dash! Luna was shocked for a moment as she received his mace. It was as if Hito's mighty power was conveyed through the weapon. Missile, 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 missile. Haha! Didn't I tell you? Our missile may be a bit speechless, but she can never sit still and watch her castle fall. Missile! I don't think you're a little slurred. All of the demon lords had real strength and fighting ability. The evaporated water quickly filled up again, creating a whirlpool, and Cirrus was momentarily swayed by the force and lost his balance. Kukin's sword penetrated the gap and passed through Cirrus' hair. If my senses had been dulled from the battle with the generals, I would have been stabbed in the cheek instead of the head. The demon kings were not affected by Weiss water at all. The demon lords were bound to be in a much more advantageous position than the 2 who had to fight while constantly evaporating water. It would be really dangerous if we dragged it out for a long time. Not only the portal to the otherworldly snowfield, but also the communication system is not working. Luna was firing red sword energy without hesitation. He even added red sword energy not only when he opened his heart sword but also when he used decisive moves like meteor showers. Even during an expedition to the Black Sea, this much red sword energy had never been used. The more I used it, the lighter my body became and my senses awakened, but I also felt uneasy about not knowing the cause. The guy who handles Weiss water is the most annoying. I have to somehow deal with him first so I can free up some time, and I need to find out who is blocking the communicator and space jump and kill them. Anyway, as long as I win, I guess I'll be dealing with all 4 pieces of Jito's flesh at once. Missile was the one facing Luna head-on. The remaining demon lords were circling around like snakes, looking for an opening. And it wasn't just weapons that flew in whenever an opening appeared. High-ranking demons in the magic world were basically magic swordsmen who could use both weapons and magic at a superhuman level. Among them, most of the magic used by demon lords today is a curse from the dark world. Even if a weapon flew at an angle that was difficult to avoid, it would be enough to just parry it, but the curse would engulf the entire body in an instant as soon as even a sword touched it. This is especially difficult because Luna does not have the curse immunity characteristic like Jean. Although the contents of the curse were unknown, whatever it was, it had to be avoided as it was a curse strengthened by Jito's power. Luna is even in a position to protect Cirrus. It is best for the Sagangju to seize the opportunity to counterattack first. Then based on that I can break through to Weiss. Can Sagangju do it? I didn't ask Cirrus directly. It seemed like Cirrus didn't even have time to have a conversation right now. Cirrus was sweating as she fought off all the curses and attacks from Kukin that were coming through Luna's protection. Fortunately, Luna soon realized that her worries were unfounded. As soon as the worries were over, Cirrus created an opportunity and seized it. Manbingium Ozbag. From the moment the fight began, Cirrus realized faster than Luna that the key to this battle was himself. He recognized from the beginning that Luna could only move freely if he started a counterattack. That's why Cirrus continued to prepare the 5 swords of Manbingium. Since there was no answer through general attack and defense, it was decided that a great technique that could make the demon lords hesitate even for a moment was needed. Futsuzuzu, that is dash. Suddenly, a blanket of ice was rising in the middle of the battlefield. Kukin, who had been running the whole time, escaped the ice for a moment. Ice flower devastated the entire depths of the true demon world that Weiss had spread, yet it did not threaten Luna at all. Go, Rider 1. Very good, Sagangju. The bag that was unfolded this time was much larger than when it was used to kill the generals, and its sharpness was also deeper. Like back then, the enemies could not be silenced all at once. Instead of confronting Binghua head-on, the Demon Kings skillfully evaded it and waited for the white to sink. Although Missile continued to shout her name and showed her incredible strength by breaking the ice. Missile! Smile! Hey, Missile! What if I break it? I have to avoid it! That idiot! Weiss and Kukin screamed in astonishment at Missile's incredible judgment. They knew that Missile was dull, but they never thought that she would fall for such an obvious trick. Luna passed by Missile, who was preoccupied with the ice, and swung the red-hot Krantle towards Weiss. Kayak! Weiss reacted in time and struck down Krantle but felt the pain of her entire body being torn apart by the red energy flowing through the sword. Is this why Paelito was so wary of this power? Just the collision of these damned weapons makes me go crazy. Has that fool Missile been enduring this whole time? Electrical energy. There would never be another opportunity like this again, because there is no way that Cirrus will be able to hit O's 100 in succession. That's why Luna was literally putting all her power into pressuring Weiss. Decisive battles and secret moves such as Hachen and lightning meteor shower speed of light stabbing continued nonstop as if they were ordinary strikes. Of course, they all contained red sword energy, and there was a part of Jito's flesh that actually acted as poison in this situation. Jito's energy was reacting to Luna's red power, increasing Weiss pain. There is no change whatsoever in strengthening through flesh except that the pain is amplified. However, Weiss did not have a strong tolerance for fighting while enduring pain. I'm going crazy. Missile needs to hold his own and help me. Kukin's eyes are still on the Oxbow Lord. Then at least Tilia's. Tilia's. Weiss managed to shout his name. Tilia's had escaped the ice and crossed over to the other side of Weiss. But Weiss suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. But why didn't this bastard Tilia's join us until I called him? He could have easily avoided the ice fire of the Sagungju and come to cover me? Tilia's moved quite slowly in response to Weiss's call, as if he had no intention of saving Weiss. While being pushed around, Weiss has a lot to think about, and there wasn't a single person in INS who had different thoughts and could deal with Luna. If Jean and even Chiron had to deal with Luna, they would only focus on her. In other words, it was as if Weiss was craning her head against Luna. Die! Luna blinked and focused the red sword energy spread everywhere on Krantle. Heart Sword Red Moon Weiss was unable to respond properly as his body had already had holes in it due to the previous decisive battles and secret techniques. Naturally, Luna's full power blows were thousands of times faster than the speed at which his body recovered. In the end, Krantle swung at incredible speed, cut the Weiss in half and destroyed the fortress spread out behind him without a trace. It was the moment when the ruler of the Deep Sea Zone passed away following the ruler of the Jinma World Salt Zone. As soon as Weiss died, the water covering the battlefield appeared to disappear without a trace. Well, I caught one guy, but the red energy is swirling inside my body as if it is about to run away. This has never happened before, so could this be a sign that the number of times my father has spoken is running out? However, I don't feel as tired as before. Anyway, it was not a situation where I could fight while conserving my red energy. Even though Weiss was dead, the other three were still alive and well. In particular, Missile showed no signs of being tired even though she was taking on Luna, who was covered in red energy head-on and even destroying the ice flower. First of all, we need to protect the Sagungju again. Now that O's bag has been maximized, he won't have the strength to properly block Kukin's attack. The ice cap was withering. The demon lords were pressuring Cirrus, and Luna took a moment to consider which side would be best to break through. Just as she was about to choose a side, Luna had to widen her eyes in surprise. Deep. Tilia's sword was piercing Kukin's back. You son of a bitch. Kukin trembled. Tilia's grabbed Kukin by the neck from behind and swung the sword once through his back. Ha ha! Kukin screamed in pain and exploded with magical energy. Thanks to this, Tilia's was able to avoid the demonic energy and retrieve the sword, but his wounds did not seem to recover immediately. The land originally ruled by Tilia's family, the Biceps family, is the immortal zone of the true demon world. The demons from the immortal zone had the power to suppress the abilities of their opponents. Except for Bassett, Tilia's is the one with the strongest power. Cookin continued to vomit blood and widen the distance. What is this situation all of a sudden? Could it be that that demon named Tilias is a traitor to the true demon world? Whatever it is, I can take a breather. It was a car where I wanted to recover even for a moment from the feeling that the red energy was about to explode. Missile, who had been destroying Binghua the whole time, stopped moving and looked at the demons blankly with a distraught expression on her face. I couldn't believe it. But you damned starred. Did you betray Jito? Like your trashy brother. Tilias smiled coldly. Betrayal? I have never worshipped Zito, so how can this be a betrayal? You guys have just been fooled this whole time. TSK. Yes, I was properly fooled. I've kept this power hidden for so long. I can't believe I even blocked the power that comes from Jito-sama's true energy. We could have killed Zito. If only Paolito hadn't turned around. Even if Paolito had continued to help you guys, the result would have been the same. Ark, when everyone pointed at you and said you were a traitor, I never once ignored you. Like Jito, I have always thought highly of you. But how could this be? Me, Missile. Yes. There were some demons like you. Those who accepted me without discrimination or prejudice. But you and those guys killed and tortured Viceps members in front of me without any hesitation. And he played with Zito and followed his terrible ideology. You crazy bastard. It was you, Tilias, who took the lead in attacking the Viceps family. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? To those guys, there's a guy called Biceps Nightmare. Missile. As Cookin said, Tilias most severely oppressed the few remaining anti-territorial forces. That's why Biceps survived despite his origins and was able to rise to the level of Demon King. That's because Tilias decided to take on that role in the Viceps family. Tilias looked at Cookin with dark eyes. When I had to torture and kill my colleagues pretending to be on Zito's side, how did I feel when I had to watch with joy as Zito and you killed my colleagues? You guys will never know. Both in life and in death. It was a story that Cookin could not accept. Tilias had been deceiving the demons of the true demon world like that until now. While the conversation continued, Cirrus passed by the entranced Missile and came to Luna's side. It seems like there is an internal division among the first riders. I know. I'm not a mid to low-level demon, and there's a spy like that among the demon lords. Today's harvest may be more beneficial than expected. Tilias is probably a key member of the anti-territorial force that Orgel mentioned to Jean before. And looking at the way things are going now, it looks like the anti-territorial forces want to join hands with us. You want to join hands with us? How do you know? The first rider sometimes doesn't know much about the world. If Tilias didn't want to associate with us, why would he show his true colors in front of us? Oh, is that so? Weiss disappeared, and Tilias revealed his true colors. Cookin had to face the fact that his chances of returning alive were extremely slim. Mokyung is alive and well, but Weiss is broken, and I'm seriously injured. The only one I can trust is Missile. But does this idiot have hidden powers like Tilias? It's true that she was the strongest among us when she got angry, but even if Missile had the power, she would have to be at least as strong as Layla to get an answer. Sigh! Heavy and sharp purple magic energy was gathering around the sword of Tilias. Cookin ran towards Missile. Missile, do you still have Jito's flesh? Missile was the only one among the 4 demon kings who did not use flesh. Luna didn't notice that because the battle was so urgent. Missile, give it to me. Only when I recover can we have at least some way to live. Because of Tilias' power, blocking support and space leaps are impossible. Give it to me quickly. Missile saw. Missile put her hand into her bosom. Cookin was momentarily upset by his slow movements, but fortunately, Tilias was also moving slowly. Tilias must be conscious of Missile and move carefully. Baekhyung is puzzled by this situation, so he stays still for now. If Mobikyung stays still for a few more seconds, I can use enough of his flesh. The moment I thought about it, Cookin suffered the humiliation of being thrown to the ground, feeling pain as if his head was exploding. Something with tremendous force hit Cookin's head. It was a fist that Missile put into her bosom, pretending to take out a piece of flesh. Cook! Quang dash. Missile's fist struck Cookin's head once more as he fell. Cookin barely raised his head and looked up at Missile with his head half crushed. I hate people like you so much. You are just a plaything of the earth without intelligence or will. It doesn't qualify as a higher life form. Missile, who only said her own name, was conveying her thoughts with extremely fast and accurate pronunciation. This was another scene where Luna and Cirrus could not help but be surprised. Wow! That guy who was Missile too? Your acting skills are not average. Like Tilia's, Missile has been deceiving other demons all this time. Missile Highwind was also a key executive at Biceps. Me Missile. What is this? It's really stupid to ask that in this situation. It's not me who's the fool, it's you guys. How can we follow a world ruled by pain? You are terrible creatures. Jito and you must disappear from this world. Cookin's last hope has disappeared. Before he knew it, Tilias was looking down at Cookin and pointing his purple-stained sword at him. You will be treated as if you died fighting fiercely, Cookin 10. Let's say this is a reward for trusting me and treating me as an equal. Well, no matter how you died, Zito will only be angry at the fact that you lost a piece of flesh. Save me. Sigh. Tilia's sword pierced Cookin's heart. Cookin gasped for a moment and then died, and the remaining true energy of Cookin was absorbed into Tilia's through the blade. Thank you for your hard work, Tilia. With this, you have repaid your colleagues' enemies a little. It would have been better if we had been able to catch people like Dylas or Layla today instead of this guy. Tilias took out a cigarette from his pocket and took a bite. It will happen soon. Luna and Cirrus approached the two people. Luna was still holding Crantle, but Tilia and Mysol had put away their weapons. I need to give you a more detailed explanation. If you want to talk, put away your weapons first. Aren't humans that polite? It's okay, Missile. It's a natural reaction because humans probably can't trust us yet. It's a completely unexpected development from our perspective. Could this all be a show by some guy named Zito? Show? Be careful what you say. We have made tens of billions of sacrifices over 10,000 years. To gain freedom. Have you ever seen a show like this? It's hard for people in Missile to understand that too. We are in a position to ask for help, so let's not be too pushy. But humans also need our help. They will never be able to kill Earth without our help. Luna Runkendal, let me formally introduce the two of us again. I am Tilia's Biceps, a member of the Bishop's family, the rulers of the immortal zone of the true demon world, and an executive of the Bishops, the only semi-terrestrial force currently remaining in the true demon world. The fast-talking friend here is also an executive at Biceps, as is Missile Highwind. So this means that the names of your family and the semi-territory faction are both Biceps? Yes. Please introduce yourself formally too. Please be polite. We are intellectuals. Besides, we may become allies in the future. Ah, okay. This is Luna Runkendal, the first rider of Runkendal. Nice to meet you. Cirrus and Dorma, the Lord of the Secret Palace. As you can see, we are deceiving Jito and Jinma World by pretending to be not Biceps. You just asked if it was Zito's show, but honestly, since we even killed Cookin in front of your eyes, I don't know how to further prove our point here. You already know that if we had used our best skills, we wouldn't have been able to kill Weiss so easily. Luna shrugged her shoulders. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a lie. If you two had unleashed all your hidden powers, it would probably have been difficult for our Sagungju to survive. You want to form an alliance with us? That's right. As Missile said, you can never finish off Jito without our help. Royalties will definitely be destroyed. It's uncomfortable to hear such a threatening request for an alliance. I still don't know on what basis they say that. Can you communicate with your leader, Jean Runkendal? I will tell you as much detail as possible. It's not difficult. But who is your leader? Bassett Biceps is my older brother. If you really want to have a direct conversation with the head of Sagaju, you must bring someone worthy of him. Besides, the communicator is not working right now. You made this like that, right? As soon as Luna answered, the communicator began to resonate. After the battle began, Luna had not yet contacted us once. So communication requests continued to come in from the Situation Room. It was the result of Tilia's exercising his power. We also need to go through a lot of steps to get in touch with our brother, because he is the devil under Jito. Instead, since we've revealed our true feelings first, it would be nice if you could give us a little convenience. This is an issue that depends on the lives of billions of people in the Jinma world and the lives of all royalties. Luna made eye contact with Tilia for a few seconds. Something was desperately trembling in his dark eyes. Soon, Luna activated the communicator. This is the first rider. We are safe. There is a demon king who has requested to speak to Sagaju. So bring Sagaju immediately. Taiken. Jean had just returned to Taiken after defeating 3 generals in the crack area that opened in the Empire. There is someone among the demon lords who has requested to speak to me. What? They are Tilia's biceps and Missile Huin. They say they are only pretending to be Zito subordinates and are key executives of the anti-Zito forces. What about you and Cirrus? You are both safe. I heard that those 2 demon kings killed other demon kings during the battle. Jin's eyes took on a different color. According to Orgel, the person who was at the core of the anti-Zito forces was Paolito and he defected. Are there any other forces left? If true, this is quite good news. Jean headed straight to the situation room without even shaking off the ashes and blood from the battlefield. Sister Cirrus, are you okay? Although he had already heard from Jet, Jean first asked how the 2 were doing. Yes, it's okay, Sagaju. I spoke to them first and they seemed like pretty good friends. Let's talk carefully. Both are next to each other. I will keep this in mind, sister. This is Jean Runkendal. They said they found me. This is Tilia's biceps. This is Missile Highwin. Nice to meet you, Jinrankandal. Yeah, nice to meet you too. It seems that there are still sane demons left in the true demon world. On the way, I was briefed on the situation. What do you want to talk about with me? Anti-Zito Coalition biceps, we want to form a formal alliance with the Bamul Coalition on the ground. It's so catchy. What exactly are you doing? What is the scale of it? Why do you want to form an alliance with us among the royal forces, and what benefits can you give us, etc.? I think there is a lot that needs to be revealed first. That's right, Jinrankandal Tilias. First of all, what we do is literally resist Zito. Actually, we almost succeeded about 3,000 years ago. Paolito left us and ultimately failed. 3,000 years ago? How old are you? It's over 10,000 years old. However, we demons have a forgetfulness cycle, so we do not fully enjoy our 10,000 lives. Forgetting cycle? As time passes, you lose some of your memories, recover some of them, and repeat this. Normally, it is common to all demons excluding immortals once every 1,000 years. That's why bonds are important to demons. Because we need to let each other know the memories we have forgotten. Bury the things you want to forget forever. The forgetting cycle was a kind of natural phenomenon that existed only in the Jinma realm. And Biceps endured more than 10 cycles of oblivion over 10,000 years and was still fighting against Zito. I don't completely understand, but I know roughly what it feels like. But from now on it would be better for Tilias to do any explaining. I'm sorry, but you speak so fast it's hard to understand. Okay, I'll stay quiet. Missile. Iron is my habit when acting like a fool. Please pretend I didn't hear you just now. In any case, it means that you have been resisting Zito for a very long time. Then the scale must be considerable. It was like that in the heyday. But now, it's probably around 1 million. It's a huge army, isn't it? However, there are about 10,000 combatants among them, and most of them are below 6 stars. There are 11 people with Demon King level combat power. Of course, that number includes me and Missile. So what do the remaining 990,000 do? They are just ordinary people. Work, take care of family, live life. Most of our lives are an escape stained with fear. Ordinary people. I could feel a sense of mission in Tilia's voice as he said that. If everything I'm saying right now is true, the Biceps have been going through a similar struggle as us in the true demon realm. For a much longer time than we have. Of the approximately 10,000 combatants, the majority are below 6 stars. Of course, he could be called a great army, but compared to the demons he was dealing with on the wall and the high-ranking demons that kept escaping from the cracks, he was a new blood. However, since all 11 demon lords would have superhuman-level combat power, that alone was enough value to form an alliance. Among those demon lords there are even those who hold the highest rank within the Jito army, such as Tilias and Missile. What is the means to prove it? Not at the moment. This is because it is best to communicate via communication. Here, even if I use my power to block Sakiel's crystal sphere, there will be no suspicion. You'd think it was to prevent Baekhyung and Segungju's space leaps and communications during the battle. However, if you block Sakiel's view beyond Sekiro, you will inevitably arouse suspicion. As long as there was no special power blocking the power, like Tilias, Sakiel could look at the appearance of most demons anywhere with the crystal ball. Because of our status as spies, it will be difficult to prove anything to you in the future. We both have to be really careful if we want to contact Vicep's headquarters. To begin with, all of our hideouts are in the true demon realm, so you can't see them with your own eyes at the moment. The ability to block space jumps and communications adds one more attractive element to the alliance proposal. In any case, does this mean that I can only do credit transactions with you? Rather than trust, it would be better to say it is faithfulness. Whether you believe it or not, we really are showing all our cards. This means that we are risking our lives and the lives of our colleagues in this conversation. Are there any record wizards among you? What do you think will happen if he records today's conversation and delivers it to the Jinma Realm Marine Garrison? If this isn't Zito's plan, you will all die. More than that, he cannot die and becomes a plaything of pain forever. Like our captured family members. Family. More than half of our Viceps members have a blood relative, a lover, or someone precious to them who is being held hostage by Zito. Perhaps more than half there are people who have gone through a cycle of oblivion and have even forgotten the existence of their captured family members. The moment Tilias said that, his colleagues who were holding their breath next to him quietly waved their hands. Yuria tried to determine whether what Tilias and Missile said was true, but Asmil's power was not applied to the communication. It's faithfulness. Jean repeated those words for a few seconds and imagined Tilias and Missile on the other side of the communicator. A face that can be felt beyond a calm voice. Solid eyes that have gone through a long and brutal struggle. That's how it was portrayed. Luna felt the same way, so she probably expressed that they were like decent friends. Why did you choose us? Have you ever had any contact with Jeep or Kinjalo? There are two reasons. First, we judged that you were the group that had the slightest similarity to Biceps among the major royalties. Second, there was no time for Zippel and Kinzalo to make contact. Also, Sakiel is a sharp person. If Missile and I go on a campaign to the territory of each of the major royal powers and come back unharmed each time, they will definitely be suspicious. Then, when you were summoned to Kakaro today, you must have felt that you only had one chance. I did. I can't remember everything, but perhaps in over 10 cycles of forgetting Biceps has never made a gamble as severe as today. Now it's time to explain the benefits. What are the benefits to us if we form an alliance with you? You will obtain the means to kill Jito. What are the means? I can't tell you that yet. Did you forget what you said about God earlier? From our perspective, it is a minimum safety measure. What if you snitch on us? This isn't the end for just me and Missile. The only card that can kill Jito will also disappear. But I can't lie to you either. After the trust deepens, you should tell the truth, because then you might get angry and change your mind. You speak quite well. It makes the other person want to trust you. Of course, the means to kill Jito is the most important, but it is not the only thing. Since Missile and I are demon lords, we can give you important inside information whenever we get the chance. For example, recently the true demon world has been trying hard to completely exhaust Moby Dick's red power. Your red power? Yes, Jito seems to have decided that the red power is a threat to him. Maybe it was Paelito's decision, not Zito's. But it was conveyed to the demon kings as Zito's order. That's why the demon lords brought pieces of flesh today. If the red power is exhausted, what kind of problem will happen to you? Does the true demon realm know exactly what it is about? We are also looking into this information through key figures on Paelito's side. What is certain is that the Jinma realm wants Baek Kyung to lose his red power. That can't be good for you. Jean also had concerns about Luna's red power. although I concluded that it would be okay since Soren did not leave any other information about the dangers. That's something I never thought about. Me and Missil's dead Weiss and Cookin are the advanced team. In the future, Demon Kings and Generals will continue to fight to eliminate the red power of Moby Dick. Even if they find out that they are expendable, they cannot disobey Zito's orders. Is it because they are being held hostage like you biceps? No, because they are brainwashed. Most of Zito's subordinates are now brainwashed by pain. The pain that can never be forgotten even when the cycle of forgetfulness comes. That is why even among high-ranking demons there are many whose intelligence or abilities are not up to par. Have you ever felt anything strange while dealing with someone? So it seems like the guys who came this time felt somewhat out of place. That's right, Baekyoung. The Ziccolo you dealt with before was someone whose brainwashing was relatively intact. Then if there is a way to break the brainwashing, wouldn't it be possible to destroy Zito's power base? I think it has something to do with what you said about being a means of killing Jito. Unfortunately, I made a mistake. We also searched for a solution for a long time. But even the witch said that Jito's brainwashing could not be removed. If a witch can't do it, no one in this world can do it. Unless the dead sun god is resurrected. Oh, let me tell you in advance, we are absolutely opposed to the resurrection of the sun god. I like that part too. Okay, then let me ask you one last question. What is it? The reason why Biceps chose us as an ally is because of Biceps' size and ideology. I can roughly understand the benefits we will gain. But what do you want from us? You are asking the obvious. Fight with us, until Jito disappears from this world. It's too big a promise to make right now. But we will fight until we subdue. Back to Chikaro Plain. As soon as Tilias and Missil ended communication, they looked at Luna and opened their arms wide. Surely you don't want to give us a hug to celebrate becoming allies? Of course, our Lord Soga does not fully recognize you as an ally yet. It can't be. From now on, come out and cut down Missil. If we return safely, Sakiel will be even more suspicious of us. Do we really have to do that? Just say he ran away after seeing the two guys die. Would you believe it? If a colleague said that, I would believe it. To Zito and Piloto Sakiel, we are not colleagues but subordinates. Plus, since I'm from Biceps, I don't have good eyesight. In many ways, it's good to come back as unscathed as possible. Luna showed signs of unwillingness. Although Jean has not completely accepted the alliance if the story of Tilias and Mysol is true. The two people were close to righteous people. Moreover, they were pitiful people as their families were taken hostage and they had to act as spies and sometimes kill their colleagues with their own hands. I couldn't feel comfortable cutting down those people. Yes, we are used to pain, so there is no need to be too uncomfortable. Please hurry, we don't have much time now. Ugh, how much do I have to hurt? Make it look like you were about to die. Haha, I can't help it. Sigh dash. Crantle fertilized the two for a while. Purple blood and flesh splattered. Sometimes Luna intentionally attacked with a little bit of red energy, but this was because she had to make it clear. Tilias and Missil did not scream even once as their entire bodies were torn and broken. This should be enough. Damn, I feel uncomfortable. It's perfect. If I had known you would be this uncomfortable, I would have hurt you during the battle earlier. So there is a rumor in the magic world that you are a devil without blood or tears. Because we have already annihilated several great generals and demon kings. He was a kinder person than I thought. Are there any rumors about our Oxbow Lord? It's not there yet, but a video of Monbing's power destroying the generals has spread among the demon lords. It's always better to be careful. Because full ice like red energy is subject to special management. The two hesitated for a while due to the non-healing wound and then took out the last remaining piece of Jito's flesh. I would say we used the flesh as a last resort to escape. When can we meet again? Probably not too far away. I will try to create a means for regular communication somewhere in the royalties. I guess I'll have to go back now. Go and good luck. See you again, Confession Princess Jiangxio. You probably have a lot of questions, but I'm sorry I can't explain everything. When Tilias broke the flesh, a purple portal suddenly opened. Luna and Cirrus shrugged their shoulders as they watched the two disappear into the portal. Let's go back to Taiken Sagungju. Boo! With Tilia's gone, the door to the otherworldly snowfield opens. Power-blocking enemies are the most difficult type. If you look at what the dead Cookin said, Tilia's said, he could even block the power coming from Jito's flesh. Anyway, starting with the enemy clan, I felt like only crazy people were showing up, but now guys that have the potential to become allies have appeared for the first time. As Mort ran through the otherworldly snowfield, the scenery of Tychon Palace appeared in an instant. Are you here, sister? So what do you think? It doesn't feel like a lie, although we will have to wait and see more in the future. They said they will soon establish a network of contacts for Viceps through royalties. If they continue to provide valid information like this time, I think it will be okay to trust them a little. I think so too. Anyway, I'm worried about the red energy. I was already going to say that. I had the feeling that red energy would explode in this battle. A runaway? Okay, but what can I say? I didn't feel tired at all. That was strange. Just in case, I think it would be a good idea to refrain from using red energy for the time being. I guess so. However, if we start saving the red energy after today, Tilia's and Missile may be in trouble. More than anything, I have more faith in my father's opinion than the demons. Unlike Tilia's, Missile Soren never talked about the side effects of red energy. I just told them to save it as much as possible. If the exhaustion of red energy was as dangerous as the demons said, wouldn't my father have properly warned me? It seemed like the red energy was going to explode this time, but there was no sense of danger at all. I've never dealt with red energy before, so it's hard to say. But maybe my father knew it was dangerous but didn't warn me on purpose. Although he has recently escaped demonization and regained his humanity, Soren was never a kind and affectionate father to begin with. Even though he knew that the red energy was dangerous, Jean thought that Luna might be able to overcome it on her own and move on to the next level. That could be true. If you're a father, that's enough. Wouldn't it be right to follow your father's will even more? In the end, the red energy is a corner that you must pass if you want to go further. That was also correct. Well, I will leave it entirely to your judgment regarding the use of red energy. But if you feel like it's not right, be sure to stop. Don't worry, youngest child. Sagungju and I need to rest for a day and prepare for the next battle. Sagungju's full ice also has a red energy-like ability, so you can look forward to it in the future. Jinma World Marine Garrison. Tilia's and Missile reported to Sakiel with no faces. So, all of Jito's true energy that Layla had provided was used, and Moby Dick used up a significant amount of his red energy. Is this all? That's right. In fact, I couldn't see the answer during the battle and wanted to leave at least a piece of flesh, but in order for me and Missile to escape. That's a good thing. I don't know about Vice and Cookin, but losing them both would have been a huge loss. Because the number of demon kings and generals has been decreasing very quickly recently. Tilia's bowed his head. Things are going worse than you expected, Zito. Because of Ayula, it has been delayed for Jito to be able to come out with royalties, and the resistance from royalties is also strong. And for some reason the Biceps seem to be well aware of this fact. Me, Missile. Sakiel's eyes narrowed. Did you know that as soon as we started investing in royalties, the attacks by Viceps became more frequent? I recently had a dinner with the demon lords at Ragelfern's castle, but I didn't hear anything like that. It was a meeting where Layla and Dylas were together, right? That very day your castle was attacked. I heard that Bassett appeared in Layla's last name and Toilet appeared in Dylas' last name. 10 generals were killed. More than 200,000 of the demons in the city were kidnapped. Did you say 200,000? Biceps was kidnapping demons every time he attacked. Because I thought that was the way to prevent ordinary demons from being reduced to Jito's playthings. Up until now it was around 10,000 to 20,000 at most. Suddenly kidnapping those 200,000 people probably means that Bassett's abilities have become stronger for some reason. It may have absorbed the power of the demons it has kidnapped, or the weakened abilities of the immortal zone may have been restored. It is not for nothing that the land ruled by bishops was given the name Immortal. Tilia's was easily able to understand Sakiel's intentions. I'm also from bishops, so I guess I want to check if the power of the immortal zone has been restored. In fact, Tilia's powers in the immortal zone have been restored to a significant extent. Therefore in this battle he was able to block the energy coming from Jito's flesh. It is true that my power has also become stronger. However, according to the numbers you mentioned, Bassett's power has become 10 times stronger than before. It must be on a level that cannot be compared to mine. So I think Bassett hasn't gotten stronger, but is hiding his strength. You were hiding your power. Sakiel nodded and smiled. At times like this I think it would be great if Tilias had more hidden powers. You two please pull yourself together now and prepare to face Moby Dick once again. Missile? Missile pretended to be scared and rolled her eyes. So far you two are the only demon lords who fought Moby Dick and returned alive. So there should be more opportunities. If I meet Moby Dick and come back alive again, I won't stop doubting him then. Sakiel was saying something like that. Either live and be suspected or die and prove your innocence. It was clearly the worst response from Sakiel that Tilias had expected. Next time I will have no choice but to die at the hands of Moby Dick. If I come back alive again, Sakiel will definitely ask Jito to torture me. Tilias had already endured Zito's torture. But I didn't have the confidence to endure it one more time. This time he will tell everything about biceps during the torture, so it would be much better to tell Luna the situation and then disappear. Alright. Next time I will definitely exhaust Moby Dick's red power. Yes, I look forward to it. Please just leave. Oh wait. Jito. Bubbling. Suddenly Sakiel's crystal ball changed to a boiling state, revealing Jito's face. Hey Sakiel. Are you crazy? Jito? Why are you doubting Tilias again? Did that guy forget that he already had a serious interview with me? Sorry. Let Tilias and Missile get some rest and send the others to catch the white whale. Did you understand? Heaven helped. Thinking like that, Tilias sighed deeply. If he and Missile disappeared now, the relationship with the Bamul alliance that he had worked so hard to build could become ambiguous. I will. Yes, I will continue to give you pieces of flesh, so tell the Demon King and the generals to deal with Moby Dick properly. Swear at me. As the energy of Jito in the crystal ball subsided, Sakiel wiped away a sweat. I'm sorry for doubting you, Tilias. Please go back. No, Sakiel. If you need anything else, please call me anytime. Missile. And at that time Jito trembled in the Jinma world and smiled. Oh, when I look at our cuties, I just want to bite them to death. Isn't it? Hilurum. Kinjalo new headquarters. From the day Orgel volunteered for the wall, Jonah left the Lutero Magic Federation and infiltrated Kinjalo's land. Hyenas. Look at this. It's a king ant. The king ants we've been looking for so long have finally appeared. Oh, Bouvard. It's really a king ant. It's so big. It looks like it's almost as big as your forearm. Of course, the actual size of the ant was about half a finger. Let's quickly report to the leader. TSK, alright Buvar. I'm sure he will give you a big reward. Watching the two people sitting in the front yard of the new headquarters every day looking at ants, Jonah became curious. What on earth are those stupid fish doing in Kinjalo? Bouvard was clear. He created various artifacts including demon stones with his ability called sculpting, and thanks to this he always received special treatment no matter how foolish he did. But Aina's Caligo really has nothing to do. It's just that Bianca Caligo's younger sister has a high status as a princess of the Caligo family. Aside from those facts, Aina's just seemed like surplus manpower. Hey, I hope I can get some information that my youngest will like today. While Jonah was feeling even more discouraged, Buvar and Aina's put the king ants in a glass jar. Kuchel Helhul. Kiki. What reward will you give me? Kinjalo's two idiots didn't know, but Jonah knew that there was no Orgel in the new headquarters right now. While walking around the new headquarters in the morning, he confirmed that he and Zephyrin had gone somewhere through the steel door. Therefore, at the new headquarters, there is no one who can definitely recognize him who has hidden his presence to the extreme. If you enter the conference room, the only dangerous ones are Bianca White Tigerfish and Red Tigerfish. Bianca Baraked Bad Ray. Jonah thought about the three for a moment and decided to enter the conference room. It was worth taking that risk to gain new information. Naturally, Bouvard and Aina's did not notice the presence of Jonah, who was right behind them. The same was true for the countless beast men and demons I encountered on the way to the conference room. Captain, I can finally show you the king ants. The two people burst out of the conference room and shouted cheerfully. As soon as Bishkal saw them, he touched his forehead, and the other executives also sighed and waved their hands. Jonah hid behind a pillar on one side of the conference room, and it was the most dangerous moment. Hey, if those stupid fish hadn't caught my attention for a moment, I might have been caught. There doesn't seem to be any white tigerfish or red tigerfish. Although most of the major superhumans, including Orgel and Zephyrin, were not there, Yona was a little nervous, as she did not know the exact inaction of the executives gathered in the conference room. Fortunately, the executives seemed to be scolding Buvar and Anas without feeling anything special. King Ants? Did you say King Ants? What should I do if I brought something like that? Buvard. How long are you going to keep turning me inside out? Bishkal. What are you saying? Last time the leader said that there is no such thing as an ant the size of your forearm, and that if you brought something like that you would be rewarded. That's right, Vice Captain. No. That's just something the leader was saying because he was frustrated with the behavior of the two of you Anas. What do you mean? Are you going to judge the Vice Captain just because the Vice Captain isn't around right now? Well, to begin with, that ant isn't even the size of your forearm. That's what they say. Does the Vice Captain not even know what a metaphor is? Where are you, leader? The leader has now gone to meet the Jiakmyong tribe. Good information has already arrived. Hey, I went to meet the Jiakmyong tribe. Jonah smiled and continued to listen. Bishkal was trembling and sighing repeatedly. Hey Anas, we are in an important meeting, so please leave. Who are you? Get out, Mara. Do you really want this to be true? Is this a challenge? I'll accept it as much as I want. Ranka stood up quickly and calmed down his anger. That's enough. If I hit you, only problems will arise. If you're pulling it out because you're afraid of my sister, there's no need to do that. I won your so come on. Am I afraid of Bianca? If I hit you, the magician will kill me. As soon as Yona heard the word Wanmajang, she remembered what Jean had heard and told her to leap. All right. Shagal Bakma, who was suppressed by Lord Soga at the new headquarters, is a member of the Phantom Clan, so let's first look for information about him. In that case, the Wanmajang would have been the head of the Bakmag family. Anas huffed and screamed as if her pride had been hurt. I won't even tell my dad. It really pisses me off. It was the moment when Anas Kaligo revealed that Bakma was the daughter of the family head. And then the conference room opened and a new person entered. Ranka, are you really bullying my daughter? It's not Master Wanma. Anas unilaterally started a fight with me, so I stayed quiet. I see. Are you here, Pirhops? Pirhops Bakma, that was the name of the magic hall. Okay. You've worked hard, Vice Captain. It's nothing compared to what Pyrops has been doing recently. Jonah was getting more and more excited. As soon as you enter the conference room, high-quality information is pouring in. However, as soon as Pirhops entered, tension soared rapidly. I think that fish called Wanmajang will recognize me right away. The good news was that Pirhops was very tired right now. If Pirhops had been fine, it would have been discovered immediately. I can only hope that the Phantom Demon leader will leave without staying in the conference room for long. It's been a while since my heart felt so good. Immediately Jonah was able to hear why Pirhops was exhausted. I do a lot of things. I don't know about those who aren't of our clan, but looking into someone else's dream is a very painful thing. If you're not careful, you could fall into that other person's dream and end up lost. In fact, there are 3 phantom demons who entered the dreams of Jeep leaders and have not yet returned. As soon as Yona heard those words, he was able to realize how Kinzalo had recently obtained information about Jeep. I think the information about Alona was found through something other than a transaction. That's my opinion too. It's also the case that the Jinma Realms invasion has some leeway. Let's find out what kind of moves they have. Contact Jet Nameless and ask them to dispatch Yona to Kinzalo. Since we can't penetrate Alona's side anyway, it would be better to look at Kinzalo's side. Yes, Nari. One thing that is certain is that there is something in Kinzalo that should not be seen in the Jinma world. A conversation between Jean and his colleagues after Orgel decided to support the barrier. At the time, Jean wondered how Orgel found out that Alona was injured. Jonah is now peeking into the secret. Are those 3 people never going to be conscious? That's what will happen unless I save it myself. Among our clan, people with dream abilities are very rare, so we must find them. That means that soon I will have to enter Alona Ziffel's dream once more. I'm just sorry because there's nothing I can do to help. What do you have to be sorry for, Vice Captain? Anas, I just hope that our lovely daughter awakens her dreaming ability quickly and helps her father. Oh, I like Caligoga. A sword is much cooler than a dream ability. Like older sister Bianca. Oh, Anas. You are not as talented with a sword as Bianca's claws. To put it bluntly, an ordinary human who has trained for about 10 years would not be able to lose to you with a sword. On the other hand, when his ability to dream reaches its full potential, he will far surpass his father. Ugh, Dad, how could you say such harsh words to me? Your dream ability is absolutely necessary for our cause. Infiltrating into Lokia Ganesto's dream is too much for my abilities. So stop being stubborn and follow your father. Since ancient times, we demons have treated those with dream abilities the best. The potential for dream abilities that surpass the illusion field was the value of Anas Caligo. Chet, the other day my dad almost begged me for a favor, so I went into Kiliak's dream even though I didn't feel like it. It really wasn't fun at all at that time. How can you do that for the rest of your life? That's because only you are born with such abilities, Anas. If you keep refusing your father's requests, the leader will have no choice but to make you give orders. I hope something like that doesn't happen between me and my daughter. Rather, Ranka, you've starred. How dare you threaten my daughter? No, Master Wanma, that's not it. Die, you've starred. For a moment, the sound of Pierhops assaulting Ranka was heard. Jonah opened his eyes wide and looked back on the information he had just heard. So Kinjalo has already had contact with Kiliak Ziffel through dreams. The moment I thought that, suddenly Pierhops narrowed his eyes and stopped extending his fist towards Ranka. Did you get caught? Jonah was behind the pillar and could not see it directly, but he felt a change in the air. Mr. Pierhops. Sure, for some reason, I feel like there's a rat hiding there. Are you a rat? Isn't it? First, everyone stop moving. I'll have to check the conference room to make sure I'm not even breathing. Pierhops slowly began to look around the conference room. The distance from the pillar where Jonah was hiding was about 50 paces, so the moment he moved even a little he would be discovered. Even if you stay still, it will eventually take about 10 seconds. Jonah placed his hand on his sword Death in his arms. Soon Pierhops was about to walk towards the pillar where Jonah was. Suddenly someone hurriedly entered the conference room. What's going on? Vice Captain Pierhops. Lady Margila is on a rampage. As soon as Pierhops received the member's report, he turned around without thinking for a moment. As if it was something that couldn't be delayed even for a second. Follow Anas. I'll go too. When Pyrrhus and Bishkal left, Jonah loosened his grip on Death. Ranka and other executives shrugged their shoulders and searched the conference room, but their abilities were not enough to find and capture Jonah. I almost got into big trouble. I should quickly go tell the youngest. About 20 minutes later, Jonah came out of the new headquarters humming a tune. Bouvard and Anas found the king ants. Orgel went to meet the Jiakmyong tribe. There is a guy called the Phantom Master. His name is Pierhops Bakma. He is strong, sharp, and has the ability to dream. Inez has the potential for dream ability beyond that of Pierhops, the daughter of Pierhops. However, she wants to use a sword like Bianca Caligo. However, she says she is really not good at swords. Pyrops received information through a dream that Ilona was injured. He plans to enter Ilona's dream again, soon to rescue other phantom demons caught in Ilona's dream. Also, it appears that she came into contact with Kiliak through her dream ability. It seems that Anas entered Kiliak's dream once. It is said that Pierhops almost begged for a favor. Likewise, Aina's ability was needed to enter Lokia Ganesto's dream. Does it seem necessary? Margila ran out. It looked like a huge emergency. Runkendal's sword garden. Those gathered in the conference room continued to express their admiration as they looked at Jonah's report. There was only one person in this world who could infiltrate Kinzalo's conference room and steal this much information. Jonah. Yona. You brought great information. Pyrops Bakma. The illusion master and the dream ability. Dream ability. Naturally, the Bamul coalition had never even imagined such a thing. To begin with, not much was known about the abilities and powers possessed by demons. Do our ancestors who experienced the battle of the Holy Kingdom know nothing about the ability to dream? I don't know exactly, but there is something to point out. During the battle for the defense of the Holy Kingdom, I had the feeling that our operations were constantly being leaked to the enemy. At that time, I did everything I could to find the spy, but in the end, I couldn't find anything. So we assumed that among the demons, there was some kind of prophetic ability. Guess it was a dream ability. As Alpin and Tasha spoke, Leet nodded. Even 1,000 years ago, the Wanma clan caused chaos in royalties. The knights of my family would have nightmares and lose their minds because of them. But I didn't know that it was possible to confirm information known to the subject through dreams. Wasn't even the magician Alona Ziffel able to stop the phantom demons who infiltrated the dream? That seems to mean that the Phantom Master can come into all of our dreams if he wants to. However, among the information brought by Lady Jonah, there is also the existence of phantom demons caught in dreams. This means that there is a certain degree of risk involved in using the dream abilities of phantom demons. But my head hurts. If even Alona can't be stopped, it's only a matter of time before all the information we have is stolen. It was Leet and Ballas. It won't just be a matter of time, Chief Butler. If it were that simple to use dream abilities to get information, Orgel wouldn't have been so upset by me. Oh, that's right. Also, Alona Ziffel is a gentleman, but as Ameri said before, she is not someone who became a gentleman through training and awakening. So you may be somewhat lacking in the strength and will to protect your consciousness. That's why you may have entered Alona's dream, not Baradin's. But if you look at the part about entering Kiliak's dream, it doesn't seem like that. Now that I think about it, even 1,000 years ago, knights with exceptional willpower suffered less from nightmares. In the case of Kiliak, wouldn't it be because Inez Kaligo's dream ability is superior to that of Pirhops? According to the circumstances of the report, it appears that Pirhops cannot enter Kiliak's dream alone without Ina's help. That makes sense. Ina's Caligara. Was it also the case that he had special abilities like Buvar? It said that Inez's abilities were needed not only for Kiliak, but also for peeking into Lokia Ganesto's dreams. Apart from the dreaming ability of this great-grandson, Inez. First of all, doesn't the fact that he infiltrated Kiliak and Lokia's dreams mean that Kingelo knows their location? Of course, you can great-grandfather. However, if the exact location of the two was known, it seems more likely that Orgel would have attempted to make direct contact. It's like I'm going to meet the enemy tribe. Or even if you don't know the location, you might be able to infiltrate if you have something related to it. For now, I can only guess. In particular, Orgel held a great grudge against Lokia Ganesto. If he knew Lokia's location, he would definitely have tried to kill or capture her. And there was a high possibility that he would have asked Jean for help in the process. It's frustrating because I know that the enemy has special abilities, but I can't think of a suitable way to deal with it. Chief Butler, can't you do anything? I don't know how to completely block dream intrusion. However, I think it would be a good idea for me and Valeria to check our colleagues' records every day. Oh, are you saying that you check every day to see if there has been a dream intrusion? Yes. It may be a little less privacy-friendly, but it seems like the best option for now. Unless the dream ability can override even recording magic. When reached to its extreme, recording magic can even reveal Zippel's manipulation of history. There is no way that the powers of a single demon would not appear in the records. Of course, this task will also be easier once the mass production version of the Red Owl is completed. Currently, Valeria and I cannot travel throughout the Union every day. The mass production version of the Red Owl seems to be a bit delayed due to Dr. Quall spending a lot of time on the barrier, but it will be completed soon. If possible, I think we must secure Aina's Caligo in the future. You're right. As of now, there will be no benefit from messing with Aina's for no reason. There is no need to instill hostility in the powerful strongmen when the Jinma realm alone is too much. Not only Aina's, but also Bouvard Gaston. Those two are Kingelo's top core personnel. This concludes the summary of how to deal with dream abilities. It's probably obvious why Orgel went to meet the Jiakmyong tribe. Transaction. They went through the same period in ancient times, so it is highly likely that Orgel knows the information the Red Ming clan needs. After it was revealed that he was one of the heads of Amaris, Zephyrin regained some of his ancient memories. Since he knew about the destruction of the Bangma Wall, which Amaris had forgotten, it was a given that Orgel would have information that would allow him to make a deal with the enemy clan. It's a deal. Then isn't it possible for those two to become allies? Great-grandson. Kinjalo will not hastily form an alliance with the enemy clan. In the first place, the ideologies are different, and it would be burdensome for Kinjalo to completely turn his back on Jeep in this situation. If Kinjalo were to form an alliance with the enemy tribe, it would be one of two things. Either Kinjalo has a powerful hidden faction or the enemy tribe has the means to defeat Jeepal. Neither of them were unlikely, but Jean had almost ruled out the possibility of the two forming an alliance. It's also obvious why Kinjalo is trying to contact Kiliak. Kiliak is a bit of a mess right now, so you might want to recruit him as an ally. Even as Kiliak, relying on Kinjalo wouldn't be that bad. There would be no answer to coming to Runkendal or returning to Jeep. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of it joining forces such as the Jiakmyong clan or the Imperial Jinma realm. However, as of now, Kiliak is a person who could be a meaningful ally to Jean. His fire and mine are polar opposites. However, since it is essentially the same fire, I think that maybe I can use it to manifest. Through the power of Shenu. First, we will prepare for the war against the true demon realm and find out information about Shenu. Shenu was trying to make a deal with me, so we might be on good terms. A conversation I had with Tess a while ago. Therefore, Jean wanted to secure Kiliak first. Although it is impossible to accept him as a member of the Alliance, we can use each other to meet our needs. The Bamul Alliance has been tracking Kiliak's location since meeting Shenu, but there has been no significant results yet. I have no choice but to rely on Jonah again to find Kiliak's whereabouts. If you keep watching Anas, you may be able to find some clues. Now there was only one thing to say about the information Jonah brought. Margila Eviliano. He is Vishkal's younger brother, and a person whose true nature is unknown and whose abilities are not exactly known. Margila stormed out, and Pyrops Bakma left immediately even though he had the feeling that someone was hiding in the conference room. This means that Margila is an important figure within Kinjalo, and Pirhops was probably the only person who could control Margila's rampage at the time. I have always felt that Margila was a very important character in Kinjalo. Margila always appeared as a representative of Kinjalo when Orgel and Zephyrin were not present. It seems to be controlled through that dream ability. I'm curious about why she drank too much and what happens when she drinks too much. However, Sagaju, I somehow think that Margila's rampage is related to the Jinma realm. Although the Bamul Alliance does not know, Margila actually went berserk once due to a mental attack from the evil god during the Battle of the Evil God. The reason why Margila went on a rampage now was for a similar reason. I think so too, Chief Butler. Do you remember what I said when Orgel came to reinforce the wall? Yes, I remember. You said that there is something in Kinjalo that should not be seen in the Jinma world. So they deliberately sent reinforcements to the wall. Jin's eyes narrowed. I think that might be the presence of Margila Ibliano. Next time you meet Tilias and Mysol, it would be a good idea to ask about her. Firel, the city of the ancient dwarfs of the middle world. It's a demon. What I was expecting was friends from the enemy tribe. Orgel came out of Firel and looked at the demons who blocked him. About 100 demons were pointing their swords in silence. The demons couldn't make any facial expressions. There were no facial features on the faces of the demons, as if it was a sign that it had not been completed yet. It was just as smooth as well-polished plaster. Besides, you knew in advance that I would come. Go tell your master that there is no need to waste the weapons you worked so hard to create. I just came here today to talk. The demons had no answer. Orgel shrugged his shoulders and pulled out his sword as if there was nothing he could do. It looks like there are some resources left. Right? Swak dash. The demons at the forefront all rushed at Orgel and swung their swords. And as soon as Orgel received the first attack, he was able to understand why the imperial family was so confident in sending out the demons. It's too sharp to think of it as a biological weapon without an ego. It must be quite annoying. Of course, no matter how excellent a biological weapon it is, Orgel has not yet fully recovered from the injuries suffered by Paiolato. I could barely feel a sense of danger from the Magian troops. Orgel cut down the demons who rushed in first and sprayed sword energy to prevent them from creating a siege. Naturally, the demons continued to throw themselves at Orgel as if it was no problem even if some of their limbs were cut off or their heads fell off. The battle continued in what looked like a one-sided massacre of Orgel. The demon's sword could not even make a small scratch on Orgel's body. However, just as Orgel decided that more than half of the demons had been destroyed, Orgel swallowed in vain as he saw the face of a demon standing in front of him change. Mine had a face similar to a person Orgel knew a long time ago. Timar Runkendal. Mine's facial features were almost identical to those of Timar at that time. Both the long hair that had grown rapidly and the way he held the sword resembled Timar. The movements also changed drastically. The attack of the demon that turned into Timar instantly sent a chill down the back of Orgel's neck. Imperial. Did Timar's body ultimately create this terrible thing? One by one, the demons continued to change into Timar. Orgel has already confirmed more than a dozen cases, and they have been putting pressure incomparably stronger than before. Of course, even if it were, it could not be compared to the real Timar Runkendal. However, the demons were imitating Timar not only in appearance but also in their fighting methods. A magic swordsman who rarely uses magic. However, it does not only use formal magic but with every sword strike, aura and magic explode at the same time. Seek dash. The swords of the demons engulfed in brilliance began to pass over Orgel's entire body. Now all the demons have completed their transformation. Do you lose your regenerative ability after turning into Timar? The demons who changed their appearance seem to have lost their super regenerative abilities. Just like a human being, if a person was cut somewhere, red blood would ooze out, and the cut part could not be reattached immediately. And it felt like a person with a will, especially the fighting spirit to kill the enemy. It seemed like it was the only way to deal with a maximized human being. If these people had used spiritual energy, it wouldn't have ended up being a little annoying. Although Timar's body was analyzed and applied to mine, the spiritual energy is the power of Sodaret, not Timar. Even if it were not Timar's body but Sodaret's body, it would not be possible to imitate it. Orgel knew exactly why the imperial family was able to create mass-produced demons like Timar. They must have analyzed Timar's left arm, which they possessed. The process would definitely have required the technological prowess of the Jiakmyong tribe. I knew that the imperial family would be joining hands with those guys, but to the extent that they were provided with this kind of technology, it looks like they have completely taken the initiative against those arrogant guys. But there was one thing Orgel didn't know. The imperial family was unable to imitate Reiki, but instead added other abilities to the demons. Fuzz, that is. Suddenly, the sound of a thunderbolt about to explode was heard, and Orgel looked at the demons with a start. It was the brain machine used by the Qingming tribe, the origin of the Ming dynasty. The deep blue brain energy unique to the Qingming tribe instantly covered Orgel. Orgel was confused for a moment. This was because they had not yet heard any news that the Qingming tribe had appeared. I remember that the Qingming tribe definitely suffered much more damage from the big snake than the Red Ming tribe. Are the survivors helping the imperial family? Variables continued to be revealed. First, we have to deal with all the demons and meet the imperial family in person to get everything sorted out. Orgel raised his energy and surrounded his sword with even darker aura and magic energy. The more demons I cut, the more sick I felt. It's nothing compared to the master craftsman that Joe is producing. Of course, the master swords will be great weapons when development is fully completed, but the magic swords are still unfinished. Kinjalo has invested heavily in masters for a long time. However, the Biogolem, a magic swordsman created by Zippel, was already completed, and a special entity called Betty Almatia Kuin had been released. And the Imperial Demon was also surpassing the Master. When I get back, I'll have to brush up on Joe and Bouvard even more. The number of demons was decreasing again. There were about 30% of the remaining demons, and nearly an hour had already passed since the battle began. Stop fighting. Mine's voice was heard for the first time. It was mine who was in the rear ranks throughout the battle. As soon as he gave the command, all the demons stopped moving at once. Orgel looked at the demon carefully. The demon was hiding its energy. However, even though the energy was hidden and covered by clothes, Orgel clearly recognized it. It's something to lament about. He is a demon with the left arm of Timar and the bright heart of the Qingming tribe. Other demons were simply created by analyzing the information left on Timar's left arm, but that entity had his left arm transplanted into it. I don't know who the Qingming clan's light heart belongs to, but I felt at least the brain power of the current Ming dynasty's Tuang level. Orgel, why did you come to visit Pier Hall without warning? His Majesty has never permitted an audience with you. Is it because you were born without it? You're too obsessed with playing emperor. I originally came today to meet the Red Ming, not the ancient cockroaches. An ancient cockroach? That's uncomfortable to hear. But if our royal family is a cockroach, aren't you also the same? Orgel Remilias. Remilias. It had been a long time since I met someone who spoke that name. Orgel smiled and looked at a man who had just left the city. He stood next to mine, who had Timar's left arm transplanted, and his eyes sparkled. There is someone who still hasn't forgotten that name. Even I had forgotten it until recently. You also have a good memory. Who are you? There have been many names over the years, but now the name is Man of Viment. Man of Viment. He, along with Vival Viment, was one of the most important figures of the imperial family. Did you carelessly reveal yourself trusting the biological golem that had Timar's arm transplanted? That's right. If you had arrived intact, you would have taken refuge in advance. In perfect condition. That meant that Orgel was currently injured, and it also implied that even without injury, he was not in perfect condition. Right now, no matter how much you are, you won't be able to defeat this friend. Oh, let me introduce you. As you can see, this is Timar Viment, the best mine we've ever made. There are still a lot of things left to adjust. Haha, it's getting worse. Aren't we going too far just because Jean Runkendal isn't here? What are you going to do with Timar Viment if Jean Runkendal finds out? He can't find us right now, so it's okay. Don't you know, Orgel? We have always survived this way, and we still live this way, pointing an invisible sword at the throats of the powerful. What we do best is survive. More than anyone else. Ancient cockroach. When Orgel said that, it wasn't just an expression. In fact, the Beemont royal family was treated just like cockroaches back then. They are numerous and unpleasant, and no matter how many times you kill them, they come back from somewhere. It's a story I have no choice but to admit. In a time when the Red Myong tribe, the Blue Myong tribe, and the powerful of the true demon world were infested, you Melkas were the only ones who survived without ever being sealed. Melka. That was the name used to refer to the royal family in ancient times. The Melka tribe is a byword for being powerless and ignored. However, the current Melka people or imperial family had a power that no power could look down on any longer. The success you have achieved as a person from Remilias, a symbol of excellence in the true magic world, is also remarkable. There are similarities between us and you, Orgel. The reason the Melka people were looked down upon at that time was not just because they had no power. It would be better not to make such comparisons. You originally came here to talk to the Red Ming tribe, but it's not the Red Ming clan that's here, it's us. Don't you know what this means? What if you don't know? The Red Ming tribe is currently under the control of our imperial family. So this means that if you want to do business, you have to do it with the owner on the leash, not the dog. And we've already given you top-notch information, because I showed you Timar Viment in person. Wouldn't that be enough to try to make some kind of deal with Jean Runkendal in the future? It could be so. It would be your wish for me to tell Jean Runkendal about the demon. Shall we give it a try? You'll want the enraged Jean Runkendal to put more effort into the imperial court. The Bamul Alliance will have to deploy a recording wizard to find you, and then you will capture her in some way. Manav did not respond but made eye contact with Orgel. But you don't know anything about Jean Runkendal. Even if I tell him what I saw today, do you think he will put more effort into the imperial family in this situation? is not even helpful in subduing the Jinma realm. Jean Runkendal will quietly let go of his anger. And when it's my turn to kill you, I won't show you any mercy. Orgel turned his back. Who, Orgel? Are you planning to leave without saying more? We do not have any dealings with Melka. I have not yet forgotten the ancient common sense. I will use the information I showed you today when the time is right. Oh, and tell it to Iran Beement. If you go too far, you will die by my hands before Jean catches you. Kingelo has had many dealings with our imperial family in the past, so he's good at saying things like that. That was before you guys showed your true colors like you do now. I'll just head back. As Orgel began to walk, Manav said with a grin. Lokia Ganesto, I guess you don't want to hear anything about him at all. The land of fire at the time when Orgel went to meet the enemy tribe and encountered Manav. Shenu quietly looked around his territory. At one time no being could come here without permission. Even if one were to come in without permission, one would only die from being consumed by the fire that filled the space. Among the immortals only Changxiang, the highest level god who could compete with him, and among the mortals could withstand the fire. But now the land of fire had lost all its majesty and more than half of the area was empty and cold with the fire gone. It was because of Luke, the old warrior spirit of the Netherworld tribe that invaded the land of fire not long ago, had pushed Shunu to the limit. He is as afraid as a class. Even if the cycle of extinction had not begun for me, I would not have been able to guarantee the outcome with him. Cadden slowly nodded at Shenu's words. It was because I couldn't raise my voice. Most of Cadden's body was made up of soul energy, but after dying in the last battle with Baradin, he was almost like a ghost. The power of the fire dragon, which symbolized Jeep's power, was almost completely lost, and only the soul was clinging to life. And among them there was another person who was barely alive thanks to the power of Hongi and Shainu. Kiliak Jiffel was also just repeating bouts of outbursts and fainting. The moment you go outside the ring of fire created by Shenu, you will die. Gasp. Shainu sat down on the floor and trembled. An hour ago Luke came to the realm of fire once again. The second battle I had with him was more intense than the previous one and left much more damage than before. The reason Shenu survived and was able to let out a helpless voice right now was because of Luke's mercy. To be exact, he was only kept alive out of necessity for the sun god religion, not out of mercy. Perhaps Luke will come back in the not-too-distant future. If that happens, there will be only one choice I can make. You either threaten them by saying that you will accept extinction the moment they attack you further, or you fight them. There is no way out either way. If you accept extinction, it will of course be the end, and even if you fight, the end result will be that you will be taken away miserably without being able to disappear, and you will become the material for the demon godstone. In the first place, it didn't seem like the threat would work. If you wanted to disappear without becoming a material for the demon godstone, now was your only chance. Right now Luke could have made the decision about Shenu's life. Whether alive or dead, everything has no choice but to go according to Luke's will, not Shenu's. Among the priests I met this time, many were members of the old Ming dynasty. There were also people who were presumed to have been combatants in the past. If they appear in royalties, wouldn't the result be destruction? It looks like you went through a tough fight and are scared, Shainu. I don't know why the old Ming dynasty is with the sun god religion, but they will not destroy the world. I expect you to keep your word. Always be on the lookout for shamans. The day the demon world opens, this world will no longer be the place you knew. I expect you to struggle like you are now and disappear at the right time. So to speak, at a time when your disappearance will have no effect on the revival of the sun god religion. Shenu was thinking back to the conversation she had with Jean the first day she met him. If things continue like this, the results will soon come out just as Jean wanted. It disappears without any influence from the revival of the sun god religion. For the first time since becoming an immortal, Shenu felt a sense of futility. Everything that had been built up for so long was disappearing like bubbles. How on earth did it get to this point? Was it the problem of trying to have a power that surpasses the sun god? The original of the origin stone and demon god stone. An object created with the power of all immortals after the death of the sun god. The reason the origin stone was first created was to prepare for the day when the gods were attacked by mortals, or when the gods attacked each other and the world was destroyed. However, the completed Origin Stone was a dangerous item that far exceeded the Immortals' expectations, and they eventually discarded it around the time when earthly history was in full swing. And the god who first raised the need for the Origin Stone was Shainu. He was more proactive than anyone else about creating the Origin Stone, and was convinced that the Origin Stone had no choice but to be discarded after it was completed. Nevertheless, the reason he insisted on producing the Origin Stone was with the intention of making a replica Devil Stone, and monopolizing it in the future. Is the power of the Origin Stone actually as great as the theory? If it has it, can it truly overwhelm all gods? Can it even surpass Sodaret and Hilurum? And will it finally be able to surpass even the sun god? There was a need to confirm that fact. However, from that time on, Sunu's expectations were different, and that was the error of the 5 kings of the Black Sea. I think the fact that the fragments of the Origin Stone turned into monsters called the 5 Kings of the Black Sea was a warning from the sun god Kinsalo. Or even that might have been a prank by the witch Hilurum. If only I had given up my greed for the Demon Stone and focused on eliminating the 5 Kings of the Black Sea. Would the situation be better than now? Khadun still has no answer. Kiliak, who was gasping for breath in the Ring of Fire, also said nothing. If there was a young fire dragon Pai, he would have answered anything, but Pai was currently looking for the fire dragons that Shenu had sealed in the past Inins. Right now, the only one in Shenu's group who was in good condition was Pai. At least the existence of Pai was a glimmer of hope. If Pai finds the sealed fire dragons, they will have no choice but to help Shenu even if they don't want to. Fire dragons that he couldn't control even though he created them. The prodigal son of fire, whose power surpasses that of the first fire dragon king Tricalnes, and his successor Cadden, their power has never been more desperately needed than now. They might be able to buy a lot of time against Luke, and furthermore they might even be able to burn down the spirit that was encroaching on Kiliak. So in the end, all Shenu can hope for now is that Pai comes to the land of fire with good news. He displayed the power and majesty of God in front of Jean, but it was all just bravado. The current Shenu had lost most of his strength and authority, lost his contract, even lost his most cherished guardian dragon, and was no different from a shabby being who had been abandoned by Zippel. That's why when Pai found Tychon, he was extremely hungry and looked like that. When I thought of Jean laughing at me while seeing through that fact, I felt even more miserable inside. I think it would be better to just disappear, Cadden. Most mortals in the world are able to overcome this sense of self-destruction and survive. For the first time, Cadden shook his head at those words. Every time it shook its neck, black blood mixed with soul flowed from its black scales. You probably want revenge. But now I have no choice but to admit I am defeated. My plan, which is older than the history of mankind, was in fact wrong from the beginning, and the deformed fruits that bloomed through the process ended up falling into the hands of others. Now we have no power left to correct the flawed plan or take back the demon god stone. Cadden shook his head again. Although there was no voice, Shenu knew what he was trying to say. I guess you want to say that it would be okay to join another faction, Cadden. We have no value now. If I tell you to protect me, saying that I will hand over the sealed fire dragons if I find them, who would accept that request? Kowuff. Khadun barely made a whining sound. Imperial? They are the ones who will be the first to sell us to Baradin in order to complete the Demon Stone. Contacting Jean Runkendal again will only make my ridiculousness more evident. Orgel may protect me, but he will use Buvar's powers to make us no longer who we are. Now that I am weakened, that insignificant piece of God reincarnated can do such a thing. What a play. Did you want to talk about the Jiakmyong tribe? They will try to use us as food to awaken their spirit. It's not even possible to just disappear. As for the Jinma world, I don't want to even talk about Jito. Just know that in this state, being hit by Jito is the most terrible thing of all. Jito has long been a being who particularly enjoys torturing immortals. Moreover, to Jito neither justification nor utility were important. Only pleasure was important. The current Shenu was the most beautiful toy for Zito. Shainu shook her head, touching her forehead at the image of Jito that came to mind for a moment. And as I was thinking about the things I needed to prepare to accept extinction, I suddenly felt a sense that the area beyond the realm of fire was opening up. Could it be that Luke has already come back? It was only an hour ago that Luke visited. Luke was not completely undamaged, so Sheen was confident that he would need at least 3 days to find the land of fire again. But after a while what Shenu saw was the young fire dragon Pai. And it was someone completely unexpected. "Oh, I'm sorry, Shenu. I should have gotten permission from Shunu in advance. But this person recklessly pursued me and entered the land of fire." Shenu glanced at the man standing next to Pai. Even Kadin suddenly stood up and blinked repeatedly. Haha. For a moment I was wondering if there was a problem with my insight or if I was seeing the nonsense that mortals often talk about. The man did not respond but slowly approached Shunu. Even though he was taking a step forward, Shinu was not at all wary and instead held out her hand to him first. "Welcome, Joshua Runkendal. I am a fallen being just like you. I am Shenu, the god of fire. I will remain loyal." February 11,804. Jito looked down at a human who had come to the Jinma world. He knelt down on one knee in front of Jito and asked him to accept him as a member of the Jinma world. "Oh, I'm so annoyed." Zito looked at him and openly complained. The passage between Jinma world and Ince has not yet been completely opened. Although the Bangma wall was damaged, it did not lose all of its functions. Therefore, in order for humans to come down to royalties today, they needed the help of a special being. Even without the Bangma wall, it was almost impossible to get directly to Jito's residence. As far as Zito knows, there is only one person who can do such a thing. "Halurim sent you, right? Damn it, you didn't properly tell me the price of the last deal. I guess accepting you was the price." The man did not answer but slowly raised his head. Although he spoke of loyalty with his mouth and knelt down with his body, there was no sign of servility from him. He is facing Jito with a strangely confident attitude. Zito wanted to give him mental education right away, but he couldn't. This was because I was sure that this was the price Halurim wanted. "There is no way the witch approached you first. Your god probably made a request to the witch. Please take action so that I can accept you. I remember that Bstard being really arrogant back in the day." The man's name is Kiliak Ziffel. There was no soul to be found in him anymore. A radiance befitting a person known as the pinnacle of magic flowed from his eyes, and the new wand, which resembled the symbol of the Ziffel family head Rodi, seemed as if magic power like the great sea would pour out at any moment. I'm not sure what Halurim is thinking, so you tell me and I will accept it. He really gives me goosebumps at times like this. Oh, that's gross. In some ways, it is worse than love and peace. I have not heard the stories of the gods directly. Ayub Stard, you're saying you're confident because the higher-ups have already finished the discussion, right? You know that Halurim will go crazy if I drag you to the torture room and play with you. Yes. If you won't accept it, I will leave immediately. Anyway, my goal is to restore the family, so Jito won't suffer any loss if you just let me go. No. What if you succeed in getting your family back? At that time, they might attack us and say they will make me regret my choice, right? Somehow the demon godstone was completed. Think whatever you want. Not long ago he was trampled to death by his son's wife, but he still seems to have some pride in being the loser on Earth. Don't say a word. Huh? I really hate those types of people. Would you like to accept it? Zito touched his forehead. As I told Kiliak, it was because I couldn't read Halurim's thoughts. Just a few days ago we were having fun talking about all sorts of trivial things. After all, Halurim is Halurim. Since he started conquering royalties, Jito has never had a bad day like today. Even when Biceps went on a rampage, when Orgel almost died, when he heard that there was a red power user among humans, even when he lost some of his power because of Ayula, and even when his subordinates broke down every time, Zito thought there was no problem. But not this time. This time I could not have predicted the variables that this human named Kiliak Jippel would bring. The problem is that you can't refuse it. If he refused, Halurim would definitely cause bigger problems for himself. Oh, I'll accept it. Instead, don't do anything until I tell you to. You are just the air, a rock on the side of the road, and the roots of a bald head. It means invisible, immovable, and useless. All right. Soon Jito waved his hand in the air and a portal opened. It was a portal leading to Regal's poisonous castle. Oh, Jito? Hey, Regal. Put this guy in prison number 3 of your last name. Prison number 3? Why? Did you hide something there? Haha. About hiding it. What secrets do I have from you, Zito? Oh what? You're human? Besides, isn't this face the purged Kiliak Zippel? How to get to the true demon realm? I felt it before, but our Regal has a lot of questions. Yeah, I'm still annoyed by this, right? If you're curious, this is Poison Horse Jito's cutie, Regal Fern. How should I treat you? Think of growing a plant. To keep it from dying, give it rice and water from time to time, and if it seems too wilted, give it more. I mean, don't touch it. I understand. As Zito winked, Kiliak went through the portal. Jito continued to grunt in a disgruntled voice and closed the portal. Prison number 3. I wonder if Jito recognized my surprise gift? Then it's difficult. What do you think? I'm not sure. Oh, I guess I should say hello first. I am Regal Fon, the king of the extremely poisonous area of the true demon realm. It's Kiliak Ziffel. Now that I think about it, this guy's speech is short. Well, that's it. It's the same with all those who were popular at one time. Raise it if you want. I didn't mean it that way. Regal was in a great mood as soon as Zito left Kiliak to him. It was because he thought Zito trusted him that much. Let me guess. You made a deal with the witch Halurum. So you were able to go to Jito's residence without anyone knowing, and Jito accepted you as a human. And Jito, he entrusted you to me because he believes in Regal. Kiliak did not answer but calmly looked around the Dakma castle. The performance of royalties was not much different. However, the light from the artificial sun coming through the window was paler than the real sun, and human souls who had fallen to hell were doing chores. I have so many questions about you. Jito told me not to touch you, but that would just mean don't torture. So depending on what you do, it means we can become as close as we can. Jito doesn't want me to do anything. Of course it is because you have no idea what Halurum is thinking. But hey Kiliak, it's right for you to do nothing, but I can make a contribution through the information and abilities you have. I guess that's why Jito sent you to me. Regal hummed and led Kiliak to prison number 3. All of Dakma Castle's prisons were underground. Every time I went down the stairs, I could hear the terrible screams of tortured souls. Prison number 3 was one of the prisons on the lowest floor, and from the entrance it had a completely different atmosphere from the other places. It has a neat and quiet feel, more like a monastery than a prison. From prison number 1 and 2 next door, a scream more terrible than the screams heard before was heard. What can I say about our prison number 3? Traditionally, it's a place for edification. Among them, it is very close to religious edification. That's why the guards and torturers were called saints when they were alive. Of course, the fact that a saint came to hell means that they were actually so vile that they came here. As Regal approached, the guards wearing bridal clothes bowed their heads. Is the work going well? Yes, one person's rehabilitation is now completely complete, Mr. Regal. The remaining 3 are being adjusted in rooms 1 and 2. 3 people are still adjusting? Wow, they're holding up better than I expected. If you hold on, you will end up in room 3 anyway. How great would it be if you just came right away and had a comfortable stay? We will all be gathered in room 3 within the next 3 days. But is this new guy? Newcomers are new, but they are not subject to indoctrination. You are my new friend whom you must cherish dearly. I don't know, so I'll say hello. The guards bowed their heads towards Kiliak. Soon the guards opened the door to cell number 3. The inside looked like a huge prayer hall, but the only difference was that the glass paintings had Jito instead of the well-known gods of Ayula and Ince. In the middle, there was a woman kneeling and examining a thick book like a scripture, and she was someone Kiliak Ziffel knew well. And Runkendel? And Runkendel. Runkendel's 9th child, and along with her older sister Mu, the first person to embrace chaos. During the battle of the demon gods, she fought to the death with the Tana brothers and was killed by the Black Knight Mon, who came to her aid. Since the prophet disappeared, he could not even be resurrected. Naturally, she fell into hell rather than the path of reincarnation, and continued to recite something like a prayer with her eyes closed. Then in prison number 1 and 2, there is Mu Runkendel, Lon Runkendel, and Vigo Runkendel. Currently, Paiolato has stopped the production of soul liquor that our demons enjoy in order to find these. The intention is to use these to inflict damage on Luna Runkindle. Sakiel. Yes, Paiolato. From now on we will temporarily suspend the production of soul liquor and search hell to see if any of Luna Runkindle's brothers exist. Maybe they would have ended up in hell. If he hadn't already become a soul lord, he would definitely remain. A conversation between Palito and Sakiel when Luna dealt with the great rift that occurred in Huffister Saitello with a red sword. Rhaegal did not hear the conversation directly, but he saw right through Paiolato's plan, and Rhaegal had his lieutenant Jarrow secure them before Paiolato. Friend Kiliak, I'm going to use these to give Zito a surprise gift. It is the gift of Moby Dick's end. But it's not just Runkindle kids who come to our hell. Those who were my friend's subordinates are also steadily coming in. Are you telling me to select useful people among them? Oh, you speak well. From today onwards, I will continue to send Jeep souls to prison number 3, where you will be staying. All you have to do is select the ones you need, and I will do a service for Jito by doing so. How is it? Simple? I will do that. Ha ha ha, good. Then tell me to get some rest, and I'll come over with something delicious for dinner. So let's have a drink or something. Rhaegal has left. The guards carefully watched Kiliak's thoughts and went to finish their work. Kiliak smiled quietly, thinking about Ganesto's blood. 3 days have passed since Kiliak went to prison number 3 in Dakma Castle, and the Bamul Alliance received a letter from a tavern in the Kingdom of Mila. It was a high-end membership bar called the Tabernacle, and it was one of Misha's main hideouts. Oh, that's amazing. He said he would establish a regular contact network somewhere, but I never thought he would use this place. It was none other than Tilias and Missile who sent the letter through the veil. Under? How did you find that Mangjong's hideout? These guys are so talented. I'm done recovering now, little one, so let's go together. Jean and Murakan immediately rode the Red Owl and headed to the Kingdom of Mila. Are you here? As we entered the inner room following the manager's guidance, Tilia and Missile stood up and welcomed us. Tilias and Missile were enjoying the tent's fine food. Fortunately, it seems like things went well without any difficulties after returning. Tilia's Missile. That's it. Royalty's food is really delicious. Do you live by eating this kind of food all the time? Most of the time we process and eat the souls that fell into hell. Next to him is the black dragon Murakan. Why does this guy talk so fast? Yes, it is Murakan. Nice to meet you, Murakan. I am Missile. You see, this is Tilias. I will formally greet you. This time too most of the explanations will be left to Tilias. Please understand, Missile. Of course, Jinran Candle. Jean sat down and looked at the two people. How did you find this place? I looked for general facilities in Inns that were said to be the most difficult to access. Among them, excluding those in Kinjalo and Zippel, I mainly searched for Hupister and neutral areas. And I made a reservation under the name of Silkia Arcia, and only this place was willing to accept it. Silkia Arcia? I am a member of the true demon world, who received help from the Black Dragon Misha during the Battle of the Guardians of the Holy Kingdom. He is also a member of Biceps. It is a little-known fact, but Jean had heard from Zephyrin that the demon army at the time of the Battle of the Holy Kingdom was a mixture of demons from the Jima world and the Middle World. Huh? That demon Maljong once helped the demons of the true demon realm during the Battle of the Guardians of the Holy Kingdom? I've never heard of such a thing. Although I don't like talking to that demon horse. You will find out if you ask Black Dragon Misha directly. Misha is currently acting as Soderet's representative, so it was not a problem that could be confirmed right away. Soon Jean called the manager, who answered on his behalf that what Tilias said was true. The owner has made the name Silkia Arcia known to all hideouts that do business outside of our tent. Since he had a debt to pay, he told me to always ask for permission whenever a reservation inquiry came in. Besides Silkia Arcia, there are several other such characters. Most of them are dragons. As the manager walked away, Jean nodded. He was not a person who could be bribed, and even if Tilias and Missile had the ability to brainwash or manipulate minds, there was no reason to choose the Veil. If you have that ability, it would be better to choose someone from Tyken or Huffister. It's an amazing relationship. Did Misha know that he was a member of the Jinma realm and help him? They probably just recognized it as a demon. At the time, Silkia, like many demons, was forcibly conscripted and ended up deserting. I heard that while avoiding the chase team he was injured and went into a cave and met the black dragon Misha. That horse race is not the kind of person who would help anyone, especially a demon race. Well, I don't know why Black Dragon Misha helped Silkia at that time. Silkia would definitely have died if not for Misha. Maybe Misha saw something in Silkia. For example, something like a heart that loves the world. There was a moment of silence at Missel's answer. It hasn't been long since we heard about this from Silkia. This is the first time I've heard it since contact with you. This is what Silkia told us after hearing the results of our encounter with you. Ask him to inquire about royalty's finest bars in his name. Thanks to you, I was able to find a contact network so quickly. Although the relationship between Misha and Silkia was interesting, it was not an important issue at the moment. The truth could be confirmed when Misha came out with royalties for a while. Okay, I understand, and move on. Then I'd like to hear why you contacted me this time. I have some new information to share with you. What is it? It's about your brothers. Jin's eyes widened. What if they are brothers? Those who die and go to hell. Mu Runkendal and An Runkendal and Lon Runkendal and Vigo Runkendal. After the existence of the Jinma realm or hell was revealed, Jin often thought about the people who must have fallen there. When I went to check the first transfer crack that opened in the romp of the Empire of Meltador, I thought of Kidad Hall, and on the day I visited the largest maritime garrison in the true demon world, I was lost in thought for a moment while looking at the tortured human souls. It seemed like there were the evil people and brothers he had killed somewhere there. And now Tilias was telling us that it was real. Were they all in hell? That's right. And Paelito plans to use them to harm Luna Runkendal. Of course, Paelito never told Tilias and Missile of such a plan. They simply issued an order banning the production of spirit liquor throughout the Jinma realm. Biceps guessed the reason based on the command and had recently received information that turned that guess into certainty. Is that so? Anyway, if the day comes that I meet those wayward guys again, I will definitely scold them even then. Will we ever meet again? I too will grow old and die someday, so won't we meet in some place like the afterlife? Even if the afterlife is real, you and I are probably somewhere else. Is that so? Anyway, that's how I feel. I will definitely scold you. As long as we meet at any time. The conversation Luna had with Jean on the day she returned from the Black Sea to the Garden of Swords. At that time Luna spoke as if she felt guilty about her brothers, including Joshua, who died after being captured by evil spirits. Jean clenched his fist and said that he would scold me if I met him someday, but inside he was worried about what would happen if something like that happened. There is something called a soul lord. It is a drink made by demons by processing the souls of humans who fell into hell. Paelito stopped the production of soul wine to find them and Missile, and I went to Dokma Castle before the battle with Moby Dick. But Rhaegal, the owner of the poisonous castle, was drinking soul wine. There were spies of Bisps in Dokma Castle as well. One of them was the warder of the dungeon, and although he did not directly manage the lowest prisons 12 and 3, he was in a position to obtain some information about those prisons. If it's Rhaegal, is it the demon lord who injured Alona Ziffel? Dealing with poison. That's right. Rhaegal Fun, he is a person who is always looking for an opportunity to surpass Paelito. For some reason I am receiving Jito's favor. Anyway, the spy planted in Dokma Fortress said that Rhaegal had secured those presumed to be your brothers. Rhaegal is a person threatened Alona Ziffel using dirty tricks. Thought of Rhaegal holding a card that could be Luna's weakness made me feel frustrated. So Rhaegal was drinking soul wine. Can you get them out? It's impossible right now. The lowest level prison in Dokma Fortress is a special management area, so even our spies cannot access it any deeper. How about letting Paelito know that Rhaegal is holding them? There is clearly a clear difference in skill between the two, but their status is at a similar level. There is no way Rhaegal will be punished for disobeying orders. There is a high possibility that Zito will protect him. Above all, whether your brothers belong to Rhaegal or Paelito, the result is the same. It will take a mental toll on Moby Dick. The demons were still constantly forming cracks throughout the royal family. It is difficult to exclude Luna, who is at the forefront of suppressing them from the battlefield for the time being. At this rate, it was a foregone conclusion that Luna would meet her brothers. Can you tell the day they go into battle? You can guess that much. All our spies need to do is confirm the day when the lowest level of the Dakma Fortress dungeon opens. Jean nodded and held out a portable communication device to them. It's a communication device. Install this in the tent and request immediate communication from my brothers in hell when they take the field. Are you planning on putting Moby Dick on standby only then and fighting the battle yourself? Okay, but Tilias, if I cut down an already dead soul one more time, what happens? It is extinction. It no longer exists anywhere in this world. You cannot remain in hell, and you cannot enter the path of reincarnation. Jean nodded heavily. Do you have any more information to tell me? There is a person named Layla Belgasium Pialato's younger sister. It seems like he is carrying out some sort of separate order under Jito's orders. I haven't secured any details yet. However, Layla Belgasium will also appear in the royalties soon. He is on a different level from the other demon lords he has faced so far, so be careful. I get it. I will contact you through here the next time we meet. We have been allowed to rest for a while since the last battle, so we will be able to communicate with you freely for a while. At the same time, Dakmasong. Kiliak was enjoying dinner with Rhaegal under Rhaegal's consideration. I've already found 5 useful souls for Jeep. I'm so lucky to have found a friend, right? That's why I got you out of jail today. Don't you feel bad if you always drink in such a dark place? Kiliak smiled without answering. And just as the two were about to toast, a servant suddenly ran into the banquet hall. Rhaegal, what's going on? There's a problem in the lowest level prison. They say all 4 prisoners are gone. What? Rhaegal ran straight to the dungeon. The guards all appeared unconscious and prisons 12 and 3 were wide open and empty. Seal off the entire extreme poison zone immediately and find those bastards. Soon Rhaegal gritted his teeth as he looked at Kiliak, who had followed him later. Kiliak Ziffel, I thought you were a friend. How dare you stab me in the back like this? From now on Rhaegal will personally tell you why hell is hell. I don't know what you mean. Are you saying I made the prisoners disappear? Don't act like a fool, you bastard. If not you, then who? The fact that there were Runkendels in the lowest level prison is a fact known only to you, me, Jero, and the guards. But there's no way that I or the guards lying down here would have released them, right? Why wouldn't that be possible? There are no absolutes in this world. Can never be like that. I also had such complacent thoughts and ended up losing my position to my son. Kiliak said with a calm face. Rhaegal took a deep breath for a moment as the anger soared as if his insides were twisting. Whoa! I almost killed you, you bloody bastard. Okay, it happened anyway, so there's nothing we can do. Choose. Will you go to the torture chamber in peace, or will you explode and leave? In my opinion, instead of making a fuss with me now, you should go out and find the prisoners who ran away with your men. If you really need the prisoners. You're doing it again. If I go to look for the prisoners in a hurry, will you try to run away this time? At those words, Kiliak let out a chuckle. Why should I run away? I personally swore allegiance to Jito in order to become a member of the Jinma world. Because there is no room for me in the royalties right now. Why did I run away like that? Why should I free the prisoners? You need to do some thinking. Every word amplified Rhaegal's anger. Rhaegal exercised extreme patience and barely managed to hold on to reason. No! If you kill this guy, there will definitely be trouble. Jito didn't entrust it to me for nothing. I don't know what it is, but since he is a human with a connection to witches, Jito had no choice but to accept it. So you should never kill it. Let's calm down, Rhaegal. But unfortunately, Kiliak had no intention of freeing Rhaegal's heart. Ah, are you afraid? So you thought you would run away? Well, Rhaegal, I don't think you pose much of a threat to me. Don't waste your energy pointlessly and go out and find the prisoners. Tick-dash. The precarious bond of reason was broken. Rhaegal glared at Kiliak with murderous eyes. I was going to torture you and then finish it off. But you're going to die. I'll take care of the rest. Fishishish. As soon as Rhaegal finished speaking, a solo dance suddenly spread. Dakmu filled the entire dungeon in an instant, but that was only the visible area. Regal's solo dance was already filling the entire vast area of extreme poison. As if the poisonous dance had life, it would distinguish those who were not Regal's servants and melt them horribly. The screams of demons from other regions who had come to the extremely poisonous area were already echoing throughout the city. Demons who came to meet friends or lovers, merchants, and passers-by who were just passing by were all facing death. However, Kiliak, who faced the most severe poison right in front of Regal, was still smiling. It's poison. They say they threaten my ancestor, the strongest of all time, with this. But unlike my ancestors, I don't have to protect anything. Kiliak's staff was stained with flames. The poisonous dance continued as it swirled and was sucked into the staff. Rather, it is a position you must protect now. I heard he waited for a long time to become the Demon King and receive the title Mara. I guess we can't just let it all turn to ashes overnight. Suhag dash. The flames on the staff exploded and collapsed the dungeon in an instant. Regal bounced and hit the wall, and when he opened his eyes again, Kiliak had already gone through the ceiling and outside the castle. 2 wings made of fire were spread out on its back. The demons in the city who saw this momentarily fell into confusion. The artificial sun was supposed to be turned off, but the sky suddenly became brighter, so they mistook Kiliak for the artificial sun. However, what fills the entire sky is not the pale light typical of an artificial sun but a red-hot flame. Regal's solo dance could not break through the heat and rush into Kiliak. Kiliak looked down at Regal and everything he had with a relaxed expression. Then, without even chanting a spell, he started firing magic that symbolized himself. Space explosion. A magic that explodes everything in sight with just will. The first thing to explode was the top floor of Dakma Castle. Not only the guards but also the generals who rushed out met their end without even realizing the moment of their death. Every time an explosion was heard, someone died or something collapsed. Regal was momentarily stunned by the unexpected situation, then spewed out harsh words and radiated venom. This starred. How dare you look down on this, Regal? Let's see how long you can do this. You will struggle in unimaginable pain. Regal spread his wings and flew into the sky. He planned to plunge the poison condensed in his grip into Kiliak's heart. However, before Regal could climb more than 10 meters, one of his wings exploded due to a space explosion. The wings were immediately regenerated, but the results were the same when flying again. Rather than reaching Kiliak, it was shot down as soon as it took off. The same thing happened even if you tried to attack from a distance. All the poison in the extremely poisonous zone became Regal's strength, but the curtain of fire that Kiliak had spread was even stronger. Please, you have to face reality before the castle is destroyed. Don't fight back too fiercely. Unlike before, it's not as easy to control your strength. The left side of the fortress collapsed in the ensuing space explosion. Even as Regal was looking around the destroyed castle for a moment, the center of the city closest to the castle exploded and the fire spread. La Regal, please save me. Regal! Wounded demons screamed from all over the castle. Even high-ranking demons at the general level were making miserable voices no different from ordinary soldiers, and their affected parts were not regenerating. This was because the speed at which the flame burned skin and bones exceeded super-regeneration. And Regal realized that not a single spark that had just lit up in him was going out. Even the super-regeneration of the demon Lord Regal cannot overcome Kiliak's fire. Even though I'm exhausted from the battle with Alona, this doesn't make sense. Isn't it even more terrible than that human, Changxiang or Juma? Only the true magic world royalties and names are different, but the known limit that mortals can reach is the same. Regal also fought a battle with Alona, but he did not feel as overwhelmed as he is now. You probably feel like you are stronger than your ancestors. I don't know that either, Regal, but one thing is clear. If it weren't for the hostages, you wouldn't have been able to touch a single hair of your ancestor. Don't look down on Jeep. As far as I know, not even the strongest man in the world did that. The cries of his subordinates for help continued. Regal was sweating and tried to attack again, but the only result was that somewhere in his body exploded in the space explosion. Rhaegal had no choice but to make a final struggle, blaming the solo dance that had already encompassed the entire extremely toxic area on himself. However, just as Rhaegal was about to spread the poison he had gathered, Kiliak came down to the ground and pierced his neck with his staff. Compared to that man, you are no better than a bug. Deep, the staff was driven into the ground like a stake and secured Rhaegal's neck. Rhaegal was in a strange position, kneeling with his upper body backwards. What he saw was not Kiliak but a burning poisonous star spreading out behind him. Ha 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 ha. It's so convenient to be a demon. Even if your neck is pierced and you are thrown to the ground, you can still breathe. Would you like to end your life like this? Yes? Noom. Think carefully. I am giving you a chance now. Depending on how you answer, Rhaegal Fawn and Extreme Poison Zone will either disappear from the true demon realm today, or they will enjoy greater power than before. KKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKK body like his subordinates. Tears of blood were pouring from both eyes, and all limbs were trembling from the pain that racked the body. Oh, if I do this, my voice won't come out. As I said before, it's difficult to control my strength, so I'm not used to it yet. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't blink even once for 10 seconds, it means you want to live. But if you blink even once, you will be reduced to ashes. You crazy bastard. How can you not blink when you're in so much pain? Rhaegal wanted to shout like that, but his voice didn't come out. I had to survive for now, so I just had to survive for 10 seconds somehow. Those 10 seconds were by far the longest 10 seconds in Rhaegal Fern's long life. Ki-heek. When Kiliak pulled out his staff, Rhaegal leaned forward and grabbed his neck with both hands. Saliva, blood, and tears were streaming from every orifice of his face. You did well, and it has become a very suitable attitude for dealing with me in the future. Naturally, Rhaegal was kneeling with his body bent. I had no power to argue or resist. Rhaegal barely raised his head and looked up at Kiliak. The person who had been just a strange person entrusted to Jito's care a little while ago now had a face that was just as scary as Jito's. Why are you doing this to me? You're asking a strange question. I was planning on staying quiet. Rhaegal, I warned you, but you were the one who started this unnecessary fight. I guess it was meant to be like this from the beginning. Now that you've defeated me, are you planning to take my place and become the owner of Dokma Castle? Would I, the ruler of Jeep, want a shabby castle buried underground like this? Besides, I have become a member of the true demon realm, but I am not a demon, so it would be strange for me to become a demon lord. Ha! Your behavior right now is the strangest. Get up. It seems that not many of your subordinates have yet seen your ugly face, so I think it would be best to heal your wounds quickly. Rest assured, the witnesses will die soon. The voices of the subordinates who were shouting for Rhaegal to save their lives gradually disappeared. As Kiliak waved his staff, the embers on Rhaegal's body began to fade. Rhaegal could only begin to recover once the fire was all extinguished. For now, let's say I lost this fight to you. It would be best to go back to the castle and finish the rest of the story. Rhaegal thought while returning. First of all, Kiliak Ziffel was not an opponent he could do anything about. Even though all the miasma of the extremely poisonous area was gathered, there was not even a single scratch, so no matter how many times they fought again, the result would be the same. Even if Kiliak didn't fight back and only defended himself, he was almost certain that he would be the one to fall first. However, it was not possible to reach Jito. It's true that Jito cares about me, but I got into a fight with a human who told me to just take care of him like he was a plant, and then I broke up badly? Then you could really bite me to death. If I had won, would it have been a little different if I had beaten this guy? I soon concluded that it was not Rhaegal. Given the circumstances, there is a high possibility that Kiliak is connected to witches, so it would be crazy to report this matter to Jito. If the witch shows signs of anger because she cares for this human, Jito will definitely kill me. What on earth was I thinking when I attacked this guy? Even if I won, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. Therefore, no matter how I thought about informing Zito of the battle with Kiliak, the only outcome that came to mind was death or death after torture. There were also many problems with asking for help from other demon lords. In Regal's opinion, most demon lords could not catch Kiliak. What is needed is the true demon world's greatest sword, Palito, or Demon King's equivalent to it. Palito. It's not as good as lending a hand to that bastard. Never to that guy. I'd rather die. Moreover, I stole the Runkendels without him knowing. This is a problem that can normally be resolved, but not this time. Because Jito won't protect you. Among the top powerhouses, excluding Palito, there were demon kings who would definitely help Regal if he asked for them. But what if they too are defeated by Kiliak? What if the strongest forces that will fight for Jito in the future are reduced to ashes before they even get out with royalties? The responsibility was all on Regal. By the time he reached the gates, Regal had acknowledged that his life no longer belonged to him. It was vain, but it was now Kiliak's responsibility. Regal is not the type to tear out his hair in regret at times like this. Regal's method was to somehow keep going as he was told. Kiliak, say it. Why did you save me? I saved my life because I lasted 10 seconds. No, not for that reason. Isn't there a purpose? You seem to have organized your thoughts while walking. As I said before, I actually had no intention of using you. But you started a fight for no reason, and things ended up like this, so what can you do? I have no choice but to find a way that is good for me and you. The souls of the prisoner Runkend. Were they really stolen by someone other than you? I remember what Zito said to you the day I came here. I think our Regal sarcastically said that he had a lot of questions. From now on, shouldn't we live as a kind of community with a shared destiny? If today's incident reaches Zito or Palito's ears and I fail, you will also fail. No. As expected, as Zito said, there is a cute side to it. Unfortunately, no. The only one who will fail will be you. But you're not behaving badly, so I'll let you know in return. Yes, I did. Then you're playing with me. I guess it all depends on what you think. So are you dissatisfied? Well, the strong can play with the weak. What are you going to do with those souls? No matter how great you are, they are already dead. So you can't control them without our demon's abilities. It's even more like this because our children have completed all their court education. Besides, even when they were alive, their name was Runkendel, and they were nothing special, right? I thought so too. But blood. Blood is very important. Regal naturally thought it meant a lineage called Runkendel. However, the blood that Kiliak spoke of meant the lineage of Genesto. Does this mean that they are more valuable as hostages than expected? Would someone like Moby Dick or Jean Runkendel retreat that much? I don't know about Moby Dick, but I'm definitely not Jean Runkendel. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, since the person I was trying to catch with them was Moby Dick, not Jean Runkendel. Is the Kiliak friend also for the same purpose? In fact, my friend must have been an enemy with Runkendel even when he was at his peak in royalties. Regal. Why? There was a battle with me for a while, but the extremely toxic area will still be blocked, right? Yes. Once my order is given, all areas will close within 1 minute. Besides, all the foreigners in the extremely toxic zone would have died from my solo dance. Is it possible to select and kill a target while having the range of mass destruction? What are your abilities? That's the way it is. This is the reason my ancestor who lost his way suffered from you. I think you will have more uses in the future than I thought. It seems like only yesterday that I became the Demon King and finally received the title of Mara. Now Regal is in the position of having to keep up with you, right? I took it positively because he said he would allow me to enjoy greater power than before. Anyway, I'm glad the blockade was carried out properly. There is a spy, Regal. What? Spy? Where did they send it? Regal tilted his head at the sound that came out of nowhere. I think it's biceps. They would be the only ones in the true demon realm who would plant spies on you. He was one of the guards in the dungeon. He was the one who managed the lower prisons just above the lowest level. Under? Really? How did your friend know that? Let's call it insight. Insight? Isn't it true that only immortals have the insight to know whether or not this guy is a spy just by looking at his face? But Zito didn't seem to have that kind of insight. You don't know that, Kiliak Ziffel. Here you call me Jito Jito, but you may be listening somewhere. Could be that you just think it's cute that they act like friends. Do you think Jito caught all those demons and demon lords through luck? If Jito had that ability, it would be more beneficial to me. Regal couldn't understand everything Kiliak said. Regal shrugged his shoulders and just remembered that this fearless human could be a witch. Anyway, let's say there is a spy. The reason you asked about sealing off the extremely toxic zone is because now you have to catch that spy and get rid of him, right? I told you to live your life thinking, Regal. I'm not allowed to hit my feet. The reason I asked whether to block it was because it would be good to find the spy if he escaped. However, there is no way he could have escaped the sealed-off zone, so the spy will definitely come back and take on the job of guard again. We keep giving him relevant information. This is appropriate information to give to Biceps. Of course, Biceps will hope that the royalties will inflict a heavy blow on Jito and Jinma world in this war. To do that, we need to help with royalties. Bishops had already colluded with royal forces, especially Runkendal. So can you pass on information about our prisoners to Runkendal? It's going to be used to capture Luna? What you just said is exactly what a thinking person would say. Of course, I'm still not sure if Biceps really joined hands with Runkendal. It's just an estimate. Then we send information to Biceps about the day the prisoners will be used and check to see if Moby Dick comes out at that time. If Moby Dick, who knows nothing, appears on the battlefield where there are prisoners, Biceps has not joined hands with Runkendal. If Gene Runkendal or someone else shows up, we'll be joining hands. Kiliak looked truly surprised at that part. That's great. Why did you act like a moron when you have that kind of hair? IOL. But I don't have any prisoners. Have I become a fool again? You will provide the information to the spies and I will send the Runkendals. I see. Anyway, this Regal understood. Biceps. If these bastards really joined hands with Runkend, what happens next? How should we deal with it? That's something we have to plan gradually. First of all, let me go in and inform my subordinates of the situation. You were curious about my skills, so we battled to check and easily defeated me. My magic was loud and caused a lot of damage to the extremely poisonous area, but it didn't work on you. I think it would be a good idea to at least pretend to win. How many holes are there in your body? One of your arms was cut off? Did you break your cane or something? If you want to do it, do it. Just know that I might counterattack without realizing it. No. I'll just say I won. Anyway, what would the people below be suspicious of? All the kids who saw me being pushed got pushed away, so there shouldn't be a problem. Let it be known that the prisoners will be recaptured tomorrow morning. We filled the lowest level prisons with thorough camouflage so that spies wouldn't get suspicious. Yes, that's right. But how did you get them out of Kiliak? Is this also a witch's ability? Or is there another person on your side as skilled as you? Kiliak stopped walking and looked at Regal. Now that I think about it, you still speak short? If you want, raise it higher. Me too once. No, I was doing really well until just now. That's not what I meant. Are we friends? Kiliak let out a soft laugh. Yes, because we are friends. Now it's your turn to finally tell me what you want from me. Regal's eyes widened. Is there anything more I can do for you beyond saving your life and saving your face? I'm so merciful that I'm crying. Tell me. I will listen to any request that is possible. Regal did not worry for a moment. Pialito Belgagium. I will surpass that unlucky bastard and become the best in the Jinma realm. And I want to make it so that Pialito can only survive by licking my feet. If you make that possible, honestly, no matter what my friend does, I will show my friendship with sincerity. Kiliak smiled and placed a fire seal on his palm. I swear on my name and fire, you will definitely be like that. February 7th, 1804. The maritime garrison, the largest royal base of the true demon world, was named Groche Castle. And bloody battles between the Alliance and the true demon world's demons continued every day on the defense walls. The demons were literally like moths to fire, throwing themselves at the golden chest and the barrier day and night. Every time the golden ship fired its guns, as few as 1,000 or as many as 10,000 demons were oxidized to a handful of ash. But the number showed no sign of decreasing. Rather, attacks against the wall became shorter as the days went by, and the number of troops only increased. I heard that most of Jito's subordinates are brainwashed by pain. They are literally berserkers. I would watch in real time as my compatriots rushed to the wall and were wiped out in vain. Cockroach, cockroach. In the end, you have to destroy Gracia's castle and move on to hit Jito and destroy the source, kid. Jean nodded at Mirakan's answer. Looking at the current situation, the Jinma realm's forces were virtually infinite. There has never once been such a thing as a military force worth billions of units on Earth. It was just fortunate that all those troops could not be summoned at once. If such a thing had been possible, the Jinma War would have already ended in the Jinma world's victory. The core of the Bamul coalition is still preemptive strike. The most important thing was that the strongest superhumans in the Bamul alliance, including Luna, achieve results. The speed at which the Demon King general-level fortress is summoned is still a little faster than the speed at which it is subdued. The subjugation must be faster than the castle summoning to be able to advance to Grashi Castle. I am wondering whether you and I should actively participate in a preemptive strike even if we give up a little on preparing for an unexpected situation. Well, if we had to find a way right now, that would be the only way. The small animals will probably be against it. Casimir nodded. That's right, Confucius. I am against it. Once the production models of the Golden Fleet and Lelo begin to be produced, the barrier will be able to advance. That's my opinion too, Jean. Even if the war situation is very unfavorable, there are many comrades who can handle a big fight even if it is not you. I think it would be better to wait since Paytel is continuing to focus on research even while fighting on the wall. Ameris also agreed with Casimir's opinion. All of his colleagues thought it would be a good idea to minimize Jin's direct movements. But it feels like I'm made of porcelain. That much is not in the Union now. This is because the person named Jean Runkendal holds great significance in terms of royalties. The moment when you have to go to the most dangerous battlefield is a situation where only you among the superhumans of the Alliance can move. Other than that, it is correct to quickly suppress only mid to low-level battlefields that can be cleared as quickly as possible. In fact, Jean was mainly going out to crack areas below the general level. The rest of the time, I waited in the Situation Room and received reports on the situation. Even excluding the Jinma realm, there are too many variables. Zippel's Demon Stone enemy clan, Kinzelo's recently revealed dream ability, the Sun God Church's squadron warriors, and even old heroes. The world now was no different from a huge oil drum. If a small spark catches fire somewhere, it can explode. Have you heard anything from Sister Luna yet? Luna had gone out this morning to deal with the demon lord-level crack that had reappeared in the Oaken Desert of the Kingdom of Sucheron. The Oaken Desert was an area that Tuben Heijin and Zed and Vanessa Hito had already conquered once last time. In this way, great rifts in the Jinma realm often reappeared where they had once been created. I was going to tell you now, Confucius. I received a call 10 minutes ago, and they said that 7 generals have already been summoned in this rift. The Demon King has not been summoned yet, but the battle is said to be prolonged. The Third Horseman and Lord Hito are suppressing other rifts in the nearby area, and the First Horseman will contact them if necessary. I guess it's because of the portable communicator. The world has become so much better. Until a few years ago, such emergency support requests were the exclusive domain of Zippel Tower owners. Isn't that so, Little? It is thanks to Prince Chin securing Dr. Qual and visiting the Histers legend with Miss Valeria. Anyway, don't worry too much, Confucius Jean. The first rider will successfully defeat all of them and return this time. There was no separate mention of the dangers of red energy. Even after receiving information from Biceps that the true demon world was trying to exhaust Luna's red energy, Luna continued to use her red power to subdue Luna. This was because if the red energy was not used suddenly, Tilia's and Missile might be suspected. Luna also focused on the fact that Soren did not properly warn about the red power. If you overcome the red power, you will feel like you can reach greatness. Okay, what about you, Jonah? You're still infiltrating Kinselo headquarters. However, due to the illusionist Pirhop's Bakma, it seems that it is not possible to enter the conference room as easily as last time. There are reports that security has been significantly strengthened since the last infiltration. Bakma's dream ability, Kinselo contacts Lokia Ganesto Kiliak Zippel through him and Margiela's identity. This was information that Jonah needed to find out. In particular, Jean had a strong desire to secure Kiliak Zippel before Kinselo, if possible. It is assumed that Shinu's fire is the key to properly manifesting Tess. Please tell my sister not to push herself too hard. Ugh! Suddenly, the communication device in the situation room started vibrating. It was a communication request from the tent of the Kingdom of Mila. This is Tilia's of Biceps. We have received important information that needs to be shared urgently with our allies. Is Jean Runkendal there? It is me, Tilia's. After being on vacation for a while, it seems like you've definitely felt more free to move around. I didn't know you would contact me so soon. I guess because I have a network of contacts. How have you been? Jinran Candle. By the way, I'm talking about Baekhyung. Is it okay to keep using red energy? If it's for our sake, you don't have to push yourself too hard. Because I am completely free from doubt. You don't have to worry, Missile. Since you are taking care of that part. That's a good thing, but I'm especially worried because Baekhyung is a good person. Do you have Moby Dick? Please answer if you have any. Missile's quick words made her colleagues burst into laughter. Although they cannot be completely trusted yet, at least based on their actions so far, Biceps is a likable person in many ways. My sister has now gone to deal with the Demon King level crack in the Oaken Desert. I see. That's a good thing because if Baekhyung is listening, it's useless information to share. Information that is uncomfortable to share if Luna is listening. Jin's eyes narrowed. It was obviously about the other brothers that Rhaegal Fern was holding on to. That's why you mentioned your sister on purpose, Missile. Yes, but I am sincerely worried about Baekhyung. Oh, but damn it. Moby Dick went to the Oaken Desert? Is that a problem? I will explain. I just received a call from a spy from Dokma Castle. It was intelligence that Rhaegal's 4 brothers were being used in today's invasion. And the battlefield is the Oaken Desert. The colleagues' eyes widened. My colleagues had already heard that Mu and Lon and Vigo could be used by Rhaegal, but no one expected it to happen so quickly. Among the current core executives of the Bamul Alliance, Luna was the only one who had no idea about the brothers in hell. What? We also announced this as soon as possible, Jean. If there hasn't been much contact from Baekhyung yet, I think it would be a good idea to bring Baekhyung back as soon as possible. I get it. By the way, has it been confirmed which of the brothers will be on the battlefield? I couldn't figure it out until then. However, it is highly likely that all 4 will not be used at once. Rhaegal will definitely send people one by one to try to erode Moby Dick's spirit. And then, we haven't confirmed anything about the person named Margiela we asked about last time. I will let you know about this part again when the information is updated. I will return and leave a message at the tent. As soon as Jean finished communicating, he immediately grabbed his sword. Is that so? Anyway, if the day comes that I meet those wayward guys again, I will definitely scold them even then. Will we ever meet again? I too will grow old and die someday. So won't we meet in some place like the afterlife? Even if the afterlife is real, you and I are probably somewhere else. Is that so? Anyway, that's how I feel. I will definitely scold you, as long as we meet at any time. The conversation Luna had the day she returned from the Black Sea. At that time, Luna said she would scold the brothers, but Jean wanted to prevent his sister from ever encountering them. She has become stronger and harder, but Luna is Luna. Cutting them down would inevitably cause deep wounds to Luna's delicate heart. Although he doesn't feel as much debt as Luna, Jean doesn't have any burden at all. They didn't have much affection and their relationship had always been hostile since their cadet days. But they were still brothers. However, as the head of Runkendal before being the leader of the Bamul Alliance, I just think that it is something that I must take responsibility for. Prepare, Murakan. This time, his colleagues did not stop Jean from competing. Please come back. Confucius. Soon, Jean boarded the Red Owl with Murakan and headed to the Oaken Desert. The Oaken Desert was already a landscape that resembled a ruin. Even though I jumped into the sky far away from the battlefield, the aftermath of the battlefield hit me as soon as I arrived, and the entire desert was vibrating with the smell of demon blood and burnt smoke. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the battlefield, but I was anxious and worried that Luna had already met the other brothers. Fortunately, as I entered the center of the battlefield, I saw Luna and Cirrus engaged in battle with the demon generals. Jean. Luna kicked away the general in front of her and turned around to look at Jean. Jean corrected his heavy expression and smiled. What happened to the situation room that brought you here? I never asked for support. I felt like my sister was having a hard time these days, so I came out to get some relief. There was nothing to say about it. Luna blinked and looked at Jean, but Cirrus, who immediately realized the situation, nodded. The first rider happened to be a car that felt overloaded due to full ice. Actually, I also wanted to ask for support today, but I think it would be better to leave the rest to the head of the So family and leave for today. Yes, Tundon. It was frustrating to see the little guy fidgeting because he was worried that you were using too much red energy, so I asked him to come over if he was going to do that. Go and get some rest. When Luna tilted her head, Cirrus touched her forehead, pretending to be anemic. Have I ever said that I wanted to take a break while fighting with the first rider? My condition and man-being are really not good today, so please go back and help me meditate. No, Lord Sogung is not the kind of person who would cheat. In the end, Cirrus summoned Mort and opened a portal to the otherworldly snowfield before Luna's permission was given. Quickly, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Something is strange. At that moment, the crack in the distance of the group continued to grow. A new general, a demon king, or one of the brothers would emerge from it. What's strange? I'm dying, so let's go. Mort, bring the first rider. Bu Wong. Mort bounced Luna with his head and lifted her onto his back. Wait a minute. It's just for a moment. Not for a moment. Then suffer. Sagaju. Before Luna could reply further, Mort quickly picked up Cirrus and threw himself into the white portal. Jean sighed in relief when he saw the portal closing. I had a strong intuition that my brother from hell would be summoned from the suddenly amplified crack. I'm glad our ice princess is more perceptive than I thought. I think if Tone and I had held out longer, he would have had a headache. I'll have to praise him when he gets back. You looked around well too. Did you feel a bit dizzy while you were resting and recovering this time? This body is naturally smart, kid. It was a situation that was difficult to understand for the demons of the true demon world, who were in the midst of a battle with Luna Cirrus. It was a very unpleasant situation as they treated themselves like air and plotted something among themselves for a while. However, I couldn't hastily step forward and disrupt it. Jean and his guardian dragon, the head of the Bammer Alliance and the closest to the royal sword, appeared out of nowhere just as they were already losing out to Luna's mighty power. And you guys aren't too perceptive, are you? If it had attacked before sending it away, it would have been brutally killed, but surprisingly it was crushed on its own. Murakan transformed into his true form and looked around at the demons around him. The three generals and their troops were very nervous and surrounded the two men. I don't know what your plan is, but I'll tell you that sending Moby Dick was a bad decision. When a general shouted, Murakan snorted. He knows how to brag in a cute way. As a reward, I will send everyone to the same room as possible. If you want to have any hope, I hope that your boss who will pop out of that crack is Paolito or something. I'm really curious about that guy's top. Then, as soon as Murakan finished speaking, he unleashed his spiritual energy and unleashed a black chain. In an instant, a huge curtain of spiritual energy cast darkness over the area, and a ray of black chain came down from behind the general who had just shouted. The general, who was already exhausted from dealing with Luna, could not avoid the black chain. The black chain penetrated the general's back and spread like roots, showing the power to annihilate the soldiers around him. It happened in just over 3 seconds. The remaining generals were appalled and gave the order to spread out, but black chains were already falling from above their heads. The 2 remaining generals barely escaped the fallen chains, but their subordinates did not. Their adjutants and commander-level soldiers were being swallowed up helplessly in the darkness of spiritual energy. The fact that Jean had not even drawn his sword while Murakin's merciless massacre continued made their spines even more chilled. Jean kept an eye on the growing crack. The two demon lords, or one, seemed to be nothing special compared to the other demon lords that have been reported so far. One guy's energy is quite heavy. An amplified crack was opening. The surviving generals desperately ran toward the crack, but their troops were virtually annihilated. Even before Jean and Murakin arrived, they were on the verge of destruction. The generals were stabbed by the black chains and were able to reach the crack completely broken. New demon lords are just being summoned from the crack. Druga-sama. Master Sicker. As soon as Jean heard the names desperately shouted by the generals, he recognized who they were. It was thanks to Biceps handing over information about the Demon King and major forces of the true demon world. Druga Killit Sicker Haida. In that case, the heavy energy must be from Druga. Sicker Haida is a demon lord who attended the banquet celebrating Rhaegal Fern's ascension to the throne as a poisonous horse, and Kaleka was an old ally of Fernga. Because he had to use the brothers who were in hell, did that guy Rhaegal send only his own people? Zik-dash. The first thing Druga did after coming out of the rift was to pierce the necks of the two generals who came to see him with his claws. Murakin frowned at that sight, and Jean focused his gaze on the black coffin summoned between Druga and Sicker. There would be a brother in that coffin. Luckily you two are alive. I will put your remaining strength to good use. Druga said so and used the corpses of the generals as shields to block Murakin's black chains. Do you demons have no camaraderie? The demon kings did not respond but looked at Jean and Murakin, as if asking why you guys are here and not Moby Dick. Sir, I will return. Okay. What? Before Sicker could argue further, Druga opened the portal by offering the corpses of the generals he had just killed. It was a portal leading to Grosh Castle. Hey Druga. Hey crazy. If you want to blame the generals. If two more people had survived, we would have been able to open the two-person portal. Just like that, Druga left the battlefield. All that was left in the demon energy-contaminated Oaken Desert was Sicker, the few remaining lower-level demons, and the black coffin that Druga had left behind. The reason Druga left was no different. The fact that Jean and Murakin are here now instead of Luna means that, as Rhaegal said, there is a spy of Biceps in Dokma Castle. And it was also evidence that Biceps joined hands with Runkendal. Now that we have confirmed that fact, there is no need to suffer needless death here. Although Druga was the strongest among the demon lords, he knew very well that he was no match for Jean and Murakin. Even more so when there is not even a piece of Jito's flesh. There was silence for a moment. Sicker gritted his teeth as he looked at the portal that closed in the blink of an eye. You scumbag! When I asked if they had any camaraderie, they answered with actions, not words. Hey, what are you guys really? How can people who are close to eternal life have so little dignity? As Jean began to walk away, Sisor hurriedly opened the coffin. Since Druga escaped alone, the only hope Sisor could hope for was taking hostages. Don't come. If you come any closer, I will destroy this guy. Clap. The coffin was opened. When Jean saw the person who came out of it, he couldn't help but be shocked and open his eyes wide. Was it Anne? And Runkendal? She was sobbing as she was held in Sisor's grasp. And none of the Runkendals of this generation, no matter what their relationship with her, could have imagined and Runkendal crying so miserably. Although as a sword master of Runkendal, he never raised his name as high as other high-ranking horsemen, and was always discriminated against by his family's predators, he fell into insignificance and met a vain end. And his Runkendal. She was a monster stained with hatred and madness, not the type of person who collapses from sorrow as a human being. He was a more twisted person than the Tawna brothers, who were called crazy murderers in Jin's previous life. Seeing and suffering with her head down like a criminal made even Jean feel strange. And Jean was sure, if Luna were here, she would have felt extreme guilt as soon as she saw this, and was not in a spirit state but looked the same as when she was alive. Jean, I'm sorry. Even if I die, I won't be of any help to the family. And was even saying that with a cracked voice. What is this? Is that the real and what on earth happened in hell? I told you not to come. Yeah. That's the only way for my blood relatives to suffer like this. Jean, don't worry about me, just kill me. Shut up. It's okay for me to disappear. No, I would rather disappear. In hell, I was able to realize the mistakes I had made. I don't want to be tortured anymore. No more, please. Kill Li Jia and end me too. Jean and Murakan weren't the only ones who didn't expect En's attitude. I heard that the adjustment has been completed, but why is the child like this? Druga, this bastard, and Regal too. What? Is there something that only I don't know about? Was I being used and abandoned? If things continue like this, I don't think it would be right for Jean Runkendal to have special affection for this person. And continued to scream in a desperate voice for her to be destroyed. Take care of that Murakan guy. I need to talk to Anne. I get it. Crunch. A strand of black chain hidden by Murakan pierced Sicker's right arm as he held Anne. Tisk. Are you crazy? I was so shocked that this kind of hostage situation would work for me and the kid. Do something sensible. You should hit me hard. Murakan immediately took Anne away from Sicker. Even if Jean had truly had feelings for Anne in the first place, the hostage situation could not have been accomplished with Sykerman's abilities. Murakan began to push Sicker and Jean approached Anne. Even though Jean was in front of her and just collapsed and cried, tearing at her body. Red blood flowed from all over my body that had been scratched by my fingernails. No matter how Jean he was, he couldn't help but feel mixed feelings. Anne, to be honest, ever since I was a cadet, I had a feeling that your end would not be very good. But you have done more terrible things than I thought, and now, this is the worst end a human being can experience. It's true that it was complicated, but I didn't feel sympathy. If he had to choose, what Jean was feeling right now was regret. Still, they're Runkendals, but they're brothers who share the same blood, so couldn't they have lived a better life? If he were a villain, it would have been better if he had been a great villain with his own pride and ambition, or if he had been rehabilitated before crossing the line like the Tawna brothers, regretted his past sins and become a part of the family, or if he had at least had a reasonable accident and ended up as an ordinary person. There would never have been a reunion like now that wasn't even worthy of sympathy. Jean quietly looked down at Anne. I can neither feel pity nor sympathize, because it was a blood relationship worse than a bad relationship. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say. The other brothers will all be used for the same purposes as you, to make Luna suffer. Where are they? I don't know. I've never met him before, because they were all in different prisons. Just leave me alone. Please completely erase the scum named and Runkendal from this world. Jean slowly closed his eyes and opened them once. It was time to do what had to be done as the head of Runkendal. There is such a thing as the path of reincarnation. Since you won't get there, I can't even tell you that I hope you choose a better life in your next life. Goodbye, Anne. Just as I was about to pull out my sword, Jean suddenly felt his senses becoming uncomfortable and quickly pulled out. Sharp sword energy was rising from where Jean was standing. It was a sword shot by Anne. Oh, as expected. Youngest, this doesn't apply to you at all. If it were my eldest sister, she would be so distraught right now that she wouldn't be able to do this or that. Jin's eyes narrowed. A drop of blood was flowing from his cheek. And of the past would never dream of causing such a scratch to Jean of the present. The same was true during the period when the power of chaos was accepted. I was so dumbfounded that I was speechless for a moment, and was standing up and smiling, and her appearance gave off a different feeling of madness than she had in the past. It was, so to speak, the madness of a calmly evil person. Oh, Mr. What is that again? Murakan, who was in the middle of stomping on Sicker, looked at Jean and Anne in surprise. What the hell is that human? How on earth does this work? Sicer, who had only thought of Anne as a hostage, also widened his eyes in shock. The strange energy felt from and right now was clearly overwhelmingly exceeding the magical energy of the demon lord himself. You seem very surprised? Our youngest. Soon Jean calmly understood the situation. I don't think Tilias and Missile, who gave me information about the brothers, would do such a shallow thing. It seems there was something more that Biceps didn't know about. Biceps was able to do so because he only found out through a spy that Regal had secured the brothers. This is the most unexpected thing in a long time, and I thought you were stupid for a long time, but I never imagined that you could pull off such a brilliant performance. Oh yeah, I was so stupid back in the day, That's why I couldn't destroy you when you were young. This is something I regret too. If I were as smart as you, this wouldn't have happened. What I'm saying is that if you become successful like this, I don't have to live like a scum and end up in hell. Well, I thought you might have done some repentance, but I see that you still haven't come to your senses. Haha. My head is clearer than ever. Pure white energy was gathering in Anne's left hand, forming a new sword. During her time as a Runkendal rider, Anne used dual swords. I didn't feel any anticipation when I approached, and I guess it was because the weapons were formed that way. He could somehow hide his murderous spirit, but he could not hide the courage of the sword he hid in his bosom against a warrior like Jean. This was because Jean did not notice Anne's true colors at all. Furthermore, although that energy is foreign, it is clearly magical power. Jean was one of the most knowledgeable people in magic in the world, but he had never heard of magic to create objects like swords. Of course, it is possible to form the shape of a sword with energy such as aura or magic power, but the magic power generated by and was replicating the texture of ancient iron. Judging by the form of the magic, it was not even a summons. Literally, and had just created a weapon with magical power. The magic that could perhaps be called creation was clearly an ability received from Lokia. We'll have to wait and see. And did you come back from hell just to be of little concern to me? It's pathetic that you still don't have the confidence to defeat me. Ah, now I can face reality. I may have become stronger, but how can I kill you by myself? Even if she gets stronger, and Runkendal is still an Runkendal. Do not use the name Runkendal from now on. This is a warning from the head of a small family, so it would be best to take it seriously. Haha. Are you trying to scratch my insides just because I've become the owner of a small family? If so, it's a success. I'm going crazy because my stomach is so full. I've never even dreamed of being in that position. Anyway, I can't use the name Runkendal anymore because I'm scared. It's okay. I just got a new last name. New Castle. It is the last name of the person who made me like this. Ah, more accurately, it would be better to say that I realized my true name thanks to my awakening. Suddenly Jean remembered a conversation he had with Dante in the past. It was a conversation about Qual after finishing the Battle of the Beast and hearing Paidler's will. He is a man of great genius. I'm just a little worried. Is it because he, like the evil spirit, is also of Ganesto's bloodline? Yes, if Sir Fadler's will is true, Dr. Qual may also become Ganesto's puppet one day. And maybe this may also apply to us riders, the children of the evil god. We too must have shared a little of Ganesto's blood. It's a terrible story. However, I don't think you and the remaining riders will have anything to do with it. If a person named Lokia Ganesto had been able to intervene in your inner world, the mysterious temple would not have ended like that. Lokia Ganestoro. He spoke with confidence, deliberately trying to impress and smiled as if she had no intention of hiding it. As expected, you're smart. Yes, and Ganesto. That's my new name. And I am the one who kills the deviant Runkendal. I was destined to be like this from the beginning. This was my destiny from the beginning. Before I was even born. Srung. Jean slowly drew his sword. Thanks to you, things have become clearer in many ways. There were suspicions that Lokia had already betrayed her family when she was a teenage knight, and Anne had made Jean feel uneasy for a moment with her unexpected and miserable appearance. But now, Losha's betrayal has become clear, and Anne's power has made her even more of a villain than before. The other brothers who were said to be in hell were probably in a similar state too, and so there were more enemies. Anne also improved her posture and cheered up. The surrounding debris was distorted and floated in all directions due to the violent and powerful energy. The two men rushed at each other at the same time and swung their swords. At the first hit, the ground on which the two people landed sank, sending out a shock wave that distorted space. Wow, it's heavy. Even better than Luna's sword in my memories. I can never win. And was immediately pushed back by Jin's subsequent sword attack. It is true that Anne suddenly gained superhuman-level fighting power, but it is in no way comparable to Jean. It's just that I've reached a level where I can do something similar to Jean. Jean dealt with Anne leisurely as if it was a test. In about 10 seconds, shallow cuts began to appear all over his body, and Jean gradually increased his speed, and was bleeding red as before she fell into chaos. I don't think any other reinforcements will come, and I don't have the ability to super regenerate like when I fell into chaos. However, the attitude of not considering death at all may be because even if you die, you can be resurrected, or because you have a reliable means of escape. I can't kill and right here. Jean was sure of that, and would already know about Jin's most special power, eternalization. Lokia would have also given information about Muraken's ultimate skills, such as the arrival of true darkness. With some kind of power, Lokia took Anne out of hell and awakened her from torture. Preparations for Anne's death or disappearance in some form must have also been prepared. The reason why Jin's brothers went to hell and were made like this is because he needs them to achieve his goal. Even if it's not today, you just have to find a way and deal with it. And the other brothers who changed like this, and Lokia Ganesto. Ka-hak! Sikar's deathly scream was heard. Muraken directed the same force he had used against Sikar towards, and he was angry at Lokia's betrayal. And black chains falling fiercely struck Anne's back, and did not have the power to properly avoid or block the black chains because she was dealing with Jean. Oops! As soon as Jean lost his stance, he dug deeper and cut Anne's waist, and let out a scream covering the organs that were about to spill with her hands. It was difficult to block Jin's sword, which he did not use with all his might to begin with, so the moment Muraken joined in, it was virtually the end. Tell me, what on earth has Lokia been doing? Was there another purpose from the moment you first met Timar and the moment you first entered the family? Ah, I'm sorry, Black Dragon Muraken. It's hard to answer that question because I'm about to lose my internal organs. Even as her body was falling apart, and showed no signs of shrinking at all. Seeing that sight, Muraken also realized that and was not going to die today, and his head went cold. I can't believe you were the first person to betray your comrades and reveal your true colors for the first time in 1,000 years. No matter what evil plans Lokia has in store, the situation seems to be dire. TSK. Muraken said as he landed on the ground, and could barely support her trembling legs and looked at Jean and Muraken alternately. My back kept breaking as I coughed up the blood that was pouring out. Whoa, you talk too much. You are the one who left 1,000 years ago without knowing anything. Well, how would you guys know about Ganesto's abnormality? They are just interested in survival and prosperity. In an instant, Anne's voice changed. It seemed like Lokia's voice, which I had heard in Kadam's painting, was overlapped, and let out a heavy breath, and after a moment she looked at Jean again with a calm face. When I appear in front of you again, I think I should choose someone of the right level to deal with, so that I don't lose my body in vain like I did now. You are also your brother's share. My brother inherited a much stronger blood and will than me. It's okay to look forward to it, youngest. Jean burst out laughing. Have you already forgotten what you said yourself? Even if she gets stronger, and is and Joshua is Joshua. Stop saying nonsense and tell it to Lokia Ganesto. I know your weaknesses, so if you go any further you will be in a more miserable situation than you are now. You're lying so shallowly, not fitting in. You probably know that some of the expedition members returned from the Black Sea not long ago. My father had something to say to me through them. About Ganesto. Report to Lokia, and you will see what I mean. Anne's eyes wavered for the first time at those words. It was a very slight tremor that Muraken could not perceive, but Jean did not miss it. Maybe it was an eye twitch caused by the body collapsing. In fact, this phenomenon often occurred during conversations. However, as soon as Jean mentioned Soren and the Black Sea, his judgment was inclined toward and showing a slight sign of embarrassment rather than the fact that her eye twitched again. Anyway, I can't win not only in battle but also in words. There is really no way to know the secret history of the Black Sea and Ganesto, and said this to herself and shook her head. It's time to part ways. Next time, let's not run into each other, youngest. I'll do my best to avoid it and move around, and say hello to your brothers. If you are thinking of transferring, you are welcome at any time. After all, we are all born from the same litter. PSSSSS. After and finished speaking, her body quickly dispersed into white particles. It was also a heterogeneous magical energy, and soon the magical energy seemed to scatter in all directions and disappear somewhere. I was hoping not, but Lokia, Hey kid. But what do you mean by talking about Lokia's weakness? Of course, it's nonsense I just made up. I tried to see if and would react. The deepest part of the Black Sea is an even more unknown territory than the underworld, and since it is my father who is exploring there, it is plausible that he obtained information about Genesto. And probably thought she was hiding it, but it was obvious. It showed up. I didn't know. I guess I'm a little sharper than you, right? It bothers me a little that they sold my father without permission. In any case, judging by Anne's reaction, it is highly likely that Lokia has some weakness, probably related to the Black Sea. The two people in the engine room where all kinds of huge magic circles filled the floor, walls, and ceiling looked at the glass tubes in front of them. It was Lon and Mu. They, looked the same as they did when they were Runkendal horsemen. However, instead of a jockey coat, he was wearing a black robe. They confirmed that one of the 5 tubes was glowing red, and was in the coffin, and the red light signified the fact that she lost her body in royalties. Is it really this fast? It must have been less than an hour since the royalties arrived from the Jinma world. Mu shrugged his shoulders at Rant's words. So my eldest sister has become a lot more cold-hearted than we thought? Or someone else, Jean or the Black Knights of the Sentai War, came to their aid and got hit by them. Either way, it was unlucky. When you wake up, let's hear the details. It would take at least a month for Anne to regain consciousness and escape the glass coffin. They checked 3 empty glass tubes and the engine room. The glass tube was carefully inspected for any cracks, and more magic was injected into the softened magic circles drawn everywhere. As soon as they finished their work and left the engine room, they headed to the nearest mobile gateway. In Ince, it was the main gateway to Huffister, which was closed after the Black Emperor Crusade. The guide at the mobile gate bowed his head in horror as he saw the brother and sister entering. Welcome, new administrators. Administrator, that's what they were called in this world. Everyone who lived here was afraid of the manager, more than any other great power. Where can I take you? The space of the creator. I'll get ready right away. Lokia created this world a long time ago and named Ganastoga's residence the creator's space. Lokia had many nicknames 1,000 years ago, and among them, Creator was the title people used to call her when she was a teenage knight. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Mu opened his mouth as he entered the special seating area. The head of the family gave the Ganesto family the title you had when you were a teenage knight. Why is that? I was wondering if you had any regrets left over from those days. The mobile gateway reached its destination in an instant. The creator's space had the same scenery as the Sword Garden 1,000 years ago, only with a different name and location. Have you been asking that question every day since you left Dakma Fortress? Of course you stayed. You lost sight of your ideal world right before your eyes. Well, that's right. However, there was no one in the creator's space, so it was full of empty energy. There were far fewer swords in the garden than the real Sword Garden in Ince and the Sword Garden here in Kalen, and no one passed between them. The only people who used this vast garden were Ganastoga. There were no servants, butlers, knights, or knights. At least I could hear the sound of insects crying, so it wasn't just scary. The two walked to the training room where Joshua would be. In the middle of the training room, as always, Joshua was seated in meditation. Meditation is the thing he does most after awakening to Ganesto's blood. First rider. Joshua and those who were saved from hell also became riders at Ganastoga. First rider Joshua, second rider Lon, third rider Vigo, fourth rider Mu, fifth rider and, among them, only Vigo had not yet completed his awakening. That's why Vigo never came to the creator's space. Are you here? And lost her royal body. You won't wake up for a month. It was going to happen anyway. It doesn't matter if and didn't last as long as expected. Shall we report this to the head of the family? No, I will tell my mother. Unlike other Ganesto riders, Joshua called Lokia his mother. The riders thought the reason was because Joshua had the deepest awakening. That means the bond with Lokia will be deep. All right. Have any errors occurred? The world created by Lokia is unstable. In general, all of the history of this place follows the wishes of its creator, Lokia, but there are many cases where problems arise that she does not want. A powerful person with the potential to change the world appears out of nowhere, causing a crack in the power structure, or an unplanned natural disaster occurs and places that should not be destroyed are destroyed. The manager's job is to correct the error. If a monster that threatens the world appears, they will be defeated. If a building that should be destroyed collapses, it will be rebuilt. If something that should not be there occurs, it will be eliminated. If the situation is good, it goes on without anyone knowing, but there were many moments when the process was inevitably exposed to the public. This was why everyone was afraid of managers. Creating a fundamentally error-free world is one of Lokia's long-held wishes. There are no serious errors confirmed yet, but there is a feeling that the serial Zippel has become somewhat violent. Unlike usual, Luther assassinated several people who did not agree with him at the Federal Convention. The dead were heads or standard-bearers of small or medium-sized families with little influence. So, although it doesn't seem like it will be a problem right now, we have designated Serial Zippel as a target for now. Serial Ziffel. When it comes to royalties, he is a person of the same caliber as Baradin Ziffel. Okay, if you think it's going to turn into an error, report it to me first before dealing with it. All right. Music. Yes, Writer 1. Is your body still in the true demon realm? Yes, it was well hidden in an abandoned chlorinated area. Its body is also in good condition. Go to the true demon world's Dakma Castle. Let Lord Kiliak know that and has been harmed. Druga Killet would have gone to Grosh Castle after seeing the situation, but it would be difficult to convey the situation to Rhaegal right away due to Sakil's eyes. It appears that Biceps has joined hands with Runkendal as Sir Kiliak guessed. As always, our youngest is very lucky. After the war started, there was no information about the Jinma realm, so it must have been a headache. Even if you stay still, guys like Biceps will come and find you. That's not luck. It's closer to the inevitable result of Jin's actions so far. The only place where Biceps could join was the Baemel Alliance. I said this because the judging was messed up after seeing and in a glass coffin for a month. There's already a lot of work to do, but there's not enough workers. Rosa Runkendal no. If Rosa Ganesto was there, it would have really helped me by now. Joshua burst out laughing. If that were the case, you wouldn't have been able to live as comfortably as you do now. If Rosa Runkendal had completely awakened as Ganesto and still treated us like she did during Runkendal's time, we would have seriously requested the head of the family to purge us. Those words reminded Joshua of the story about the demon god that he heard from Lokia. A conversation between Jean and the last remaining humanity of Rosa Runkendal, who was separated from the evil spirit at the time. I stopped fighting because I was tired, because I could no longer see the way, or because I thought I had done enough and that was enough. Becoming a villain would have been a very easy path. Probably. It was probably the most tempting and easiest path I've ever walked from birth to becoming an evil spirit. As the standard bearer of the family, I am on my way to pay for my sins. If you have anything to say to the evil spirit, please let me know. Please. I hope death doesn't become a comfortable escape. Even after death, I hope that his ugly soul and body will be trapped somewhere and be in pain, and that he will never be freed from it even if eternity passes. I sincerely hope that we'll always be next to him. Always. More earnestly than anything else. Lokia informed Joshua that the curse that Rosa, as a human being, had placed on the evil spirit had not come true. The human Rosa Runkendal's ego and evil spirit have completely disappeared from this world. An extinction that cannot be ascended, neither to hell nor to the path of reincarnation. That is something that cannot be undone by any immortal power left in the world. Rosa Runkendal has completely disappeared, so it is a meaningless story. But the first writer laughed, so I guess it was a good joke. I'm a person who smiles often, so it's probably not something to be proud of. Then the cutie we want to kill is the lovable enemy of us all. How about the youngest child awakening to Ganesto's blood? Is this a possibility? Joshua had asked Lokia the same question as Mu. As long as Jean is a contractor of Sodaret, Ganesto's blood cannot be awakened. I don't understand why our awakening is classified as a curse. So, could the rest of us wake up one day? That also depends on what we do going forward. If my mother's world were perfect and I could replace royalties, so will all the brothers in the Bamel Union. Even Jean. Unlike other Ganestos, Joshua was not actually interested in the awakening of Jean or the other brothers. He had a desire to show his mother that he could do it without them. However, if possible, Dr. Quall hoped to awaken whenever the opportunity arose. Quall's abilities were too great compared to the concentration of blood he inherited, so he continued to provide a huge and beneficial variable to the Bamul alliance. If we compare it to the world of Lokia, it is like a walking lump of error. I'll stop with the useless assumptions and jokes. Ran, from today onwards, you will take over the space of creation on my behalf for the time being. Where are you going? It goes to royalties. It seems that my mother has finally found a clue about him. Lucy Runkendall, the last teenage knight from 1,000 years ago whose appearance Jean has never seen. You must have definitely checked the glass tube, right? Yes. I have it adjusted perfectly. Joshua stood up. I will leave right away. If an error occurs that is difficult for you to handle alone, report it to your mother immediately. And just in case, Moo, when you meet Lord Kiliak, don't talk about Lucy Runkendall. He has the dragons that Shenu covets. Wow, you're kidding, right? Do I still look like Mew from Runkendall? Joshua chuckled once more. Yeah, it's a joke. It's not fun. Have a nice trip. As he headed toward the engine room, Joshua thought about Lucy Runkendall's identity. The fire dragons that even Shinu couldn't control are following him. She is the mother of all imprisoned dragons. She is worthy of caution. It is almost certain that Viceps has joined hands with Runkendall, the poisonous Kiliak Zippel said as he entered Regal's office. He had just returned from meeting Mu, who had come to the True Demon Realm and receiving a report on, and it's almost certain. I feel a bit disappointed considering the information I gained from losing Sicker. And died once. However, since the time it took for him to lose his body was so short, he must have been attacked by someone else rather than Moby Dick. Moby Dick would never be able to kill, and in such a miserable state with a single blow. I see. Is that your opinion? Your person. Regal has yet to meet any of the Ganestoga, including Joshua. Of course, they tortured them when they were prisoners, but after they awakened and went to the world of Lokia, only Kiliak was in contact with Ganestoga. Okay. He is someone who knows Moby Dick very well, so that would be correct. Even thinking about the Moby Dick I personally experienced in the past, I can't do that. Moby Dick followed Soren Runkendall to the Black Sea. What is the possibility that he turned into a monster there and became a human without blood or tears? If that were the case, Soren would not have reinstated Moby Dick. In the first place, there was no such part in the content about Moby Dick that has been reported to the True Demon world so far. It seems like my words of almost certain are being ignored, but I think it's okay to just recognize that cooperation between Vizips and Runkendall is certain. Regal. Then that's a good thing. Sicker was a good guy, though. Kiliak sat down and opened the magic book. Regal glanced at him carefully and cleared his throat. By the way, my friend Kiliak, the people you just met. Can you introduce me to? It's not at that stage yet. TSK. Is it because you don't trust me yet? Of course it is. No. I have no intention of betraying you. You know my situation. If I report you to Jito, my head will be blown off first. And it honestly seems impossible to team up with other demon lords to kill you. Kiliak made eye contact with Regal and smiled meaningfully. That's not why I can't completely trust you, Regal. Then why? Because you don't know yourself yet. I don't know myself? What do you mean, Kiliak, friend? You will soon find out what I mean. Have you ever felt like your mind has become clearer after spending time with me these days? Regal looked back on the recent past for a moment. As Kiliak said, it felt like his brain was growing rapidly after meeting him. Oh, I guess so. Definitely. I get a lot less excited or laugh frivolously than before. At the same time, I feel like I have to show my usual self to Jito. So whenever he calls me, I intentionally act even more foolishly. The reason for Regal's change was no different. Brainwashing. As Tilia's informed Jean, most of Zito's subordinates were currently brainwashed by pain. Therefore, even among high-ranking demons, most of them did not have normal intelligence or abilities. This was also the reason why the combat power of most demon lords was too low compared to the highest-ranking superhumans. Although Regal himself was not conscious of it, the brainwashing had been gradually fading since he met Kiliak. The brainwashing can never be completely lifted until Zito dies, but this alone was bound to bring about a big change in Regal. Who? Suddenly something strange? How did this happen? Did this also start thanks to you, my friend Kiliak? I just thought I felt particularly refreshed when I woke up these days. Once you know yourself, it will be okay to meet my people. Regal once again seemed to respect Kiliak even more. Not much time had passed since Kiliak revealed his true colors, but Regal was truly impressed by the abilities he had shown so far. It was something Regal could not have imagined, not only that there was a spy for Biceps in Dokma Castle, but also that Biceps was in connection with royalties. The same goes for stealing prisoners from the dungeon, and the same goes for Kiliak's secret communication with some kind of force in the Jinma world without Jito's knowledge. It's probably possible because there's a witch behind me, but this guy Kiliak, the more I see him, the more difficult it is to treat him carelessly. It seems like he has some incredibly big ambitions. It makes me wonder if this guy will beat Jito later, or something like that will happen. Regal, who had been brainwashed so far, his desire for recognition was only directed at Jito. It has been Regal's long-held dream to receive more recognition from Jito, and the day when he will surpass Paolito and gain the respect of all other demon kings. However, these days, Regal's desire to be recognized by Kiliak as much as Zito is becoming stronger. In that case, this cutie Regal needs to work harder. By the way, my friend, demon lords have been getting killed too often lately. Mr. Jito, the Haida family, and the General Secretary may be questioned about the loss of Sikar this time. Jito probably won't come over here because of me, so I'll try to meet the Haida family now. Ah, you mean to devour Haitaga too? Just like you did to me. If Sikar's vice owner were more eloquent than the person I met when I first met, there would be no need to go that far. You were treated rather badly by me. It was terrible. Honestly, I was so shocked because I was so confident after sending Alona to the hospital. Now I know that it was only because of the hostages that I was able to turn Alona into that shape. Just as Regal is regaining his intelligence and ability, the same will happen if the demons of Haida family become Kiliak's servants. Regal thought that if that were to happen, a much stronger and superior person than the dead Sikar would be revealed among the Demon King-level demons of the Haida family. It just occurred to me, but I have a feeling that you will take over the entire Jinma realm like this? As I said last time, my ultimate goal is to reclaim my family. Doesn't that process naturally require registration with the Jinma realm? I still have a lot of questions. Don't worry about losing the Demon King. With the battle going on at the wall in full swing, the General Secretary will not have the energy to come to you to argue with you about Sikar. Druga Killet survived. And above all, even though many Demon Kings have died, the total combat power of the true demon realm is actually increasing. Thanks to the souls you resurrected along with your people, right? I've already found 5 useful souls for Jeep. I'm so lucky to have found a friend, right? This is what Regal said shortly after receiving Kiliak from Zito. Both then and now that the relationship has been reversed, Kiliak is still searching hell for useful souls. And among the souls collected in that way, there were some who were not Jeepers. A representative figure was Yokshin's Kiddard Hall. That's right, Regal. Ugh. I'm curious as to whether Mr. Jito is consciously tolerating witches, or is truly unaware of their existence. But are they really much stronger than the dead demon lords? They were also people who once dominated royalties or were especially revered. He is far superior to the demon kings who did not meet his original status. It's going to be fun in many ways. Anyway, what's next? The alliance between Biceps and Runkendal has been confirmed. So what should we do now? By spreading false information to the Visips agent, are you creating a situation where Luna Runkendal has no choice but to face the brothers directly? No. Since and hasn't woken up yet, We haven't heard the details of what happened, but she must have used her powers before she lost her body. So whoever killed the information about him would have been reported to the Bamal Alliance, and Moby Dick will no longer hesitate to cut down his brothers in hell. Then it would be difficult to use the brothers to erode Moby Dick's spirit. We just need to bide our time by contacting families like Haida for the time being. All you have to do is watch as both sides get tired while Zito's troops and the Bamal Alliance fight. Instead, there is one thing you might like. Oh, this is something I would enjoy. Something? I have to make one of the demon lords of the Belgasium family my own. Regal's eyes widened. You can't possibly be talking about Paelito, then Layla Belgasium? Okay, Layla Belgasium. Like you, he doesn't know himself, but he has a power close to that of a genius. I plan to make him deal with Moby Dick later. Oh, Layla is separately carrying out Jito's secret orders. And I hate to admit it, but Layla is much stronger than me. Of course, you can step on Layla as much as you like, but you only know the long and the short, right? Sometimes there are things you can know clearly without having to check. But I have no intention of fighting Layla Belgasium. If we just talk a few words, he will betray Zito and join me. Regal couldn't imagine the stubborn and arrogant Layla doing that, but he nodded. I guess that's the case if you are. However, the content is good, but I don't know what the part 1 like is. If Layla joins me, wouldn't it be a good thing because you would be higher in rank than her? Regal burst out laughing. Of course. After all, my friends are the only ones who care about me. Send an invitation to Layla. If I tell you that I have something to tell you about Zito's secret orders, I will have no choice but to come to you even if I don't want to. Why did you even know the contents of that secret order? I'm getting goosebumps. Okay, I'll call Layla immediately. If you come under me, I will double back all the insults you have received, Layla. Regal began writing the invitation, and Kiliak closed the spellbook and thought for a moment. I was thinking about Mu Ganesto, whom I had just met. According to my insight, while talking with Mu, she was hiding something from herself. If the Ganestos are already hiding something from me, could it be information about the dragons they abandoned in the past? I guess I'll have to meet Lon Ganesto or Vigo Ganesto next time and check it out properly. It would be burdensome to use insight against Joshua. Garden of Swords. That's why you the youngest sent me away in such a hurry, Luna said with a sigh. After cutting up Anne's body, Jean honestly informed Luna of the circumstances and current situation at the time. There was no need to hide it from Luna, as the brothers who were thought to be suffering in hell became new enemies with the name Ganesto. I'm sorry, sister. I was worried that I might hurt you. No, the youngest. Since I showed a delicate side, of course they had no choice but to judge me that way. Certainly if it were me and not you, I wouldn't have cut and down so quickly. Even you acted so pitiful that I must have suffered much more. You may have suffered a minor injury, or maybe and would have played it out until the end. Still in the end you would have cut but all of the remaining brothers would have appeared in front of you that way. If and Mulan and Vigo had all broken down and pretended to repent in front of Luna would have suffered quite a bit of mental damage. I guess that's possible. Biceps gave me some good information. It's better. From now on, even if I meet my dead brothers, I will be able to cut them down without feeling sorry. Those guys. Until the very end. It's making me feel sick. At this point, I'm even starting to think that it doesn't matter that I didn't pay closer attention when I was younger. Actually, it has nothing to do with you. If we had to ask why they were like that before they became Ganesto, it could be because of Runkendall's cruel family customs. But even without that family tradition, they would have ended up becoming Ganesto. And say hello to your brothers. If you are thinking of transferring, you are welcome at any time. After all, we are all born from the same litter. As and said, all of the current generation of Runkendells were originally born to Rosa, and Rosa is presumed to be a direct descendant of Ganesto. Jean presumed that among them those who strongly inherited Ganesto's blood, or were weak-willed and dark-minded, were awakened to that blood. Like some kind of infection. At least as far as Jean knew, it had never happened in his past life, but he couldn't be sure. At that time Jean was away from the family, and he did not know as much about the situation of Runkendall and other major powers as he does now. A lot of history had changed due to his return, but for some reason he felt strangely confident that this incident had nothing to do with it. Damn, I feel a little uncomfortable saying that we were all born from the same litter Sagaju. I wonder if there may be someone among us who suddenly awakens to Ganesto's blood. Daytona and Haytona frowned and said, "It's not like there's no possibility at all. But if that's possible, there's no reason for Lokia to go back like this. Awakening the riders here would be much more efficient than that. Either we cannot be awakened or something is preventing us from being awakened." Something is preventing us from awakening Ganesto's blood. When Mary answered, Jean Leet nodded. If something is preventing awakening, I think it might be Sodaret's power. The power of Sodaret? Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b Curse Immunity. Lokia was the greatest wizard in Runkendal and possibly the world at the time. Unlike warriors, a wizard's abilities are not necessarily evaluated based on combat power. The creator Lokia at that time showed magic so great that it was called that. The fact that Lokia was called the creator was a memory that Jean returned to shortly after meeting Anne. She was well versed in more magic than Alona or the leaders of Zippel, and especially when it came to curses there was no one that could match her. Leet assumed that Ganesto's blood was a type of curse. If blood awakening is a curse, Soga is immune due to the power of Sodaret. And other riders may have become immune thanks to the effect. Wait a minute, Leet. Curse immunity is an ability that only applies to the little guy. That's right. However, Sodaret may have been aware of Lokia's betrayal 1,000 years ago and made preparations. Of course, this is just an assumption. If that assumption is true, even if my brothers and I are immune, there is one person who is concerned. Dr. Quall. If Sodaret was prepared, he might also be included. Of course, Dr. Quall has not shown any abnormal signs yet, so it is highly likely that Lokia will not be able to awaken him as desired. That's my opinion too, Sagaju. First of all, the thing to worry about right now was not the conditions for Ganesto's blood to awaken. At least the whole situation made it known that it is impossible for Lokia to awaken the rider and Dr. Quall at will. What was important was the fact that a new enemy called Ganestoga had appeared following the Jinma world of the Red Mystery Clan. Jean activated the communicator. Communication continued behind the curtain. Are Manager Viceps still there? Yes, we will change it immediately. What happened to Jean? For a while Jean informed Biceps of the information he had gained from meeting Anne. While listening, Tilias and Missile showed quite a bit of confusion. Ganesto? Rhaegal clearly thought of them as simple prisoners Runkendal. Is it possible that Rhaegal Fern captured those 4 people and made some kind of deal with Lokia Ganesto? Well, first of all, the name Lokia Ganesto is not very well known in the demon world. Even in your royalties, he is a person whose relevant information has been almost erased due to historical manipulation. Moreover, in order for that person named Lokia to make a deal with Rhaegal, it would have to be when he was in battle with Alona, that is while he was in Ince, but it seems he didn't have that kind of leisure while dealing with Alona. Tilias then added that it would have been impossible for Losha to come to Hell and make a direct deal. Currently being able to travel between Hell and royalty so freely is something that only witches can do. More than anything, Rhaegal doesn't have that level of intelligence. Rhaegal plans to find the secret history of Runkendal alone, find out the value of a person named Lokia Ganesto through it, and then use that to put pressure on the Alliance? Even if it was Rhaegal before he was brainwashed by Jito, it would be impossible. Then there must be a helper. It will definitely happen. But among the people in the true demon world, there is no one I can guess at all. It doesn't seem like Zito would have come forward in person. Let's find out carefully first. After ending the communication, Jean looked at the people gathered in the conference room. If Rhaegal's collaborator is not in the true demon realm, he is the former second horseman that the Black Swords Association has been tracking since the Battle of the Demon Gods. Joshua, I think it's him. However, the key is how he accessed Hell. If Lokia and the witch were working together, he would have been able to access it well. As soon as I said that, a communication came from Tychon. Prince Jean, a report has just arrived from Yona. What was it about? It appears that Aina's Kaligo and the illusionist Pirhops Bakma have attempted to infiltrate Kiliak's dream together. But there was something strange. Abuvard. I really didn't want to do it, but you know I used my dream ability when I saw my dad's face, right? But it was in vain. Kiliak Jeep is too far away now. Is it too far away? It means it's not royalties. Even though I confirmed that Kiliak's dream exists in the dream realm, I can't see it at all, so it's not even a middle world. If you were in the middle world, you should at least see it blurry. Anyway, I only used abilities I didn't want to use. Dad, you're an idiot. Kiki, still don't hate Pyrops too much. Pyrops is good to me. I don't hate you, I'm just annoyed. I like swords, but they keep telling me to practice my dream ability. And Bouvard is my best friend, so it's only natural that my dad treats him well. The conversation Jonah heard after Ina's failed to infiltrate Kiliak's dream. Jonah persistently followed the two people and obtained good information this time. According to Ina's, there is only one place where Kiliak is now. Hell. He's in hell now. Ameri said he would do the same as soon as he heard this news. Was there anything else? There was none. All right. After this meeting is over, I will go to Tychon and deliver the summarized contents, so please wait. Yes, Confucius. The communicator was turned off. It could be that not only Joshua but Kiliak Ziffel is also collaborating with Regal Fern. And maybe Joshua and Kiliak are a team now. It would be a situation where there would be no harm in relying on each other. Hang! Are these people who fell into the abyss banding together and carrying out modifications? I guess that's what it means, Murakan. Anyway, if they really joined forces, then making Tess appear through Shenu's power would have been a mistake. Next, a third communication request came into the Sword Garden. This time it was Valeria. Jean. I just checked all the records about and left in the Oaken Desert. As soon as Jean finished the battle, Valeria went to the Oaken Desert and began investigating. The recording magic did not reveal when and changed that way or what she experienced in hell. But this record appeared. There were also unexpected names. Kiliak Zippelsens and Ganesto with royalties along with Joshua Ganesto. After losing her body to Jean Runkendal, and Ganesto's soul returned to the world of Lokia. As Valeria explained the records, the eyes of those in the conference room widened. The world of Lokia? Could it be that he has created his own territory in another dimension or subspace like K? Tam. Kiliak Zippel and Joshua joined hands, as Sagaju said. And judging from the reaction of Demon Kingsicker in the Oaken Desert, he probably didn't know that Regal was up to something with Kiliak Joshua. Maybe Zito doesn't know about Joshua Kiliak Regal. Suddenly this thought crossed Jin's mind. Maybe the biggest enemies in this war will not be Jito and the Demon Lords but Kiliak and Ganastoga. In any case, it is unlikely that Kiliak and Ganastoga will act as Zito's loyal minions. It's just that I use it to the extent that I can use the Jinma realm. We will need to keep a close eye on what they are doing within the Jinma realm. Yes, Sagaju. And it's clear that Joshua and Kiliak Zippel are working together, but I don't think they'll be perfect allies. That will happen, Head Butler. Perhaps Joshua first awakened Ganesto's blood, and then went to Kiliak and cured him. He was consumed by chaos and dying. In addition, Shenu also suffered significant injuries from the sun god cult's previous netherworld warriors, and Lokia would have taken care of that as well. Jean thought for a moment about what their purpose might be. English Celiac's purpose is to take revenge on Baradin and the family members who betrayed him and retrieve Ziffel. Lokia is trying to use the process for his own purposes. The purpose of Lokia is the purpose of the entire Ganastoga. Diana, do you think this world is fair? What? That's right. In this world, if we have to be honest, we are the ones who pursue justice and liberation, but we cannot help but suffer more than Jeep, who manipulates history and engages in all kinds of evil to become the ruler of the world. Is this really reasonable? Suddenly I remembered Rokia's words that I had heard in Kadam's painting. It could be that the world of Lokia embodies what the person thinks is normal. He couldn't have created such a world just for hobby or personal satisfaction. Perhaps he wanted to destroy the world and replace the royalties with the world he created. If so, Lokia's actions revealed so far have been explained to some extent. From now on, we need to start looking for the space called Lokia's world. Now I realize that she really betrayed us, the family, 1,000 years ago. It won't be easy as we have never been caught up in the fight against all the major powers of royalties. However, looking at Anne's reaction at the end, Losha may have a weakness related to the Black Sea, so I may be able to get some information from my father and the expedition team. Well, if the expedition comes back with royalties, I don't think your father will know anything about the Black Sea. I don't know when I'll be back. Of course, we have to keep looking into it on our own. In the midst of dealing with the true demon realm, we cannot hastily deploy manpower to Lokia, which has almost no clues right now. The priority is still the immediately visible enemies. You have to deal with the true demon realm and the enemy clan first before you can move on. The True Horse War and the Red Horse War. Once those wars were over, the final war would begin, which would determine who would take control of this era. In some ways, the true demon realm and the Jiakmyong tribe might have been a kind of gateway for the final fight. Only those who have overcome the underground forces can participate in the final battle. It's next. Zippel Kinzalo Ganastoga Sun God Church Imperial Family. Suddenly I wonder how many of them will survive and threaten us when the True Demon War and the Red Demon War end. No matter how long we survive, we will definitely achieve final victory. We can't continue to be held back by the True Demon Realm and the Red Mystery Clan. It was an idea I had been thinking about for a while. After the Jinma world and the Jiakmyong tribe invaded Ince, all the major forces in Ince, including the Bamul Alliance, were clearly losing ground. This was because the True Demon Realm and the Red Myong clan always had the upper hand based on their transfer magic and overwhelming technological prowess. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6. Be among them. Runkendal had Luna in charge of preemptive attack on the True Demon Realm, but that alone was not enough. That's right. What do you plan to do? Runt. Now Lokia has started working in earnest. It looks like Lokia, along with the other Ganestos and Kiliak, is trying to use the True Demon Realm. So we must put an end to the True Demon Realm before that insidious person gains some great benefit from it. Of all the enemies, Lokia is the most difficult variable to predict. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Even so, I was also frustrated by the fact that Tuntian was barely following behind them. So are you going to advance the wall now? The troops on the barrier will also advance, and you and I will go to the front lines. Up until now we have only acted too passively due to the lack of information about them. We cannot exterminate them by only responding in the safest direction. The eyes of those gathered in the conference room widened. A similar conversation took place not long ago. Even then Jean wanted to go to the front in earnest, but his colleagues dissuaded him, telling him to hold out until the production of the Golden Fleet and Lelo was developed. Jean respected his colleagues' judgment, but now things have changed. Magne, are you serious? Yes, sister. Of course we will follow your judgment and obey your orders. However, the reason we failed to take the lead in the Jinma War after the outbreak of war was not only due to a lack of information about the Jinma world, but also because of the cause of minimizing damage to civilians. As the rulers of the Hupister Bamul Alliance, we have a duty to take responsibility for their safety. You're right. We're not going to put all our troops on the barrier front. Of course, we need to leave power to protect our territory. However, if they confirm that the Alliance's top fighters, including Murakan and I, have joined the defense, the Jinma world will somehow try to sow more cracks in our base. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about. However, it seems like you, the youngest, have definitely had something in mind. We will push them so hard that they cannot even think of creating more cracks in our land than before. I decided that it was possible even if the Golden Fleet was not completed. How? Zippel and Kinzalo. I plan to get them to step up. Jean recalled an incident that occurred at the beginning of the Battle of the Beasts. Jean had just returned from La Perosa. Jean recognized that Rosa had changed and deliberately announced his return to the world before Runkendal and headed to the Garden of Swords alone. Zippel and Kinzalo, who were watching the situation at the time, planned to end Runkendal while Jean and Murakan fought the Garden of Corrupted Swords. As if they had made a promise, both powers led their fleets and troops to the Garden of Swords. Now Jean was drawing the same picture as then. The moment you advance to Grashi Castle first, all other forces join in. Although it may not be a temporary alliance like during the Battle of the Haunted Gods, the Jinma realm is a common enemy that they want to get rid of at all costs to the royal power giants. Clearly the Jinma world was throwing ashes at the plans of both Runkendal and Zippel-Kinselo. As Jean explained these details, Luna and her colleagues nodded. Obviously, if we follow Sagaju's words, we will be able to properly pressure the true demon realm without having to complete the mass production model with the Golden Fleet and IEL. According to recent intelligence, the Red Horse War being waged by the Lutheran Federation has slowed down somewhat. The assessment of spies and schemers is that the enemy tribe seems to have lost its strength at present. We lost too many fleets and troops to Alona Ziffel. Instead of the enemy tribe running rampant, cracks in the true demon realm are constantly occurring in the territory of the Lutero Federation. In fact, Alona Ziffel was attacked by Rhaegal. Right now the true demon world is bound to be more of a thorn in the eyes of Jiffel than the Red Mystery Tribe. If the Jinma realm collapses due to the simultaneous advance of the three forces, we may not release the Golden Fleet and Lelo mass-produced models and use them in the next war. It would be great if you could follow such a fluke. Of course, during the simultaneous advance there will be moments when the battle lines become entangled and we also have to battle Jeep Kinselo. However, neither Baradin nor Orgel are brainless, so there is no need to unreasonably escalate the conflict between royal families. The black and white of Insecurity is a matter that needs to be addressed after first removing Deguri and eliminating the Jinma realm. But kid, what are you going to do if Zippel and Kinselo don't go along with this plan? That won't happen. If at all something like that happens, it's simple. All we have to do is bring the newly deployed troops to the wall back to the base. The situation on each front can be shared right away through the communicator anyway, and returning is an instant since there are red owls and moats. Oh, that's right. If we give it a try and our enemies don't follow suit, we have little to lose. Unless Zito suddenly appears at our base. If that were possible, the Bamul coalition would have suffered a serious blow long ago. Besides, even if the Jeep doesn't move, at least we and Kinselo will advance unconditionally. Orgel sent reinforcements to the wall first without our request in the first place. While the Alliance and Kinselo advance, Jeep not Jinma world attacks our base. This too is unlikely. No matter how much the enemy tribe is faltering, Zippel will not have the strength to attack our base. The decision has been made. Alliance members began discussing who to select as additional superhumans to be deployed to the wall and how to deploy troops. First of all, Murakan and I will always move together with the frontline Golden Fleet. The key is whether Luna will also participate in the breakthrough here. I think it would be better for the first rider to move like a separate unit, just like during the preemptive strike mission. I think it would be a good idea for the first rider to stir up the enemy's defense line while Sagaju and Murakan break through the front. I lend my strength to Sagaju and Murakan whenever necessary. And the third rider, Ugh dash. While opinions were being exchanged, the communication machine suddenly vibrated again. The fourth communication was again a communication request from Tychon. Confucius Jean, an urgent message has arrived now. It is said that Ziffel's large fleet began moving about 6 hours ago. The presumed destination is Grosh Castle. Jin's eyes widened at Casimir's words. Did you say it was Grosh Castle? Yes, it looks like Jeep is planning to deploy troops into the Jinma realm in earnest. The current head of Jeep is Baradin. This means that it was Baradin's decision that Ziffel began advancing towards Groshi Castle. Baradin, you were thinking the same thing as me. Jean shrugged his shoulders and looked at his colleagues. Even though she is broken because of Kiliak, Baradin and I still have something in common. Jeep made the first move, so let's respond quickly. Jeep's second flagship, Kojak 2 Bridge. Originally the captain of Kojak 2 was Octavia. But now the commanders leading the fleet are 3 special biogolems. Betty, Almatia, and Kuhn. They are commanding the fleet on behalf of Baradin and Octavia Satron respectively. There were almost no human wizards on board the Kojak 2. The majority of the crew was made up of demonic swordsman biogolems named Demon Lords. The same was true for all the ships lined up endlessly behind the leading flagship. Ordinary wizards made up only about 20% of the total army. Will the Bamul Alliance really follow us and move as the head of the family said? I'm curious too, because the head of the family decided to put in all his effort this time without the help of the demon god stone. What did you say that Jean Runkendal would definitely understand what he meant? Betty shook her head at Almatia and Kuhn's words. Don't doubt the matriarch's judgment. And since the future calculation of the demon stone is still incomplete, it may be better not to apply it to something as important as this. Betty. She was the commander of the horse spirit. The two unit commanders looked at Betty and nodded. I just tried it. Okay then. We are the people who follow whatever orders the matriarch gives us. Also, if the situation seems likely to get worse due to the head of the household's orders, it is our job to somehow make it better. The three special biogolems, including the human coon, recognize themselves as such. They say they are not just biogolems but people. In fact, they had elements that could be called ego and personality, and no one in Jeeple took them lightly. Rather, they were afraid. It was only natural that the Demon Corps was the strongest unit under the direct command of the Jeep family following the Ghost Corps, and the three were its leaders. The three even received the last name of Ziffel and were treated higher than most pureblood Zippels. The Ghost Corps is usually responsible for special operations, and since its creation, the Ghost Corps has gained notoriety primarily as an extermination unit. The Mariangdi could be said to be a unit specialized in carrying out such large-scale wars. This was because the Magiangdi was composed of members with excellent overall combat skills, and even if many of them were killed during the battle, there was no major political problem. Except for Betty and Almatia Kun, the members of the unit are nothing more than biogolems who are simply referred to as identification numbers. If the biogolem dies, no, if it was destroyed, all you had to do was produce it again. Of course, resources were consumed, but it was a small price compared to the death of a trained human wizard. No matter how excellent their average combat power is, in the end, except for Betty and Almatia Kun, the rest are just biological golems. They cannot have a higher value than a real 8 or 9-star wizard. Number 374. Yes, Captain. Increase your speed. The leaders should be able to attack the defenses of Grosh Castle before midnight. All right. The number of Ziffel's fleet currently advancing on Grosh Castle is exactly 1,000. In addition, Jeep was scheduled to continue providing additional fleet support to the front line every 2 days. Ziffel did not yet possess cutting-edge technologies such as space jump and ultra-long-distance communication like the Bamul Alliance, but its war materials and production capacity based on them clearly overwhelmed other forces. It was thanks to the ability of Sana, a shaman of the sun god religion, that he was able to use the holy site. And Baradin was slowly making plans to sort her out. It was because of a piece of information that the demon godstone had recently given to Baradin. Traitor Kiliak Ziffel. I never thought he would recover and take his place in hell. Furthermore, although the shaman was aware of the fact, she did not inform the head of the family, Betty. After all, those people from the Sun God Church have no intention of giving true loyalty to the head of the family. It's something the matriarch predicted from the beginning. There will inevitably come a day when we have to split from the Sun God Church. There is still more to be gained about the Holy Land, so we must spare her for now, but we must deal with her before the shaman grows in power. One of the worst cases in the futures calculated by the Demon Godstone was for the shaman and Kiliak to join hands. It would be great if we could just capture Asmil's contractor owned by the Habamul Alliance. As long as the Demon Godstone's future calculations are perfect, there will be no need to worry about it. Ever since Jin Runkendal formed a relationship with Tychon, AZ Mills contractors have never been exposed to danger. Securing Uria Alprian will only be possible after the Bamul Alliance begins to collapse. The hunt for gods has been delayed due to the series of wars, so we must clear the true demon realm first with this invasion. Don't worry, our captain. Me and Kuhn are going to slaughter the demons starting at night. I was bored just chopping up the leftovers from the enemy clan, but it turned out well. Even though their power has clearly weakened, they haven't been able to find their base yet and put an end to it. However, in the true demon world, the biggest base, Grosh Castle, is directly on the sea, so it feels less frustrating. There must be some kind of passage leading to the true demon realm in Grosh Castle. From then on, we will be able to destroy the true headquarters of the Jinma world. Avoid engaging in combat with Kinzalo of the Balmal Alliance as much as possible until you attack Grashi Castle, enter the true demon realm, and understand the situation. Everyone knows this, right? This means that even if you encounter strong allies of the Alliance on the front line, don't get excited and attack them. Yes, I know. It's a bit disappointing, but I can't help it. What is important is not our personal desire to win but our mission. Determining superiority and inferiority to the superhumans of the Bamul Alliance is something that can be done at any time after ending the Jinma realm. Killing them is something that must be done not just any time. Our final enemy is not the true demon realm or the Red Might, but the Bamul Alliance, Runkendal. If we don't win against them, all of this will end up meaningless. Ziffel's fleet continued to advance through the sea of sword and magic. A fleet of 1,000 ships cast a gigantic shadow over the sea, and midnight was rapidly approaching. 11:45 p.m. Finally, Betty confirmed that the Jinma world's defense line was visible in the distance beyond the bridge. Since they had already dealt with the bandits and demons that had scouted several times before reaching this place, the Jinma world had deployed more troops to the defense line on the jeep side. It's finally the first battle. From what I can see, some of the troops guarding the wall on the Huffister side have been taken out and deployed here. If it is not a trick, this means that the forces of the true demon realm are not truly infinite. The moment Betty said that, a small ship flew in from the rear ranks. It was a small ship that floated to inform Betty of information reported at the rear of the line. The small ship pilot immediately entered the interior of Kojek 2 and found the bridge. What's going on? Number 1704. Intelligence indicates that the Bamul Coalition's defenses began to move about 3 hours ago. Also, it is said that many new superhumans are being added to the front line of the barrier, Captain. Betty smiled at those words. As expected, the matriarch's prediction was accurate. Immediately spread this news to all captains. There is no longer any need for us to return to our families in vain. All right. Everyone ready for battle. Number 374 changed to a breakthrough formation up to the 5th Fleet. Yes. Pow! A huge signal flare exploded in the sky. The flare formed a coded text in the sky, similar to a seal of fire. Hereafter, the fleet will spread out, prepare for bombardment, and deal with the scattered and pushed back enemies. Almatia, Kun. You two will each go to Fleets 6 and 7, which will be the 2 axes of the siege, and lead the battle. 2. Are you going to lead the breakthrough fleet alone and break through that? Wouldn't it be easier for us to go in together? While we have been suffering from demons who were fleeing to Grashi Castle through suddenly appearing teleportation cracks and frequent summoning space jump magic, this is the moment when we hit the enemy's largest base for the first time. So you're saying we need to let our enemies know that there are many monster-like strong beings in Ziffel? Okay. And they haven't figured out the situation yet. So we only took out this much of the troops from the wall. We must also warn them about the Alliance's defenses and the fact that we cannot dare defend both fronts at the same time. Betty left the bridge and took her place at the head of Kojek 2. Artillery fire and all kinds of magic began pouring in from the Jinma world's defense line, and Ziffel's fleet opened a protective shield. Srung! Betty glared at her enemies, holding her staff and sword. Grumbling. The staff was filled with the magic of annihilating flame jade, and the sword was wrapped with both light-type magic power and aura. I will kill you all from now on. This Betty Zippel. At the same time, Kingelo's new headquarters. Kingelo also received news that Runkendal and Ziffel's forces were advancing toward Grashi Castle. Wow. That's surprising. I naturally thought that Jean Runkendal would start by building a castle on Grash and attracting other major powers through him. I never thought Baradin Ziffel would make such a decision. Of course, Master. As the owner said, the Imperial family is holding the leash of the enemy tribe, so it seems like they are not able to properly recover from the damage they have suffered from fighting against Ziffel. Right? The Imperial Melka bastards would not have intentionally supplied blood and information to the Jiakmyong tribe. If the enemy tribe is faltering like now, and Ziffel, who has some free time, begins to advance toward Grashi Castle, he will probably plan to give his strength to the enemy tribe again and put pressure on the inside of the Federation. But for some reason, it seems like Baradin was prepared for it to some extent. Then what should we do? Are we going to keep pace this time too? Like the all-out attack at the beginning of the Battle of the Beasts? Of course, it should be so. It would be difficult to deal with Jito alone anyway, so now is our chance. Order the troops deployed on the wall to immediately advance with the Bamul alliance. I'm a little worried. At that time we were giving it to Jean, and we both drank water, but that won't happen this time either. Well, this time it started with Baradin, not Jean, so I guess it'll be okay. I have rarely been stabbed in the back while trying to figure out Baradin's intentions. Zephyrin shrugged. Article. Yes, Captain. Jiffel's fleet is probably composed mostly of biogolems. We are also sending an additional fleet of completed masters. Master. Not long ago, when encountering demons in the underground city of Firel, Orgel took some of their fragments without Manav's knowledge. And Joe analyzed the information from the fragment and finally completed the development of the master. Oh, it's finally time for my works to come into play. I understand, Captain. We will prepare it immediately. As Joe excitedly ran out to prepare for the masters, Barak snorted. I've probably had at least 1,000 moments where I wanted to kill that idiot. Leader, if the completed master turns out to be more backward than expected this time, then please don't stop me from killing that guy. That won't happen, Barak. I have already checked the performance myself. Joe is still someone who must continue to work for our cause. Yes, Barak. Stop bitching about Joe. He still took your side when the demons were talking behind your back. He and Bouvard also gave me a new arm. Bardray raised his left arm and said, his left arm, which he lost to Reikuman Hogg, the great fighting king of the Red Mayong clan, was replaced with the arm of a master. Or are you doing this out of spite? Right? Actually, I'm okay with Joe. Anyway, I heard that Barak has a cute side. You always choose to say things that aren't worth answering, Bardray. When are you going to come to your senses? What I am saying is that you must have some self-awareness as the Red Tiger King. Of course I am aware of it. That's why I've been training so hard since the day I ran away from Reikuman with you. Bardray narrowed his eyes as he recalled that day. Obviously there wasn't that much of a difference in terms of pure skill alone, and even though it was an opponent that Varric could easily defeat, the two great warriors at the time had no choice but to flee humiliatingly due to the fear of their natural enemy. Since that day, Barak and Bardray have been looking forward to taking revenge on the enemy clan. I have been training in the face of evil. It's a bit disappointing. If possible, I wanted to fight with the enemy bastards first, right? Barak? First of all, I'll have to at least appease my regrets by chopping up the Jinma realm. Don't worry, Bardray. Anyway, the Jiakmyong people are now under a leash from the imperial family. The momentum was good after first appearing as a royal family, but in the end it will inevitably become a subordinate force of the imperial family. Unless they win the war against Jeep with only the blood they receive from the imperial family and the blood they sometimes succeed in plundering. Naturally, Orgel was convinced that the enemy tribe could not win the war against Ziffel. Compared to its heyday, the current Jiakmyong tribe is nothing more than a remnant. In that case, the Jiakmyong tribe should be sorted out together with the imperial family. We might be able to get rid of it without having to use our hands. If Jeep puts the Red Myungs into a corner, the imperial family will take their technological prowess and power and begin to expand their power in earnest. Of course, Jeep has to put an end to them, and the same goes for the Bammer alliance. The imperial family crossed a line. The moment Jean Runkendal learns about Timar, they will become Runkendal's top priority for extermination. Orgel did not share the information about the mine created with Timar in order to use Jean appropriately when that time comes. If that happens, it will be heartbreaking for me and Barak. I really want to tear them apart with our own hands. There will be a chance for you and Barak to avenge the humiliation no matter how the situation goes. Then I'm glad. Orgel thought about the enemy tribe for a moment. The reason the imperial family is controlling the Jiakmyong tribe is not only because of blood support, but there must be a bigger reason. For example, a warrior from the Jiakmyong clan. There is a possibility that the imperial family knows something about his whereabouts. And when the Jiakmyong tribe reaches its limit, the plan is to find the warrior by some means and turn him into their puppet. Jiakmyong's sacrifice. Orgel's memories of him were still vague. However, it was clear that he was the strongest of his time along with Tusin of the Qingming tribe. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b If he had been there, the landscape of the Red Horse War would have been very different from what it is now. Even the imperial family would not have been able to hold the leash of the Red Ming tribe like they do now. You never know, Tucson may wake up without the help of the imperial family and become the savior of the remnants of the Jiakmiang clan. So it is best to avoid direct conflict with them as much as possible. The best outcome is to intervene carefully and take care of only the necessary things at a time when one force is putting an end to the enemy tribe. The same was true for the imperial family. Orgel expected the imperial family and other powers to take action. At that time, Kinjalo planned to devour and control the weakened imperial family just as the imperial family is doing to the Red Ming tribe. We have to make them spit out everything they know about Lokia and the sun god. In particular, the level of information about that bug Lokia was surprising. The world of Lokia, such a thing existed. First of all, this information can be used when dealing with Jean Runkendal. I heard about the world of Lokia from Manav in Firel. But unfortunately Orgel did not know that Jean was already aware of the world of Lokia. Orgel looked at the executives. As soon as the group finishes preparations, they will sortie. Everyone take their seats. Uthrak, the fourth city of the underground enemy tribe. Rekiman Hog Bikios Kam Gala Tun Bakalan Young. All the great fighting kings gathered in one place except for Drekhorn, the owner of the fifth city, who was killed by Jean. One without a clan first-class Tuang Simit was giving them a report on the war situation. That's it, fellow fighting kings. The situation is worse than I thought. Not only Draka but also the compatriots who went to attack the Milken Kingdom were wiped out. We don't have enough blood to properly operate the air fortress, so we can't properly keep Alona Ziffel in check. Are we lucky that we didn't lose any of the flagships? Gala and Bekios said. Among the great fighting kings, only those two were able to answer properly. Rekiman had not yet recovered from the injuries he received from Octavia last time, and Bakaran, the strongest of the great fighting kings, was barely conscious due to lack of blood. See it wash. Every time Rekiman and Bakaran breathed, there was a low hissing sound. Every time we invade, instead of gaining blood, we end up wasting the blood we had, and the battle is repeated. This is probably because the number of bodies of blood and Qingming people buried by the imperial family continues to decrease. If we give away as many Qingmiang tribe barriers as we did the last time we activated the air fortress, we might be able to turn things around. Zippel also sent troops to Grashi Castle at the same time. I also have the same thoughts as fellow Gala. Simart Dompa go and make a request to the Vimant guys. If things continue like this, both we and the imperial family will inevitably be crushed. Simit felt unbearable anger as he listened to the answers of the great fighting kings. I almost felt like I was seeing incompetent and stupid subordinates. Now that Bakaran is not normal, it is Gala and Bekios who must lead the enemy clan. And in Simit's opinion, the two were only stronger in combat than he was, but they were lacking in all aspects. It's been like that all along. Simit had high hopes for awakening the great fighting kings, but this turned out to be reality. Compatriots of the great fighting king, since when did we, the Red Ming clan, become unable to survive without relying on lower races? What? Are you getting used to being fed like a farmed animal so quickly? Compatriot Simit? I think I'm making a mistake. The mistake is not mine but my compatriots who are fighting kings. Still not sure? The imperial family is taming us. They are deliberately controlling various types of support and creating a situation in which we have no choice but to be subjugated by them. Like right now. You seem to have forgotten your status for a moment, compatriot. Let me know. Just as Bekios was about to extend his fist to Simit, Bakaran stopped him with a trembling hand. Stay. Just listen. Even though he is currently in a weakened state, Bakaran ranks the highest among the great fighting kings. Bekios showed a disapproving look but immediately stopped moving. Keep talking, compatriot Simit. Thank you, compatriot Bakaran. Simit made eye contact with the Deity kings. As I just said, we have come to a point where we cannot do anything without the imperial family. This is partly because our situation was not favorable and we had no choice but to receive unconditional support in the beginning, and also because some of our compatriots who were great fighters made big mistakes. It meant Rekiman and Drek. In particular, even if Drek had not died while attacking the Bird Dragon Fortress, he would have been able to put pressure on the great powers by now with his blood-sucking ability. In addition, the supply of blood for compatriots would have been incomparable compared to now. The great fighting kings watched in silence as Simmet continued his profane words and actions. Now no one could complain to Simmet until Baccaran showed his displeasure. However, the imperial family is not a tribe that truly cares about our enemies, and I think their goal is to steal our technology and create their own weapons. That's why they traded with us and took our technology whenever necessary with blood and Qingming people. So to speak, it has been adjusted, with the intention of weakening us, taming us, and then devouring us or disposing of us. So what do you want to do in the future? Simart, compatriots. As my compatriot said, we are already in a situation where it is difficult to do anything without the help of the imperial family. The main reason for that is because we gained very little from the war against Jeep. In the beginning, the imperial family provided ample support, and thanks to the absence of Alona Ziffel, we were able to supply the blood of Ziffel wizards, but as time went on the losses increased. So are you saying we want to end the war with Jeep? Yes, but it shouldn't seem that way on the outside. That way the imperial family won't cut off support altogether. As the imperial family wishes, we must preserve our strength by pretending to continue fighting against Ziffel. At least enough for our Baccaran compatriots to find strength. Is it possible to just pretend to fight Jeep without the royal family knowing? It's possible. Since Alona Ziffel appeared, the imperial family has not been able to check each battle we have had with Zippel. It's probably because he's afraid. Or it could be that they want to hide themselves as much as possible because they are concerned about the completion of the Demon Stone. Let's skip that then. What next? Simmet took a moment to catch his breath. It was a moment when a choice had to be made with the fate of the Jiakmyeong clan at stake. It's about hitting the imperial family. They'll think they're using us and know everything about us, but they don't. Until now they have been threatening us, saying they will tell us Tushan's whereabouts, but I think they don't know the location of Tushan's compatriot. Or even if you know, you may not be able to use investment trust right away. If they could use Tushan as they wish, they would have done so already. I kind of know what you mean, but is it too dangerous? If we are careful, not only will we never be able to recover our compatriots who committed suicide, but we will also lose what little support we received from the imperial family. If we don't boldly make this choice now, our Red Ming will definitely become the imperial dog. If the great fighting kings ignore my opinion, I will choose the path for the enemy clan, even if it is on my own. There was a heavy silence for a while. Naturally, the eyes of the great fighting kings and Simmet were fixed on Baccaran. Simmet follows the opinions of his compatriots. Soon Baccaran nodded heavily and said so. After Ziffel and Kinjalo each sortied their fleets to Grashi Castle, the Bamul alliance held a meeting and waited for news that their fleet had indeed begun to attack Grash. Although it was unlikely, if the two forces defeated the fleet along the way, the plan would have been in vain. The communication has arrived from the Confucius Golden Fleet. Zippel's fleet has begun attacking the rear defense line of Grosh Castle, and Kinjalo's fleet has also just arrived and is taking up position on the castle's left defense line. This time, too, the situation went exactly as Confucius expected. I understand, Sir Casimir. Please tell us that we will sortie soon. Yes, Confucius. Good luck. Now that the battle has begun, there is no need for Jeep and Kinzalo to back down. Jean put down the communicator and smiled. Jaifel is at the rear, Kinzalo is at the left. In that case, we can just press through and break through the frontal defense line that was facing the wall in the first place. And perhaps the right defense line will naturally be handled by us and Zippel together. Jippel is probably expecting that too, Sagaju. Since both we and Jeep have the same goal, even if the front lines are entangled, it will not end up in a three-way war, but since we have no choice but to keep each other in check, the battle on the right defense line is likely to be the most sluggish. That's my opinion too. Breaking through the defense line and entering the castle will eventually start from one of the front, rear, and left sides. Wow, it's a competition. I don't want to lose, kid. Me too. Normally, a more strategic choice would have been to wait for others to break through the defense line first. But this time we will be the first to break through. Even if Ziffel and Kinzalo try to save themselves, we won't do that. Oh, what's going on? That means you can just go and kill them all without measuring anything. I like it. Murakan agreed, but Leet looked puzzled. It's natural. This advance was launched by 3 hostile forces to eliminate a common enemy first, so there was no need to lead by example. Sagaju, may I ask why you made that decision? Because it must be recorded in the world that it was we, the Bamul Alliance, and no one else who destroyed the Grosh Castle and ultimately destroyed the Jinma realm. Leet's eyes widened. You are saying that you want to make everyone aware of who saved this world from underground. Of course, if Ince wins the Jinma War, everyone will know that the great powers fought together. However, the most honorable credit ultimately had to go to only one force, to the forces that broke through Groshi Castle and cut down Jito. Jean thought that this should be the responsibility of the Bamul Alliance following the Battle of the Demon Gods. In reality, the Bamul Alliance is the only one fighting for life without any other purpose, such as purifying the world through the resurrection of the Sun God or complete domination through completing the Demon God Stone. I didn't want to pass that honor to Ziffel and Kinjalo. They didn't deserve it. Also, we don't know when Zippel's Demon Stone will suddenly strengthen. The more people know that we are fighting tooth and nail for the world. I also think that it will become clearer that the names of everyone here, including me, represent the power of our existence. It could just be the wind. No, it is not a wish. It will become reality. Sagaju's words are correct. We must take the greatest credit. I think maybe Baradin might be conscious of that too. If people in the world think that Jeep was the center that defeated the underground forces, it may become easier to manipulate history in the future. Jean stood up and grabbed his sword. Let's go, Murakan. In the meeting that followed, it was concluded that only Jean and Murakan would join the barrier for the first time. First, after the two began to break through, they decided to send troops in line with the Jinma realm's response. Those who were sitting stood up and paid respect to Jean. Take care, Sagaju. I will now communicate with the Golden Fleet again, and inform them that Sagaju will arrive at the front line within 5 minutes. See you on the battlefield in an hour, youngest. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a cow archer fight since he was trained by me, right? You will be surprised. Once we confirm that no cracks can be added, we will join the barrier as soon as possible. Jean and Murakan went out to the garden. Murakan, this time you don't have to just check the last name of Grosh like last time, so you can go as wild as you want. TSK, the sea kid you wanted. After I healed, I was secretly itching. The Red Owl quickly took them to the front defense line of Grosh Castle. Are you okay inside? For some reason, I don't throw up. Are you getting used to it now? Just as Murakan was about to reply that he could barely hold it in, the ship suddenly shook, causing a considerable shock. Some of the Jinma world's artillery and magic that was being fired at random towards the wall happened to hit the Red Owl. There is no such luck. It would have been impossible to aim because it was becoming invisible, so why did it hit the hull squarely? Anyway, the shield developed by Dr. Qual is amazing. Oop keek. Unfortunately, Murakan had no choice but to vomit as much as he could. The ship was shaking so violently that vomit splashed everywhere. Jean showed greater concentration than ever before and avoided the vomit by walking. Fortunately, there was no mishap in which the guardian dragon's toe soaked the coat before the enemy's blood. Normally, in cases like this, you'll feel like things aren't going well right from the start. Jean looked at Murakan's expression for a moment and saw that it was actually good news. I'm pissed. Murakan was angry. For the first time in history, I almost overcame the motion sickness of space jumping, but an enemy bomb ruined it. Ha 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 ha. These bastards. How could I have tolerated this? I'm really behind it all. When the Red Owl's invisibility was lifted, the Jinma realm's attacks that had been firing like crazy stopped for a moment. Space-leaping compact ship. It's Jean Runkendal. Jean Runkendal has invaded. Aim at all small ships. Pow dash. A white signal flare rose above the Red Owl. It was a signal notifying the allies on the wall that Jean and Murakan had arrived. The commander has arrived. Our leader is here. Deliver the entire army of Qual. Open the guns to maximum and just hit them all. Hey, that one. In that position, the Red Owl would be hit even if it was invisible. I have to fix that again. For now, the entire fleet listen. While the enemy takes aim, we fire all our shells and magic into their hearts. Unlike the Jinma world, the Bamal Alliance side completely excluded Jin from being hit and accelerated their attacks. It was a pre-agreed operation. Of course, focusing all the gunfire on the Red Owl was bound to be a mistake on the part of the Jinma world. They didn't think they would be able to capture the camp with artillery fire or anything like that, but they were just determined to destroy the Red Owl somehow, so it wasn't a bad decision. Soon, Jin and Murakin ran out, and the Red Owl immediately began continuous spatial leaps to preset coordinates. Once to the right next to the point where you first finished the spatial leap, once forward, and once to the center of the frontal defense line of the true demon realm. In that way, the Red Owl confused the enemies for about 10 seconds and then leisurely made the final spatial leap to Tychon. Those 10 seconds were enough to shake the balance of the long-distance artillery battle between the Golden Ship and our allies. This is because Jin and Murakin do not stay still. The two men skillfully avoided the allies' bombardment and magic that filled the sky and were destroying the Jinma realm's flagships at the very front of the defense line. Jin cut the Jinma world's flagship and troops in pieces with not any decisive battle or magic sword technique, but simply a sword shot with all his strength. Murakin transformed into his true form and swung his front and tail wings in great frustration. Of course, every time he moved his huge body, the enemy troops and various defense equipment ships were swept away like fallen leaves. Ujiajak Kijik TSK 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 Twat. The two people looked like giants among ants. Every small movement was acting as a fatal blow to the demons on the defense line. Mr. Craps, demon kings and generals must step forward. There is no way for ordinary soldiers to do this. The general called Krabs could not listen to his subordinate's plea until the end. Just as he was about to turn around, black darkness suddenly engulfed his subordinate. It was Murakin's spirit. Huge black owls that looked like the pillars of a major temple were penetrating everywhere. We must quickly request support from Sasaki. Kwang Shi 3. Following his subordinate, Craps was also unable to finish his thoughts and fell into darkness. All the demons aboard Craps' ship disappeared like that. The same goes for other ships floating right next to it. You bastards of the true demon realm, you must pay for the sin of making Murakin angry. How dare you disturb this body's historic moment? Have you all gone crazy believing in Jito? What did you think of this Murakin? The demons who heard Murakin's voice were almost tempted to ask what on earth we had disturbed. But they had no choice but to face death before they could even open their mouths. The two men instantly destroyed the leading troops of the defense line and were aiming their swords and black chains at the demon lord stationed behind them. From here, there are people who look like demon lords mixed in one by one. Are you using the weaker guys as a shield? Or have you lost your sense of tension due to the prolonged battle? Grumbling. A blue flame enveloped Bradamanti. Either way, now that you've met me, you have no choice but to turn into a handful of ashes. May it be an honor to die by this sword. It's going to be a pretty painful death. As Jin unfolded his magic sword, the demon kings quickly took out Jito's flesh from their arms. However, the flames of the fire came upon them without even giving them a moment to break and absorb the flesh. In the fierce flames that covered the entire sky, the demons had no choice but to have a premonition of death. Is this really a fire caused by one person? The demons could not help but think such thoughts as they watched the flames of Inferno rushing into the defense line. It seemed like huge blue fires were dancing everywhere as far as the eye could see, heralding destruction. Every time Jin swung Bradamanti, the entire sky and sea violently turned over. Below, a tsunami rose from the shock wave, and above, the sword energy that advanced to slaughter the demons tore through the clouds. Do you mean that the commanders of the Jinma realm have no intelligence to remove the troops that were in charge of our defenses just to stop Zippel? Although the voice is low and cold, it has an energy that is close to singing. All the demons guarding the front defense line could clearly hear the voice that vibrated lowly throughout the battlefield. There are currently 3 demon lords in Jin's field of vision. One of them was already buried in fire and melting away without even having a chance to respond to Jin or reveal his name. I couldn't even scream due to the terrible fire that even my super regeneration couldn't keep up with. Writhing in pain and screaming were the other two demon lords lined up to his left and right. Kahak! However, they only narrowly avoided fatal injuries and were in a situation where they could not even dream of a counterattack. Fire spread where sword energy could not reach, and darkness spread where fire could not reach. Muraken's black ashes and breath were constantly slaughtering the demons. If I had used Jito's flesh in advance, the demon lords would not have been driven into crisis so quickly. From the beginning, Jin kept the flesh in mind and fought with all his might. The blue flame containing the energy of eternalization was the first to melt Jito's flesh, and Jin calculated to prevent the demon kings from using the remaining residue and fired his sword energy. The situation of the three demon kings was at this point, so the following troops could not even look at Jin. Jin's entire body was quickly stiffening from the anger he was emitting. Even if his body had not frozen, most of the regular troops would not have been able to confirm Jin's location. They were just struggling to find a way to survive and avoid the fire that filled the place of air. We will not kill those who surrender. I won't kill anyone who runs away either. If you can run away from me. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions. The level that Jin has reached is an area where such numbers can be ignored. Numbers alone could never overcome Jin. In the end, if people who could battle Jin and Muraken did not step forward, the defense line was destined to open all the way to Grosh Castle. Only if such people stopped the two could the Jinma army's numerical superiority be meaningful. You pitiful demons. Even if you are a regular soldier, most of you must have existed for a long time like our dragons, but have you lived for such a long time just to fill up the number of people so meaninglessly and die? Muraken said as he took the life of another demon king who was caught up in flames. Now, there is only one demon king left on this defense line, but he is just breathing and is practically already dead. The golden ship's bombardment was aimed precisely at him. The defenses are also continuing to launch an all-out attack. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6. The golden ship's main cannon tore through space, leaving a huge trail. The torpedo bombardment, strengthened by the light heart power source and the power of Paytel, destroyed the last demon king without a trace. It was only natural that all the demons in its orbit were killed together. Soon Jin generated ice magic and formed a straight path in the air. Jin leisurely walked along the path and made his way through the burning Jinma army. It was a bizarre scene. The demons were reduced to ashes by the fire and scattered like pollen, and the huge aura curtain spread by Muraken supported Jin's back. The demons that were lined up tightly were splitting in half according to Jin's steps. Distant gunfire was heard from the allied forces and the sound of the Jinma army and their weapons burning. No screams were heard. Instead, the sobbing sounds of a soldier who was lucky to survive were heard. He was sitting on the wreckage of a true demon ship floating in the sea and was in despair. However, since he is neither a surrenderer nor a fugitive, there is no reason to spare him. As Jin stared at him for a moment, nearby flames gathered and consumed him. I don't know who is a demon and who is a human. Didn't you feel the sadness of a soldier who was frustrated while simply following orders? Jin Runkendel. I'm scared of this. Suddenly, a dimensional door opened in front of Jin. It looked like 5 new demon lords were coming out of the dimension door. They were demon lords dispatched by Sakiel Grosh, who had figured out the situation. Dilus Clopino, Ticano Belgasium, Bagel Milotane, Slam Vicuria, Regal Fern. Among them, Jin focused his attention on Regal Fern, who spoke of the sorrow of a soldier. It was my first time seeing him in person, but I recognized him right away thanks to the intense venom he gave off. Regal Fern. I didn't know we could meet each other already. Currently, the Bamul Alliance is predicting that Regal Fern is collaborating with Kiliak Ziffel. In addition, Regal had a record of cornering Alona with his unique ability to kill people on a large scale, making him one of the most important people to watch. Regal Fern. Regal also had a debt he owed. They tried to threaten Luna by using Runkendel's prodigals who had now become Ganesto. There was also a need to check if there were indeed Ganestoga and Kiliak Ziffel in the back boat. Who? Indeed, the great name of this body was already known throughout the world. Well, I guess it's only natural that I killed half of the person who is said to have the most royalties, right? Yes. I am the one who poisons you. I am Regal Fern, the poisonous demon who holds the title of demon, and is the only one in the demon world. The demon kings who came out with Regal Fern's self-introduction, which seemed extremely self-absorbed, narrowed their eyebrows as if they were pitiful. They were not friendly people to Regal to begin with. They were all close to the Clopino family or the Belgasium family. Jean remembered the information Biceps gave him for a moment and recognized the remaining demon lords. The long swords are Clopino, the head of the Dylus family, and Ticano, the demon king of the Belgasium family. The other two are Bagel Milotane, lord of the freezing zone, and Slam Vicuria, lord of the plague zone. Most of them were much bigger figures than the demon kings Luna had faced so far while carrying out preemptive strike missions. Royalties. No, the strongest human in this world is not Alona Ziffel, but Regal Fern. To be honest, I was a little curious too. But thanks to you, the ranking became clear. Under? What do you mean? If you had met the head of the sword house that day instead of Alona Ziffel, you wouldn't be here right now. Sigh. Jean first spread his sword energy at the Demon Kings. The Demon Kings, except for Dylus and Ticano, scattered in all directions to avoid the sword of fire. Dylus and Ticano blocked the distance between Jean and Jean by attacking them head-on. Dylus even held out his spear and grazed Jin's hair. Although it seemed like a very close moment, Jean smiled and lowered his sword to Dylus' forehead. Dylus nearly fell into the sea trying to block the blow. The previous demon lords were so weak that I didn't find it very fun, but it looks like some pretty good ones came out this time. Meanwhile, Ticano rushed towards Jin's side, but had no choice but to stop while breaking through the shower of black chains. Those two had the most outstanding fighting skills among the new demon lords. Dylus perked up somewhat shocked. His posture almost collapsed from that single blow. I was curious about the gap between me and Soga of the Sword family, but at this point, comparisons are meaningless. I have no choice but to use Jito's true energy right away. Of course, Jean was conscious of Zito's flesh this time too. The plan was to make it so that Dylus and Ticano could never take the flesh. This was because it was decided that if only those two were prevented from strengthening, the battle would never become tiring. As soon as Dylus realized the gap, he tried to use his flesh, but he could not close the gap. It only took about a second or two, but Jean began to push Dylus more roughly than even he could have dreamed of. It looks like you want to use Jito's flesh, but if that's the case, you should have used it before he came. Were you worried about it being wasted if you used it in advance and then I just took it out? TSK. Dylus barely pushed away Bradamanti, who was weighing him down like a mountain, and thought of the three demon lords who had died before him. The true nature of the Jito they were supposed to use was not felt anywhere on the battlefield. Likewise, as Jean said, it was an obvious mistake since he couldn't use his flesh like they did. I'm not a soft enough person to be able to fight while you guys calculate something like that. Zito would be really happy to see this. What are you guys to Zito? If I were Jito, I would look like a parasite eating flesh. Murakan also made the same decision as Jean. He was putting pressure on Ticano to keep him from taking out the flesh. The best thing would be to make the remaining three unable to use their flesh, but even that was difficult. No matter how low the level is, it only takes about 2 seconds for them to take out a piece of flesh and break it. Bagel and Slam were already breaking flesh as the two were being pressured. Of course, if it were a situation where there were people to protect, Regal Fern's flesh would have been the first thing to be conscious of. However, now our troops are providing artillery support from the faraway wall, and the only ones fighting in enemy territory are Jean and Murakan. It was impossible for Regal to take hostage. Wow! Jean Runkendal is really a scary guy, just like my friend Kiliak said. You've been making it difficult for Dylus to breathe from the beginning, right? Even Ticano is formidable, but in front of Murakan, he just looks like a brat. However, Regal had no intention of fighting seriously in the first place. He couldn't ignore Sakiel's request for support, so he had no choice but to come, and whether the demon kings who came with him died or not was none of his business. That's why he didn't take out the flesh even though he could have used it. Looking at it, it's only a matter of time before the demon lords fall behind those two. You can use them as a shield and escape at the right time. Sakiel, you stupid B*****. Why doesn't Sakiel know something that my friend Kiliak knows and I know? Excluding Jito, there are only about 4 or 5 people who can have a viable battle with Runkendal, who is currently in the true demon world. Unlike in the past, Regal's loyalty is not only towards Zito. In some ways, he was now liking Kiliak Ziffel more than Zito. Tisk dash. Dylas was thrown back by Jin's attack and fell into the Jinma army's ship. I wanted to use the flesh while my view was momentarily obscured by the shattered wreckage, but Jin was already rushing towards the ship he was buried in. Damn it! The flashing sword energy cut the ship in two. Dylas barely managed to turn around and avoid being fatally wounded, but it was difficult to read Jin's sword. I couldn't keep up with its speed and trajectory. As I blocked the sword that flew to my left, I suddenly felt a blade stabbing me in the back, and when I thought I had dodged it, super regeneration had already begun somewhere in my body. However, the super regeneration only activated and the eternal flower dug into his flesh, bones, and organs faster and more tenaciously than the super regeneration. As each second passed, Jin's attacks became more and more intense, and Dylas had no choice but to slow down little by little. Just like a person who has lost a lot of blood gets tired easily. Looking at you, you seem to be the leader among them, the Demon Lord. Is this all? Where has that spirit that dared to fight back against me in the beginning gone? I can't answer. My mouth was as dry as wood from tension, and my head and eyes felt like they were going to burst from trying to follow Jin's sword. A powerful enemy that can never be defeated. Dylas realized. The fact that he was nothing more than an animal in front of the small head of Runkendal. I don't see an answer. No matter what I do, there is no way to survive from this man. Since there is not even a split second allowed to take out the flesh, there is no need to say anything about running away. It was also impossible to cast a magic to return to the dark world by sacrificing soldiers. There are still millions of regular soldiers on the defense line, but on the side where Jin and Muraken are, there are only a lot of corpses turned into ashes. The regular soldiers did not dare enter the narrow radius. The same was true for senior troops such as General Manindajang. For Jin and Muraken, there was no difference between them and ordinary soldiers. Occasionally nearby generals risked their lives to help their superiors in any way possible, but the shock waves from the fire and Black Ashes battle were a problem. In addition, the Allied forces supporting artillery and magic were constantly pouring into the enemy territory, so the generals who stepped forward had no choice but to face death. The situation on Takano's side is also not good. Even Bagel and Slam's frozen plague powers do no harm to them. Even Bagel and Slam had been successfully strengthened using Zito's flesh. Nevertheless, Bagel's ice could not even make a scratch on Muraken's scales. The spirit of plague spread by Slam enveloped Jin and Muraken at the same time, but it had no effect. Jin and Muraken fight while simply breathing in the cloudy energy of the plague like fresh water. He didn't even cough, let alone vomit blood. For example, Jin and Muraken were clearly showing off. Millions of troops from the Jinma realm were witnessing the scene. The demon kings, who are recognized as beings close to heaven by ordinary demons, are seen helplessly collapsing and being trampled like insects. Regal, what on earth is this B** doing? Big. Dylas' left arm was torn off. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b. It wasn't a cut with a sword or sword. The sword wind that struck Dylas fiercely tore off his left arm. Since there was no eternal fire in the sword, wind regeneration was possible, but if he concentrated even for a moment on regenerating his torn left arm, his entire body would be torn apart. You gave up on playing. That was a good decision. If you had been under me instead of Jito, you wouldn't have been helplessly waiting for death like you are now. You are a truly valuable talent, but Zito is just used as a consumable. Are demon lords like you common enough in the true demon realm to be worthy of being written like this? It is by no means common. Dylas was clearly a high-ranking figure among the demon lords. Jin knew all about this, but he was deliberately destroying the morale of his enemies. Perhaps if the enemies we were facing now were humans instead of demons, most of the troops would have already thrown away their weapons and kneeled down. However, the demons were still more afraid of Jito than Jin and Muraken. Whether you should be more afraid of me or Jito, you all will gradually find out starting from today. Fit support. Dylus' window was breaking. It was the result of successive beam thrusts hitting exactly the same part of the spear blade. He seemed to care more about the spear than his broken left arm. Losing a weapon was more fatal than losing one's left arm. He hurriedly injected magical energy to delay the damage, but the beam stabbing continued. Runkendal's secret technique that must be avoided by predicting rather than reacting. Jin's light speed stabbing has reached its limit and has been completed. Jin far outnumbered Dylus and ended up breaking his spear blade. It is possible to use additional magic energy, but it is only effective when fighting a weaker opponent. In fact, it was a moment when it became impossible for Dylus to create any small twist purely on his own. Now all that's left for Dylus is for the remaining demon lords to do something unexpected. Even if that were to come true, the number of cases where Dylus would return alive was simply non-existent. That is, unless the strongest players like Zito Paolito Ridilos or Vidlus suddenly come to support. However, they did not come, and Murakan had already half-killed Tikano and was extending his power to Bagel and Slam Regal. Sigh. Bradamanti penetrated Dylus' abdomen. Jean spun the blade and amplified the eternal fire. Big, If you had used Zito's flesh, I would have been a little more tired. It's time to rest now, Demon Lord. Would you like to leave a will? Dylus thought for a moment. He had a premonition of death from the moment he saw the gap with Jean. As I was about to die, something I had forgotten suddenly seemed to come to mind. For example, on the day when I was going to capture the souls of humans who had deviated from their paths with those who seemed to be my subordinates, I happened to encounter a demon in the forest. And I remembered the time when I had a relationship with that demon and gave birth to a child. Who is this woman? The kid next to him? It was clearly a memory that Dylus had never had before. He couldn't remember who those subordinates were, who the woman he was living with, who the child was. What is certain is that as soon as I see them, I feel unbearably distressed. Teardrop. Jean was startled by the tears that suddenly flowed from Dylus' eyes. Of course, the scenes that are now revived in Dylus' memory are the people he had forgotten. After several forgetting cycles, it was completely burned in his memory by Zito's torture and brainwashing. The reason they came to mind was because Zito's brainwashing on Dylus had weakened for a while. Although it wasn't intentional, Jin's eternalization touched the chain of brainwashing that hung over him. Why are you crying? Just as Jean was about to ask that question, Dylus' face suddenly contorted viciously. It only takes a moment for memories of forgotten people to come back to mind. Immediately afterward, his brainwashed mind awakened and transformed him into Dylus Clopino, the true demon lord. Regal, don't hand over my body to that scum. Enjoy this small victory to the fullest. Jito will repay my death with even more pain than this. Jean was surprised that Dylus had shed tears, but he quickly nodded. Don't worry about that. You will soon disappear without a trace. Grumbling. Eternal fire quickly engulfed Dylus. Dylus screamed in burning pain and scattered throughout the battlefield. When I turned around, I saw that Tikano Belgasium was also dying from Murakan's breath. Bagel and Slam also appeared to be in complete disrepair, but Regal was the only one without any serious injuries. You participated passively in battle throughout Regal Fun. What kind of plan is this? Is this just an attempt to immediately recognize the difference in level and avoid being killed, or is there something more to it? Either way, Regal was doing everything he could to survive. It was clear that he intended to return alive regardless of whether the demon kings who came with him died or not. Of course, Bagel and Slam were also aware of the cause. Regal, what are you thinking? Are you trying to run away alone? Finally, Bagel couldn't bear it anymore and asked. Regal smiled brightly and nodded as if he had no intention of hiding it. Then, while you guys are getting beaten up, I've already prepared to separate some of the flesh and throw it away. What? It's not me who can't understand what you're thinking, it's Sakil, you idiots. How are we going to deal with those monsters? How much time did the 4 demon lords gain by sacrificing their lives? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Does that have any meaning? Regal Sakil's orders are Jito's. Oh, don't worry, I will tell Jito well. Then I'll leave so everyone can criticize me. A dimensional door opened behind Regal. It was a dimensional gate that was opened by offering Jito's flesh as a sacrifice. Rhaegal then broke the remaining piece of flesh and shouted, "Jean McEwen, listen! As of now, the first line of defense has been abandoned. Those who want to live should work hard to reach the second line of defense from now on. I don't think anyone will survive." Rhaegal disappeared into the dimension door. And as soon as the dimensional door closed, Rhaegal's poisonous dance, strengthened by Jito's flesh, began to spread from that spot. The poisonous dance possessed a level of venom that was quite disturbing to both Jean and Murakan and quickly began to encroach on the entire first line of defense. "What is that strange little guy? Once this poison subsides, Valeria will search the records here and find out." The remaining demons were melting away under Rhaegal's poisonous dance. Jean and Murakan finished off by finding those who were trying to run away from the poisonous dance. 10 minutes later, there was not a single living Jinma army left on the first line of defense. At the same time, the second castle of Belgasium, the abyss of the true demon world. Layla looked with expressionless eyes at Kiliak Ziffel, who came to her out of nowhere. It was probably because of the help of witches that people who should have been in royalties were able to enter hell. "Why did you come to see me?" "Layla Belgasium, I came here to take you away from Zito." "Say it again. What are you going to do?" When Layla suddenly showed signs of anger, Kiliak smiled quietly. "He said he wanted to make you mine. To that end, I would like to tell you a secret about Jito. Would you like to hear something?" Layla stopped, pulling out her sword, and made eye contact with Kiliak. "Tell me, Kiliak Ziffel." "His goal is to color this entire world with pain. I mean all living things. However, do you know that, in the end, the subjects that Jito intends to cause suffering are not only those below and humans, but also include you?" Layla nodded as if there was nothing surprising. "Jito enjoys all kinds of pain. Putting his trustworthy subordinates in pain will inevitably become one of Jito's pleasures." "So you're saying you're ready to endure whatever it takes, whether it's killing an enemy or being in pain for Jito's sake?" "That's right. All demons, including me, exist solely for Jito. Zito never once explained his ultimate goal to his subordinates. Therefore, most of the demons, including the Demon King, only knew that the purpose of this invasion was to dominate through suffering. Through suffering, a new order will be created to replace the Sun God, and everyone will enjoy the fate they deserve. However, as Kiliak found out, the world Zito wants is even more terrible than that. Don't you think it's a pitiful life? You just keep making rude remarks. But I have no intention of killing the human who left the witch behind, so just go back now." Just as Layla was about to call her men and pull Kiliak out, flames suddenly appeared in Kiliak's eyes. Layla mistook it for a surprise attack and pulled out her rapier. But for some reason my body didn't move when I faced Kiliak's burning eyes. Just like Dylas, who had just died on the first line of defense at Grosh Castle, inexplicable scenes were flashing in her mind. Memories she had forgotten. "Ha! What did you do?" Because his mind was extremely confused, he could not swing his sword properly. Layla was shaking and holding her head. "I think you should understand that I am helping you. This is the power I call the fire of awakening. Doesn't something come to mind? What on earth is this? You know that better than I do, but I don't think it's that difficult to guess the content. You might be remembering a lost family member, friend, or lover, or something that was just as precious." Red bloody tears were flowing from Layla's eyes. It was a torture so terrible that it made us forget the sight of people we loved being cruelly torn apart by Zito. All of that was piercing her consciousness as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. Sometimes Zito's brainwashing came into play again, and his anger toward Kiliak intensified. However, unlike Dylas, she struggled to somehow not lose sight of the newly emerged memories. After a while, the fire in Kiliak's eyes went out. "Ha ha ha!" Layla let out a rough breath and raised her head. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b. Kiliak was also catching his breath while sweating all over his body. Using the fire of awakening carries many risks even for him. Also, even if one took risks and maintained the fire of awakening, it was impossible to fundamentally and completely eliminate Zito's brainwashing. That was something that even the witch Hilurum couldn't do. What you saw just now is only part of it. Only some of the forgotten memories were finally revealed. I don't need to explain it, but you are probably feeling it the most. So to speak, you have been brainwashed by Zito all this time. I can't believe this. Layla couldn't possibly say that. Just as those who saw the seal of fire felt absolute trust, the same was true for the fire of awakening. It is the same even now when the fire of awakening has temporarily pushed away Zito's power. If I don't keep following up, you will soon turn into Zito's loyal dog. On the other hand, it might be better not to confirm all the forgotten truths. Seeing you suffer so much over just this makes me think that if it all comes to mind, your mind may completely collapse. Keliak Jiffel, how did you find out about the existence of my erased memories that even I don't know about? The answer to that depends on what kind of relationship you and I will have in the future. I ask you again, Layla Belgasium, do you still think it is right to remain loyal to Zito? There was silence for a while. What do you want from me? From now on, I want you to fight with me, not with Zito. Zito, are you even thinking of taking down Zito and taking over this Jinma realm? I have no interest in ruling the true demon realm. To me, Jinma Egg is nothing more than a means to get my family back. However, after I regain my family, I will need a ruler to rule over the Jinma realm. Not a monster like Zito, but a person worthy of being called the king of the world. Squeak. Keliak filled the teacup. I think it should be your brother Paelito Belgasium. What do you think? Does Paelito know this too? Is he also brainwashed? You are asking the obvious. Paelito is the same as you just a moment ago. He doesn't know that he has been brainwashed, and he doesn't know why he is so blindly loyal to Zito. Even though he was the person who resisted Zito most strongly in the entire Jinma world before he was brainwashed. Ugh! Layla moaned as the terrible pain suddenly surged throughout her body. Zito's energy has already awakened and is trying to eat away at your spirit again. As I said before, now that I have seen the fire of awakening, pain like this will come to me at any time for a while. Are you in a lot of pain? Layla couldn't even respond and writhed around for several minutes. This time I asked the obvious. But if you really want revenge on Zito, you have to continue to overcome that pain. This means that you need will. It becomes easier to accept the brainwashing that penetrates your mind again because you are afraid of the pain. Instead, the recovered memories also disappear. I have no intention of becoming comfortable. I can endure as much pain as this. I will no longer fight for Zito. It's a good attitude. Then will you fight me? I told you the truth, so I will repay your debt. But that doesn't mean I'll give you complete loyalty. From now on, I will fight for the Belgasium family, for Master Paelito, for the true demon realm, and for myself. That's a great answer. Then if you like it, you won't regret giving it your allegiance. However, this answer alone cannot confirm your will. What should I do? From now on, come visit Dakma Castle once every 15 days. Poisonous devil? I am staying in Dakma Castle, so whenever you come I will light the fire of awakening. And at some point, if you don't look for me, I will understand that you have become Zito's dog again. That won't happen. Thank you for making me realize who my enemy is. Layla was quickly regaining her senses despite the heartbreaking events that occurred to her. It was because I thought that from now on, if I lose my cool even for a moment, I will have no choice but to become Zito's plaything again. But it looks like the poisonous castle has already captured Regal Fern. Was that idiot brainwashed like me? Even though he was damaged by brainwashing, Regal Fern was originally a very outstanding person. So from now on, please be polite when dealing with Regal. He began awakening before you and is enduring greater pain than you. You're enduring greater pain than me? That Regal? Of course, Regal has never been like that. Keliak simply appeased him without any fire of awakening. Also, Keliak actually doesn't know if Regal was truly an outstanding person before the brainwashing. Keliak was simply increasing Regal's loyalty in a simple way. Layla thought for a moment of Regal's shallow appearances, then nodded. I haven't decided to give my allegiance to Keliak yet, but since Keliak acknowledged Regal, there was no need to ignore him like before. I get it. Be careful. That's really surprising. Keliak, it looks like you've achieved immortality. I can't believe you were a person who lived highly. Then I'll just head back. If you endure the pain and come back to me in 15 days, I will tell you more details. At that time, I can truly trust your will. I get it. I will go to Dokmasong Castle in 15 days. The sea was the first line of defense in the Jinma realm. Why? Every time the sea breeze blew the poisonous dance left behind by Rhaegal, and the ashes of the corpses of the demons cast a huge shadow on the sea. Castle Grosu abandoned its first line of defense and did not send any more troops. Because of the monotony, the Union army was not advancing further. Although it was possible for Jean and other superhumans to clear the air and advance, finding records about Rhaegal was a priority. Anyway, the remaining large powers are continuing to fight on the remaining 3 defense lines. Valeria, do you want to take a break and try again? The blue spears were constantly being renewed within the aura shield that Murakan had spread. Valeria had been looking through battlefield records for 6 hours already. It's okay, Jean. There are so many records of the dead on the battlefield that filtering them out is cumbersome but not very difficult. Jean carefully wiped the sweat from Valeria's forehead. Rhaegal Fern, the owner of the Poison Demon Castle, joins the battlefield after receiving a request for support from Sakil Grosh, General Secretary of the True Demon World. However, Rhaegal Fern receives orders from Kiliak Ziffel and does not give his best to the fight. The only meaningful content in the record about Rhaegal that I finally found after a while was those 2 lines. However, that was enough to confirm the collusion between Kiliak and Rhaegal. The other records are all descriptions of the battle situation. Still, it was worthwhile because the collusion between Kiliak Ziffel and Rhaegal was clearly revealed. Jean nodded. It was just as Biceps expected. Kiliak Ziffel and Rhaegal Fern. According to Biceps, Rhaegal Fern was clearly brainwashed by Biceps just like the other guys. But now that Kiliak's orders have taken precedence over protecting Grashi Castle, it means that Kiliak has the ability to undo Zito's brainwashing, or at least weaken it. Is it possible that little Kiliak and Zito are part of the same gang? I think so. Even if Rhaegal had just fought properly, their first line of defense wouldn't have been completely destroyed like this. If Kiliak was loyal to Jito and the Jinma world, Rhaegal would have fought with all his might. Jean thought for a moment and then said this. It seems like a crack is forming within the Jinma realm. Because of Kiliak Ziffel. As soon as the 3 checked Rhaegal's records, they returned to the golden chest. The battle had already achieved a great victory 6 hours ago and had entered a lull, but the Union members on board were maintaining their equipment without letting go of their tension. You confirmed the relationship between Rhaegal and Kiliak? Oh my, I worked hard. Our Valeria. You worked hard, Doctor. What happened to the Red Owl? Fortunately, thanks to the shield, there were no major problems with the power source and important circuits. Everything fixed. In addition, as I was checking to see if there were any parts that needed to be modified, I also found content that could be applied to the mass-produced Red Owl. In the end, it was actually helpful for the leader to lead the Red Owl through a difficult time. Oh, anyway, our little guy has a corner where his broken nose can be reattached even if he falls backwards. Jean picked up the ship's communicator. Are there any managerial biceps? There is only Tilia's. We will change it right away. As King In's all-out attack suddenly began, Sakil had summoned most of the currently active demon lords to Grashi Castle. However, Tilia and Missile were exceptions. This is why Zito's order to let those 2 rest for a while is still valid. Regarding this, not only Sakil but even Biceps, who had been granted freedom, were unable to guess Zito's intentions. What happened to Jean? A record about Rhaegal has been released. As we expected, Kiliak was in hell, and given the part where he gave orders to Rhaegal, it is highly likely that he is treating Rhaegal like a subordinate. Then it becomes clear that Kiliak Ziffel is receiving help from witches. However, as far as I know, even witches cannot completely undo Jito's brainwashing. Could it be that the power of the being called Shenu, the god of fire, surpasses that of witches? I don't know, but I think probably not. It is true that Shenu is classified as the highest god in royal circles. He is the highest immortal. I also heard from you about the seal of fire, which anyone can absolutely trust. I guess it must have had some effect on the brainwashing through the seal of fire or something similar. I think so too, Tilias. Moreover, since not only the witch but also Ganesto is collaborating with Kiliak, He may have some additional abilities that we do not know about. Jean. Rhaegal is the person who is most loyal to Zito. If Kiliak made Rhaegal his own limbs, that means he can make all other demon lords like that too. Kiliak is taking out the demon lords subordinate to Jito and making them his minions. There's no way Jito will just sit back and watch that happen. Right? I have no way of knowing what that crazy guy is thinking. It may be that Kiliak has no idea that they are taking out guys like Rhaegal, or he may already know but is leaving them alone. Especially recently, in many ways I can't figure out what's going on. It's strange that they released Missile and I and that they continue to stay on vacation even though the castle is being attacked by Grosh. It was the same for Jean. It was not easy to read Zito's intentions. Why can't we just fight the royal invasion war with that many troops? After learning about the approximate size and power of the Jinma army thanks to Biceps, Jean continued to have doubts about Jito's use of troops. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b. It would be better to reduce the frequency of creation of transfer cracks and send out the top demon lords at once. Or if that is not easy, quietly gather all superhuman fighters and troops at Groshi Castle before an all-out attack. If it had been Jean, he would have prepared for the Ince invasion like that. Until now, the Jinma realm has deployed its troops too haphazardly. At the beginning of the war, Jean was not evaluated that way either. Transition cracks, which were created sporadically at any time, always made the alliance extremely nervous, and without the returners from the Black Sea, it would have been quite difficult. However, the coalition has managed to prevent all of the cracks without causing any major damage. Although several cities were lost, all of their inhabitants were able to move to safe areas. Even before the all-out attack, they attempted a preemptive attack centered on Luna and achieved a major victory as soon as the advance on Grosh Castle began. However, Jito has not yet responded in any way, and Sekil continues to block the castle against Grosh, making it difficult to understand what the enemies want. It almost makes me think that they are deliberately wasting their troops rather than trying to win the war. Or whether it's the Demon King or the regular troops, they think that if only Jito can move around comfortably, it's all meaningless. Considering the power of complete Jito emphasized by transcendentalists such as Ayula and Tezamares, it was quite possible. Of course, that doesn't mean I understand it. It's strange in many ways. For now, we have no choice but to keep advancing until it becomes clear what his intentions are. It's not a situation where we can hesitate just because we don't know what the plan is. That is correct. We Biceps also decided that this could be our first and last opportunity. A strange look appeared in Jin's eyes. Does this mean that Biceps will move his troops in earnest because it is the first and last opportunity? Okay. Thanks to Ince advance, most of the demon lords are being rushed to Grosh Castle. In other words, the main base of the true demon world is getting weaker. In my many years as a fugitive, something like this has never happened. This is what you've been waiting for, Tilias. Are you confident that you can properly hit the main base? It is definitely possible if Jito's movements remain tied up and Paiolato goes to the ground. Of course, even if troops continue to be added to Grosh's castle and even Paiolato is missing, the true demon world is still overwhelmingly stronger than Biceps. Nevertheless, Biceps had a part of him that believed. Among Biceps spies, there were people who were in a position to be involved in the entire Jinma world. Biceps planned to cause great chaos in the Jinma world base through them. And I didn't hide that fact from Jean. Among our spies is the artificial sun manager. And we are assuming that the artificial sun also acts as a kind of maintenance device that is aware of the Earth. Now it's time to explain the benefits. What benefit will we gain from an alliance with you? You will obtain the means to kill Jito. I remembered the conversation I had when I first communicated with Tilias. The way to kill Jito seems to have something to do with the artificial sun. Okay, but that's not all. Can you share the rest with us after you break through Grosh's castle and enter the main base of the true demon realm? It still sounds like you can't completely trust us. That's not it. I just think that safety measures are necessary until the very end. It's a joke, Tilias. It's not like you don't understand Biceps' position, so do whatever you want. Anyway, neither we nor you can move on without finishing Jito in the end. Thank you for your understanding. Once our main unit begins operations, we will be able to find out more about the Kiliak Jeep. We will also be able to confirm whether he is actually recruiting other demon lords. And there is one more important news. What is it? Holy Kingdom Bankila. There was intelligence that Pialito would go there soon. It was expected. Jito cannot help but want to somehow find his eyes kept by Songguk and strengthen his power. If Jito himself was not going to attack the Holy Kingdom himself, it was natural for the true demon realm First Sword to step forward. What is the exact date? I haven't figured that out yet. However, if Ince continues to push Grosh into the castle in the same way, there is a high possibility that Polito will make a sortie before the castle is completely conquered. Sakiel would like to buy more time somehow. No, I think differently. Sakiel may want to buy time, but will Zito do the same? If that were the case, he wouldn't have wasted his army like this. Then, if I were Jito, I would send Pialito up to the castle after Ince's main troops finish conquering Grosh's castle and enter the Jinma realm's main base. If that happens, the number of superhumans who can stop Insane Pialito will be significantly reduced. There was silence for a moment. Tilias and Biceps had no idea how to do it. That makes sense. Of course, even if we begin to enter the Jinma realm, we will leave sufficient defense forces for royalties. But we don't know what variables may be waiting for us at the Jinma realm headquarters. We've already stepped in there, so we can't force our troops back. If a variable arises, it is highly likely that more royalties will have to be invested to resolve it. And if the royalties are empty, the eyes of the Holy Kingdom will be taken by Pialito. As a result, when Jito regains his power, he will be at the Jinma realm's headquarters. The battle going on will suddenly take a turn. It was the most terrible case. Biceps predicted that once Zito regained his eyes, there would be no hope left in the world. Therefore, we must eliminate Pialito before entering the true demon realm. So somehow use spies to find out the date that Pialito will go out for royalties. Let's make him come up with royalties before we send him to hell. I get it. I will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Tilias answered in a calm voice, but he was convinced that many sacrifices would have to be made to send Pialito, as Jean had said. If you want to catch a big fish like that, you need bait that responds to it. This would only be possible if Brother Bassett or Silkia acts as bait. No, not Silcia. Is it just Brother Bassett? Jean also read the heavy determination hidden in his voice. If you need our help with that, please let us know. We will support you as much as possible. I will do that, Jean. Then let's communicate again next time. I have to go deliver these details to headquarters. Take care, Tilias. You too. I wish you good luck always. Jean then communicated with the Sword Garden and Tychon. Sir Casimir, Chief Butler. What is the crack situation like? Were there any new fissures added to our territory since the first line of defense fell? There was none, Confucius. The same goes for the Hupister Union. Rather, the frequency of crack occurrence is decreasing compared to usual. We'll have to wait and see, but unless the enemies are setting up a smokescreen, it seems like all of the cracks and troops that will be deployed to our main base are being summoned to Grashi Castle. Jean nodded. Okay, then I guess we'll have to advance to put pressure on them. If you see even the slightest sign of cracks growing in the main base, please contact us immediately. Jean put down the communicator and looked across the bridge. Regal's solo dance appeared to be much softer than before. It was time to begin the second advance. Pooh! A distant explosion could be heard. Unlike the Bamul coalition which had collapsed the first defense line a long time ago, fierce battles were still continuing on the left and right rear defense lines. Only the Bamul coalition had time to regroup after completely winning the first game. As of now, it has been confirmed that the Jinma realm's defense line consists of a total of 5 layers. This means that 4 more defense lines must be destroyed before the main castle can be attacked. It is real from its very nature, so we have to push to the main castle as quickly as possible, adjust the pace from then on, and find out the date when Pialito will play. Or there was a way to put so much pressure on the main character that Pialito could not even touch the Holy Kingdom at all. That was the best move. Veil. I'm listening to Baal Runkendal here. Since becoming the center of the wall, Baal has quickly gained recognition and pride as a member of the family's union. After becoming a member of the union, the internal experience gained through numerous experiences is exploding all at once. It was the result of protecting people as the guardian deity of the wall. Now the dead Sarah Runkendal is not the only thing that is precious to Baal. He sincerely wanted to protect all union members and colleagues who believed in him and fought. He was maturing, so to speak. He was becoming a person worthy of being a teenage knight of Runkendal. Jean smiled as he read the feelings contained in the voice of Vale, who spoke as Runkendal through the communicator. It's the beginning of a breakthrough again. This time you go first and deal with the demons on the front lines. I'll rest for 30 more minutes and then leave. I understand, Sagaju, but Murakin and I destroyed the first line of defense in just 30 minutes. If you want to rest more, let me know at any time. I can just sweep it all away on my own. I can now say something quite reassuring, Baal. It fills up in 30 minutes. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't rest. The guys in front of me must have been at the level of just giving up their bodies. See you later. Pying dash. Baal spread his wings and accelerated rapidly. Along with the sound of an explosion bursting through the air, a comet-like golden trail traced the sky. The demons on the defense line are afraid of the Veil. This was because I had clearly seen what kind of activities he had done so far as the guardian of the wall. The sight of them slaughtering demons while coloring the entire sky with golden power. Wawea. As the power of the Veil began to fill the sky, Ragel's remaining poisonous dance quickly cleared away. It was literally a solo breakthrough, but it was not Vale who risked death, but the Jinma army of the second line of defense numbering in the millions. Their attack has begun again. Assemble your entire army. Aim the guns. 1. The second fleet should hold the Vale, and the rest of the fleet should prepare for an artillery battle with the enemies. Get notified for updates. https://discord.gg/93rmbjgp6b. The demons, conscious of their painful defeat in the first battle, deployed demon kings and generals right from the front line. Hideous main guns protruded from the Jinma realm ships. Even when Baal saw the gunfire aimed at him, he didn't even open a protective shield. This was because it was completely avoidable. Our Sagaju entered the battle with her back to our ship's guns and even the main guns of the golden ship. Would you guys have the guts to tie me up? If you don't interfere in that way, you will never be able to hit this body with a naval gun. As soon as Baal finished speaking, a demon lord flew towards him and swung his sword. Squeak dash. Vale broke his posture with his wings and cut off his arm, and at that moment, the aimed naval guns poured out purple flashes at once. The demon king tried to pull away, but Vale continued to tie him with his wings and use him as a shield. The Jinma realm's naval guns instantly turned the demon king into a rag. Kaak! You shouldn't shoot your own troops, you idiots. Then Shaken split the body of the demon king who was in super regeneration in half. The golden sword energy spread like a tidal wave and fell onto the fleet, erasing the 6 pieces. As soon as it hit the leading flagship, the sword energy spread widely and covered the demons like a net. The demons would get an electric shock and break down if they were even slightly touched by that energy. But if they managed to hold on to their spirit, they would have to experience the sensation of their entire body disintegrating. In other words, regular soldiers had no meaning to Baal. Even if there were tens of millions of regular soldiers, their only role was to block Vale's advance for a few seconds. Those whose only title is the devil, those who are simply called generals, and all the miscellaneous soldiers who are worse than insects are all meaningless. The Jinma army commanders did not have the energy to respond to the harsh words. Previously, Jean fought by distributing his strength to a certain extent in preparation for additional battles, but the energy of the sun god that Vale possesses is close to infinite. Moreover, unless there was something that could extinguish the sun god's energy, the Vale could not be brought to complete death. Unfortunately, among the demons on the second line of defense, there was no one with that level of ability. I am invincible and immortal, and you are weak and finite. I am a being who destroys the enemies of Runkendal's 10 knights. the natural enemy of mortals. Yes, I am a Vale. It's Baal Runkendal. Jean, who was meditating in the golden box, burst into laughter without realizing it. It looks like that kid has grown up and gone through something similar to puberty, right? He's so good at saying such childish lines. He gives me goosebumps. It's just narcissism. But you look much better than when we first met. As I become more mature, it will become an embarrassing memory that I will want to forget. Jean, Murakan, and their allies felt sympathetic shame or burst into laughter at Baal's lines. They weren't demons. To them, Vale's childish lines sounded like a stern sentence from fallen old demons. Every time I blinked, nearly 10,000 demons were oxidizing into golden ash. The remains of the true demon army's fleet were constantly pouring into the sea, and the air was stained with golden power and screams. Most of the 13 demon kings deployed on the second line of defense could not even properly counterattack Baal. It wasn't just because of the difference in power. This was because it was difficult to keep up with his speed as he swept across the battlefield as fast as light. The demon kings aimed at the Vale but instead hit their allies. Each time, the chaos accelerated and the formation collapsed. Of course, if they put all their effort into it all at once, Baal would have no choice but to falter. Even though he is not the highest-ranking demon lord, he is still 13. However, the demon lords were conscious of the allied forces encamped in the distance with their eyes wide open. It would be a disaster if they hastily poured everything into their efforts and suddenly the veil falls and the allied forces tighten their grip. The demon lords wanted to prepare for when Jean and Murakan attacked again, even if it meant taking enormous damage from the mid to low-level troops. But the judgment of the demon kings could not last. Slowly, the Veil was inflicting a direct blow not only on ordinary soldiers but also on demon lords. If the bond between the demon kings protecting each other was disturbed even for a moment, Shakan would inevitably fly in. Flesh must be used. If things continue like this, it will only end up getting worse. Even if they join, we will definitely capture Vale, a demon lord shouted. His name was Telbit, and he was the strongest of the demon lords of the second line of defense. In any case, it would collapse with only the loss of troops or be swept away by the allied forces that had joined, and there was nothing worse. As many as 13 demon lords made the decision to use all 13 of Jito's flesh at the same time. It was the moment when the most flesh was used in one battle since the Jinma War began. The demon lords judged that if they combined all the flesh they had, they would be able to generate a power similar to Jito's true energy that Sakiel used to block Jean and Murakan for the first time. Goo! The vision suddenly becomes dark. Baal was shocked and glared at the demon lords. The golden power that filled the sky was being eroded by demonic energy. Next, Vale unleashed his powers to the maximum, but this only slightly slowed down the speed at which the battlefield was stained with demonic energy. My infinite power is being pushed aside. Just like when confronting Jin's eternalization, even Jean and Murakan had in the past backed away from confronting Sakiel when he used his flesh. It was bound to be difficult for Baal to handle. Jito is a being who is capable of extinguishing the trace of life, the power of the sun god that Vale possesses. The demon kings were borrowing the money by using Jito's flesh. In the past, Vale would have been embarrassed by the crisis that started out of nowhere. Those who become strong by birth, not training, are bound to lose their way at moments like this. But Baal regained his strength and held his sword. Looking back, even when he was in Runkendal 1,000 years ago, even after meeting Jean and returning to Runkendal, he was becoming a knight without realizing it. If your fighting spirit weakens due to the gap in power, you will not be able to be confident when you meet Sarah someday. Soon Vale swung Shakan as if he were casting a spell like Jean, Luna, or his great colleagues from 1,000 years ago. The golden power on the blade became infinitely brighter, turning into a pure ore. The Vale's sword drew a huge semicircle and sharply cut the center of the purple sky into two halves. It was clearly the result of his martial arts skills as a knight, not the divine status he was born with. The demon kings were taken aback by the unexpected blow, but Jito's energy immediately filled the sky again. I thought you only believed in the energy of the damned sun god. It has its own roots, Baal. Hearing Telbit's words, Baal opened his eyes and shouted, "I am the one who becomes stronger when I fight with a sword, not with the power of Runkendal. Come, we'll cut down all you demons. Look at your feet and talk, you arrogant fragment of the sun god." I guess I missed it because I was concentrating on swinging my sword like a knight who has reached the end of his rope. Right? Baal didn't look down directly at his feet, but he could feel them. Magi swirling as if they were about to eat him. Talbot used Jito's flesh and at the same time used the corpses of fallen demon kings and ordinary soldiers as sacrifices to perform dark magic. The highest level of seal magic, curses, and illusion magic that had been taught directly from Sakiel were swirling around in the whirlpool. The first thing that hit Vale was a fantasy. Vale gritted his teeth at the vivid vision of Sarah being horribly murdered. Then, just as the seal and curse were about to tie the veil one after another, I felt the comment was a bit excessive. But today you were the most Runkendal-like I've ever seen, Vale. I thought I was going crazy from the words you said while fighting. Still, for a bitch who only knew Sarah, she grew up well. Oh, I feel like a teenage knight now. Jean and Murakan cut down the demonic energy and settled down next to Baal. Hot. Vale's face grew hot. Were my words that strange? It looks like Murakan will continue to make fun of me from now on. Damn it, and he looked so embarrassed that he had shouted out that he would wipe it out all by himself if he had to. The sense of crisis suddenly disappeared and I felt like I was going crazy from embarrassment. It meant that the two people were reliable. Enough to put even the Demon King 13 who received Jito's magic to shame. Kak. Sagaju and Murakan have had similar feelings many times. Yes, none. Even if it is their Yub-starred. Jean shrugged his shoulders without answering. Actually, that was the case. I expected them to join the battlefield, but damn it. It was the moment to deliver a clear blow to the remnants of the sun god. This pressure. What is it? It is a power that can only be felt by someone who has reached the ultimate level. I immediately understand why the first line of defense collapsed so easily. Unlike Vale, it was an uncomfortable sight for the demon lords, as if they had an awl stuck in their necks. Baal was already showing a normal expression, as if he had never been affected by illusion magic. What about the sealing magic and curse that were threatening to attack the veil? Murakan was crushing the seal with his hands and wings, as if he was dealing with a cumbersome piece of junk, while Jean was swatting away a curse like he was swatting away a fly. This is crazy. Are those really humans? You neutralized the seals and curses that the 13 of us unleashed using such an ignorant method? Calm. You must remain calm. Jean Runkendal and Murakan clearly retreated when the General Secretary used their flesh in the past as if they felt burdened. Mr. Jito's charm, which has strengthened us now, is enough for that day. It might be worth a try. Each of the Demon Kings calculated the future. Jean and Murakan wiped their smiles and looked down at their enemies. Does your master have any flesh left? The day Sakiel used his flesh it felt quite serious, but now it just feels like a frog turned into a poisonous frog. Even magic is really bad. What is this? TSK, I was too lazy to solve the spell, so I roughly crumpled it and it ended up being broken. You Murakan, how dare you insult Jito-sama's true spirit? Kwadash. Murakan let out a breath before the Demon King finished speaking. Saying whatever you want while fighting is something that is always allowed only to the strong. That means from now on you guys are busy shutting your mouths and struggling to get something out of it. And what kind of insult is an insult? If I were a bastard, it would be even more insulting for you guys to use my flesh and do nothing about it. Kwa Kwea Hu Wang. Murakan released his spiritual energy by exhaling one after another. The protagonist's black chain, which turned the first game into a nightmare for the demons, once again spread to all directions and engulfed the demons. At the same time, Jin's brain energy exploded. Every time the light heart shined, lightning struck and destroyed the ordinary soldiers without a trace. No separate technology was used. It was just a thunderstorm that occurred while raising energy to use the king's sword. What are you doing? The enemies thought Jean was trying to ridicule them for their embarrassment. However, Jean was asking Baal, not the demon lords. Me? Yes, you become stronger when you fight with a sword rather than with power. Are you going to keep being dazed just because we made fun of you? I plan to fight and clear out at least the third line of defense this time. More colleagues will soon join us. I'm okay. I have to fight. Vale once again confirmed that his golden power was unfolding as intended. Jean and Muraken instantly defeated Jito's energy that was oppressing him. Of course, Zito's energy is not completely extinguished. However, the effect that the Demon Kings expected could never be realized. Sufficient brain energy was gathered in the light heart. Jean immediately unleashed his fighting spirit as if he had no intention of prolonging the fight this time. The 10th sword of the King's sword fighter Myingwang Rain's sword, opening the guys on the first line of defense and you guys. I die from an unnecessary sword. Jin's voice became even heavier, weighing down the battlefield. The blue thunderstorm that spread from him had already replaced the sky and the sea. Ordinary soldiers could not even scream as their eyes exploded and their whole bodies burned just by facing the brain machine head-on. The speed of my body firing was faster than my mouth opening to let out a moan. Ka-hak! At least the demons above General were able to withstand the brain power even for a moment. Of course, most of it was just holding on for a few more meaningless seconds. An irresistible disaster created by the combination of golden power, spiritual energy, and brain energy. No one comes to rescue the demons who have fallen into it. Like in the first game, it was a situation where other demon kings could not come to support further. Not only this place but the entire Grosh castle is under attack. Sakiel was constantly summoning demons from his base to fill up his troops, which were being depleted much faster than expected. There was no time to observe the battlefield with a crystal ball and command it. Jito's true spirit is overwhelming. I need more sacrifices, so I will become the sacrifice. High-ranking demons barely threw themselves near the demon lords, offering themselves to become sacrifices. It is intended to be a catalyst for the magic of the demon kings and the magic of the dark world. Their fanatical loyalty to Jito made them such insignificant beings. Jean gave them an end before they could be used as sacrifices. There was no need to intentionally do this. It was a natural result as long as you did not lose sight of the demon lords. The place where Jin's eyes reach is where the most terrible brain energy is gathered. Among them, the demon lords who had relatively low fighting power endured the gaze and showed their weaknesses. Showing a gap in front of Jean means death. Even with Muraken and Bale, they couldn't have survived by any chance or fluke. As I quickly regained my bearings, the brain energy had already torn through my body, and the moment I realized that I was dead, the black energy and sword energy were tearing through the body. In an instant, the 4 demon kings changed their orders and 50% of the troops disappeared. If royalties are the standard, several countries were destroyed in just over 30 minutes. An overwhelm that could never be called a battle. The second game was also going in the same way as the previous battle. Don't blame me too much. In some ways, I may be helping you guys. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Talbot screamed. Even though he was pushed to his limit, he was trying his best to inflict even a little damage on the 3 people. Although all of those attempts are ending in failure. In my eyes, death seems better than a life subordinated to Jito. Unfortunately, this may be difficult for you to understand. Wow! Talbot's eyes burst out. This was because he tried to protect the formation without knowing that the demon king who was assisting him right next to him had just died. It would have been better for the demon lords not to have brought Jito's flesh in the first place. If that was the case, even if they died, Jito would not have permanently lost that much power. I thought about this before, but I don't know what Zito's intentions are. Looking at the situation that has been revealed so far, it almost feels like he is deliberately using flesh to give his subordinates fleeting hope. Then it doesn't matter whether his subordinates die or not, wasting their flesh. Or he wants his subordinates to suffer as well. Suddenly a thought occurred to me. I think that perhaps what Zito is trying to cause pain may not be limited to royalties. There are now 8 remaining demon lords. There was no answer when there were 13 before, so of course they have no chance of winning at all. Moreover, Jean and Muraken Vale did not even show any signs of fatigue. There was no need to waste energy trying to end a fight that was already won anyway. These 3 are not the only people in the alliance who can overwhelm enemies of this size. It was right to save the Jinki that could be advanced until dealing with Palito or the strongest demon kings equivalent to him. Jean began to retract the Myingwang Rain sword. Even if it wasn't a sword with a high level of fatigue like the Myingwang Rain Sword, it was still able to wipe out as many of the remaining enemies as possible. Above all, it was now time for other superhumans of the Bamul Alliance to appear on the second line of defense. Ugh dash! I felt the unique vibration of space leaping. A red owl was appearing behind Jean. There was a big stray cat on the way to Sagaju, so I brought it in. Looks like he's pretty good at fighting. It seems like he actually does something. Whoa, Vanessa. You always do it too much. Can you stop talking about that stray cat? Besides, my enemies will listen now. Don't I have some sort of face? It was Vanessa and Hito. What if I'm a little embarrassed? Anyway, not a single person alive will remember your nickname. Isn't that so, Sagaju? Vanessa smiled coldly and pulled out her sword. I guess so. We will begin annihilating Runkendal Knight Vanessa Olsen. As soon as Jean nodded, Vanessa's sword energy attacked the battlefield. Hito also began rushing towards the remaining demon lords, throwing his swords at them. In this way, additional superhumans from the Alliance were expected to continue to be deployed to the battlefield. If Jean Murakin and the superhumans break the defense line and open the way, the barrier will advance that much. Additionally, it was not only the frontal defense line where more superhumans were deployed. On the right defense line, where Runkendal and Ziffel's battle lines were slightly intertwined, the Snowy Toad Mort was opening a white portal. I heard on the radio that the youngest is breaking through the front defense line quite aggressively, but it's still quiet here. It's going to be noisy from now on. Third rider. Runtia, Luna, and Cirrus. 3 people were leaving the otherworldly snowfield. As soon as they saw Ziffel's fleet deployed on the battlefield, they shrugged their shoulders. The order is to avoid combat with Zippel as much as possible, but it would be troublesome if there were this many ships. Luna said, looking at the fleet. Currently, it was Meijiang Unit Commander Kuhn, who was leading the breakthrough of Jeep's right defense line. Kuhn was also watching the 3 people. You are Kuhn. Maybe it was that name? Luna spoke first. That's right, Moby Dick. Listen carefully, today is your first time, so I'll give you a friendly warning. From now on, I will break down your defenses. So if you don't want to lose your ship in the aftermath, get rid of it now. A tone clearly closer to an order than a warning. Kuhn did not hide his displeasure and glared at Luna. Even within the jeep, except for Baradin and Alona, there was no one who could speak rudely to him in this way. What is this, a command? What should I do if it's Moby Dick? Luna kept an expressionless face under Kuhn's crooked gaze. No, I heard you just say that they should avoid fighting with us as much as possible. But why are you arguing like this? As each second passed, 50,000 thoughts came to Kuhn's mind. What? If I don't step down, are you really going to fight? Mr. AI, that's a bit burdensome. Because it's against the orders of the head of the family. More than anything. If I fight, can I win? When I heard about it only through rumors, it seemed like it could be done. But when I actually saw it in person, it was quite tight. What kind of monsters are there? Is it true that it's not Changseong? It's burdensome. Kuhn was slowly regretting starting a snowball fight with Luna. It would have been better to pretend that such provocation was nothing and take a relaxed attitude and just say, let's send back the troops. If he backed down now, it would be a loss of face. Hey Kuhn, didn't you hear what the first rider said? Can I tell you again? Soon, when Runtia spoke, Kuhn almost looked shocked. Unlike Luna, Runtia was radiating deadly force from all over her body and was ready to tear Kuhn to death at any moment. It was so deadly that the protective shield of the Zippel fleet vibrated. Kuhn calmed his startled heart and shook his head. Wow. He's not some kind of gangster, and I'm scared to death. Anyway, there's no benefit in fighting each other until we catch the common enemy. But it's because we have no manners. It's not like Runkendal and Ziffel can talk about manners. It's true that we are bullies to each other. Isn't that right, Lord Sogung? That's right, third rider. The first rider simply gave Jeep a chance to preserve the fleet. But the author is overreacting. Oh, yeah, that was great. You look great. The one with more common sense will have no choice but to lose. The entire fleet withdraws. We will re-enter after the front lines are cleared. In the end, Kuhn gave the order. Cold sweat was flowing from my back. As soon as the fleet retreated, Luna smiled at him. What a wise choice. I'll remember what happened today, Kuan. Kuan didn't answer and returned to the bridge of the flagship Pistro. Well done, Commander of the Demon Lord, Water Dragon Teal said as he stood next to Kuan. Wow, at least since most of the troops are biological golems, it seems like we lost less face. Teal, please stop the rest of the dragons and humans from joining. I passed it off as just words, but anyone who sees it would think I was the one who did it. Ever since Moby Dick turned 15, this kind of talk has started among us. You should never just fight Luna Runkendal. You should fight him only when he has made his own fatal mistake. The moment Teal finished saying that, hundreds of meteor showers were pouring down beyond the bridge. The purple shield surrounding the entire right defense line broke like glass, and most of the demons who came out to counterattack were swept away by the meteor shower and shock wave and disappeared without shape. Oh, Mister, what is that? It's Alona. You're crazy. So don't feel embarrassed. You should actually be praised for properly retreating from Moby Dick. Even Luna's meteor shower was not enough, and she even unleashed a catastrophe, showing her tremendous power to completely destroy the demon's protective shield in an instant. In just about 10 seconds, the front line of the right defense line was completely destroyed. Of course, the huge shock wave even hit the protective shield of Zippel, who had retreated far behind. It was obvious what would have happened if Kuan had not defeated the fleet to protect his pride. I feel a little relieved to hear Teal say that. Well, there was no reason to refuse when they said they would do the troublesome work first. That's right, Commander of the Demon Lord. Bears get clever and we get money. It's the opposite. The bear can do the trick and we can take the money. All we have to do is act at the right time and make the biggest contribution. Chuckle Kill Kiki Kuan and Teal laughed like idiots and clapped their hands. Then, once in a while, when Luna felt a big shock, she stopped laughing and became very surprised. Open the way. These idiots can't stop us anyway. Runtia shouted while firing sword energy. With that sword, the 3 ships of the true demon realm were split in half, and the power source exploded, causing the spread of fire to devour the nearby demons. The battle continued with Luna and Runtia each breaking through to one side and carrying out a one-sided massacre. Cirrus took a position with Moat behind Luna and Runtia and constantly formed an ice platform for them to step on. Occasionally, it was seen that a snowstorm was created to tie the horsemen to one place to kill the enemies. At first glance, it may seem like an insignificant role, but it is not. Anticipating both the speed and path of Runkendal's riders and creating an appropriate foothold at every moment was only possible with an excellent eye for reading the battle. Stop it! Block it with your body, so that the entry of those humans is delayed even by 1 second. The general who gave that order died more quickly because his location was read by sound. Rather than slaughtering their enemies at will, the riders always looked for those in command and destroyed them first. They are making it so that the enemy cannot hear tactical commands at all. And no matter how large the army is, if it is not supported by command, it is just a ragtag bunch. Commander-level demons who noticed this fact had no choice but to hesitate in giving orders. It was only natural that as soon as a sound was made, the head would fall off or the entire body would fall into pieces. Pow pow! Therefore, the demons began using signal flares, but even that was not the answer. This was because the riders' swords cut them down before the signal flares soared high into the sky and made their meaning known. Even in the midst of an enormous melee where hundreds of demons were cut down every second and new soldiers took their place, Luna and Runtia never missed the location of the signal flare. In other words, despite the large number of demons gathered on the first defense line on the right, they were unable to communicate with each other at all. It felt like I was trapped in the dark, not in a battlefield. In addition, the right defense line had relatively weak demons deployed compared to the other defense lines. This is because other defense lines that the main force of Bamul Federation Rutaro and Magic Federation Kinjalo were directly attacking were taken care of first. It is true that the demon army numbers in the billions, but most of them have not yet escaped from hell. In other words, with only the troops on the ground, there is no choice but to leave a vacuum in Grash's castle. You've been bothering us from time to time with your numbers and transference cracks, but it seems like your roots are finally starting to show. Even though royalties have begun to attack Grosh directly, we can see that the cracks in our territory are not increasing. Luna said as she cut the general's back as he tried to run away alone. The red sword energy was digging into his wound like a plague, making him suffer. Ka-hak! Looking at his sense of cutting, he seems to be roughly a general. But where on earth were you planning to run away, leaving behind so many of your subordinates? The general was unable to respond as the red sword energy penetrated his body and mind with pain. It didn't matter to Luna anyway, because I didn't ask this question to get an answer. Grosh Castle? Anyway, if you go to the castle using the famous teleportation magic, you will eventually meet me again. Or your real base underground. Even if you run away there, you will eventually meet me again. Off. This means that there is no longer a land where you can escape and survive, whether on the ground or underground or anywhere in this world. So if possible, fight against me with even a little honor and die. Wouldn't it be a shame if your last memory before you die was running away? That low voice was instantly amplified and echoed throughout the battlefield. Not only the demons but also Zippel's fleet, which had begun to advance very cautiously from behind, was listening clearly. I know that none of you will surrender and beg for mercy anyway. Haven't you already thrown away the opportunity given to you by our Lord Soga? So thrust your sword at me with a proud look and prove to me that there is at least one among you worthy enough to be cut down with this crantle. Even before the body of the general who had just been cut down was completely crushed by the red power, 2 other generals were dying from the blows of Luna and Runtia, respectively. Wow! As the sword spread like a tidal wave, countless nameless soldiers died. Most of the demons did not recognize the swords of the riders killing them, and only Luna's voice was clearly heard. Although they had cut down so many enemies, the 2 showed no signs of fatigue. Even his hair wasn't wet, and his breathing was calm. Before we knew it, there wasn't a single living, breathing demon left within a 1,000-step radius of the 2 people. Only corpses that were burning or disintegrating into particles were flowing down carelessly like sea snow. However, since even demons 1,000 steps away are within their attack range, it is as if they have already accepted death. The riders walked slowly on the ice path made by Cirrus. Every time the 2 approached, the demons on the defense line stepped back like frightened animals. The ranks collapsed before the riders even swung their swords, and the commanders were still unable to give orders out loud. Runtia. Yes, sister. Let's speed up the pace from now on. It looks like the youngest will soon start breaking through to the 3rd line of defense, so we'll have to keep pace. The weaker ones were mainly assigned here. What I'm saying is don't give Jeep a chance to take credit. It's good because we should be the greatest protagonists in history who subdued the Jinma realm. Luna and Runtia straightened their posture again with expressions on their faces. As the 2 people began to raise their energy in earnest, the sea began to tremble, and huge whirlpools were formed here and there. Inside Grosh Castle, the demons were constantly reporting on the war situation to Sakiel, who was checking the dozens of crystal spheres located in the operation room and sending reinforcements to each defense line. Sakiel. The first line of defense on the right was completely collapsed. Led by Moby Dick Runtia Runkendal, the Little Palace Lord, and Zippel's fleet are continuing to push in. The report is late. They have already beaten the 2nd line of defense. Move faster and send more of the 13th Army there. All right. Jean Runkendal's army has begun to break through the 3rd line of defense. Most of the artillery has already been disabled, and Demon King Mylius Kittelin, who attempted to stop it, has been killed. The summoning of the entire Cataling family has just been completed. I'm going to open a portal, so tell them to go immediately to the 3rd line of defense in front for support. As the entire family is going, it will buy us a little more time than Mylius. After the 1st line of defense was breached in the rear, the speed at which the jeeps are pushing in has slowed somewhat. That's why their fleet has been dispersed, and the fleet is being replenished. Once the gathering is over, I believe we will pick up the pace again. The situation is similar on the left, but Orgel has not yet appeared in person. Although he had a calm expression, Sakiel felt like he was going crazy with his heart pounding. The defense line was collapsing much faster than expected. If things continue like this, 10 days at most. No, I might not be able to last even a week. Naturally, the current situation is very far from the picture Sakiel wanted. Sakiel was given full authority over the royal invasion by Jito, and therefore all success or failure in the process was hers. To be exact, it was her and Paolato's responsibility. He could tolerate the fact that he and Groshiga were in the wrong, but he wanted to prevent Paolato from being punished at all costs. The rate at which troops die is much faster than at which they are summoned. Moreover, there are hardly any people who can be called true demon kings. Summoning a top-level demon lord and a large number of troops is not a task that can be solved with Sakiel's abilities. That was only possible for a very small number of demon kings, including Zito and Paolato. What on earth are you thinking, Jito? Even if Master Paolato saves his body for the sake of the Holy Kingdom, he would be able to send other demon lords and higher-level troops as many times as he likes. Although the intention was to defend the main base of the true demon realm, the castle was immediately attacked by Grosh, which was no different from the gateway. Are you maintaining the main force to keep Biceps in check? No, that can't be true. No matter what power Biceps is hiding, it cannot be enough to threaten Jito. Fugitives who survive like mayflies. I have already requested support from Zito several times but have not received a response. Therefore, Sakiel had to somehow resolve this situation with only his remaining troops and his own abilities. From now on, I will prepare the magic method. Sakiel, what do you mean by great magic? A chapter of loss. The demon's eyes widened. The field of loss was one of the most taboo magics among demons and had the effect of forcibly reproducing the forgetting cycle. As it is an unreasonable reproduction, it is a magic that has numerous side effects. Unlike the original forgetting cycle, the field of loss lost not only memories but also the authority and power of the object. Additionally, it could not be used separately from each other, and the cost required to perform magic was also terrible. Sakiel, are you really thinking about self-destruction? It seems like there is no other way, so there is nothing we can do. Even if we use all the dead soldiers and generals as sacrifices, it won't be enough to spread the story of loss. If I add myself and the true energy of Jito that I have, the offering is sufficient. I cannot lose Sakiel. We'd rather. If your abilities were as high as mine, you would do so. But don't you know that using only you as a sacrifice without me would not be enough? It is a choice for Jito and the entire Jinma world, so there is no reason to be distressed. The demons bowed their heads. Once they arrive, we use the field of loss to close down the entire Grashi castle and destroy the portal to the true demon realm. But if we do that, won't Jito not be able to receive royalties in the future? No, even if I destroy it, Jito is currently in a position where he can quickly form the next portal. If we successfully strike the enemy through the field of loss, King Ince will be in a much more comfortable state as he can carry out his will. If the plan is successful, Sakiel will cause irreparable damage to most of Ince's power. They don't know much about the magic of the dark world of our Jinma world, so you won't be able to prepare in advance for a field of loss. But I'm concerned about Ziffel's demon stone. The true demon world has already obtained information about the demon godstone's ability to manipulate history. In Sakiel's opinion, the demon stone was a tool that could possibly use the higher-level abilities of the field of loss. However, even if the demon godstone can neutralize the field of loss, Zippel will also have to pay a high price. If they can manipulate history without paying anything, they already have royalties. They had to be the only rulers of the world. And Jin's presence also bothered me. Jean Runkendal, is it just a sign of his performance so far? I feel like there is something about him that can withstand the loss. Of course, in that case as well, there will definitely be a price to pay. Even if Jean endures the loss, he won't be able to protect others from what they suffer. Sakiel organized his thoughts like that. If we couldn't win anyway, this was the best. Tell all demons guarding the defense line that the use of sacrifices is prohibited as of now. All fallen soldiers will be used in the field of loss. And make sure to retrieve all of Jito's true energy as well. I will also use him as a sacrifice. All right. There is also a need to disturb the enemy. We need to create confusion about the fact that we are on the defensive. What can I do? The rear defense line of Zippel, the right defense line where Kingelo is attacking. Compared to other places, these two battlefields are still fighting more like battles. Send out the waiting troops there. It's a counterattack. It is difficult to cause confusion if troops are sent out to the front right, which is tantamount to a unilateral slaughter of the highest level superhumans. No matter who you send, other than demon kings like Pialito and Ridilos Vidlos, they will all be quickly killed by the superhumans of the Alliance, including Jean and Luna. Even that is something that is inevitably necessary. If the right and rear sides start to push back, the Bamel coalition will have no choice but to pay attention. Because there's nothing more tiring for them than having our army break through Kingelo and Ziffel's fleet. That was already proven during the transfer crack. They are most wary of harm to the general public. It means that we have to make the coalition hesitate even for a moment to help Kingelo and Jeep. I understand, Sakiel. Then we will prepare it immediately. Send Druga to Kingelo and Rhaegal to Ziffel. I hope they die at the right time and become successful sacrifices. Front third line of defense. The Bamel Alliance's superhumans were still easily breaking down the defense line. Even though Jean was only performing the role of assisting the battle between Murakan and the superhumans, the demons were dying helplessly. If things continue like this, we will be able to easily penetrate the third line of defense within today. And if we re-enter after one day of maintenance, there will be no problem. Jean looked at the battlefield closely. In the third line of defense, the enemy's significant strength seemed to be less than in the previous first and second lines. Rhaegal-level demons did not appear, and there were no demons using Jito's flesh. Jean. Yes, Sister Luna. I think we will soon match the speed of breakthrough with you. But it's strange. I thought that of course stronger guys would come out. I can't see the real guys. Is that the case on the right too? It's the same here. Maybe they realized that having many defense lines was meaningless and gathered their main forces into the inner defense lines or castle. That could be the case. I'll be watching closely. I'll contact you again if anything else comes up. As soon as I ended communication with Luna, I received a call from the Golden Ship. Count. Now reports have come in that powerful demons are suddenly appearing on the right and rear defense lines. Are you talking about Kingelo and Jeep? Mr. Paytel. Okay. I think they took the troops that were supposed to be deployed to our side and sent them there. So unlike our side, it looks like the battle has become quite fierce. Jean felt a strange sense of discomfort. The defense was obviously in a hurry, but a sudden counterattack? Do you think you can break through Kingelo and Zippel and get royalties? If you want to hit royalties and hold civilians hostage, it would be better to use crack. The battlefield that the Alliance was in charge of suddenly had fewer devils, and the use of flesh disappeared. Come to think of it, there were no signs of demons trying to do anything using sacrifices. I don't know what it is, but it looks like Sakiel is preparing a secret trick. Seeing as they do not use flesh or fallen soldiers, it is highly likely that it is something that requires a large amount of sacrifice. If so, there would be only one reason why Sakiel attempted a counterattack from the right and rear defense lines. Hopefully, we'll be stranded supporting Kingelo and Zippel. Jean deduced Sakiel's intentions at once. Of course, we can't be completely sure, but I couldn't think of a better guess right now. And in moments like these, Jin's premonitions were never wrong. Commander, should we send some reinforcements to them? No, I will not support it. Rather, I think it would be better to put more pressure on our defensive line. And what if they get away with royalties? In particular, if Kingelo is penetrated, it is Union territory right behind it. Even though Kingelo looks like a bully, he is by no means weak. Not to mention the Jeep side. Unless even a spear-level demon appears, it will never be easily breached. If a situation arises where the demons break through Kingelo's fleet and attack Ince, all you have to do is send support right away with Mort and the Red Owl. Instead, we should be able to keep track of Kingelo's side in real time. Oh, I know what you mean. I will send the Nameless King. I'd better do that. Jean then made a communication call to Dante. Dante said this as soon as he picked up the communicator. Jean, is it my turn to compete? Yes, I will send a red owl soon, so come to the battlefield. Our ancestors will fill your empty space. An hour later Ballas and Alpin arrived at the Empire and Dante at the front. We communicated often, but it feels like it's been quite a while since we actually met. I see. Do you feel better? As expected, you recognized me right away. I am continuing to refine the energy that my grandfather left behind. It's a bit more unfortunate than that. It would be nice if there was Lord Barradin on the other side as well, with his mind still intact. I always feel sorry for Lord Barradin because it feels like we get along well. What is there to be sorry about? All we have to do is put it back in place before it crosses the line. Well, that's true. Are you ready to fight? Dante's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he heard Jin's formal question. Of course. Those damn tribes of the true demon realm have disturbed the Empire so far with the metastasis rift. Even when I was sleeping, I didn't wake up in anger for more than a day or two. The opportunity has finally come to destroy their headquarters with my own hands. Dante grabbed Rashid's handle, which was hanging on his waist. When can I start? If you want right now. Let's go together for the first time in a while. Good, it reminds me of the old days. So I feel increasingly sad that Lord Barradin is not here. It would be great if you could come back after being beaten up like before. We are exploring various options, so just wait. When Valeria becomes more proficient at recording magic, we'll take the opportunity to look at Barradin and Ilona Ziffel's records. It might remind them of something they've forgotten and change something. It's a good story to imagine. The two people left the bridge and leaped into the sky. As Jean unleashed his magic, the air froze and a path was formed. As the two began to run down the shining ice road, Vanessa, who had been sweeping the battlefield, looked back. The head of the family and the Emperor of the Sword have arrived, so bow down. When Vanessa shouted, all the warriors and knights who were fighting turned around and raised their swords. The aerial platform creation artifact developed by Qual for aerial combat was shining brightly. He ignored all the demons swarming right across from him. The demons could not carelessly attack the Union members who turned their backs on them because they were busy performing martial arts. I just crouched down, exhausted by the rushing of Jean and Dante. I will leave the center and the Emperor will take charge. Knights follow Lord Vanessa and Lord Hito form positions to the left and right and charge. Insect. Srung. A deep and magnificent resonant sound rang out as Sigmund and Rashid came out of the sword sheath. The air demons that vibrated like waves gritted their teeth as they felt the tremors touch their skin. With about 500 steps left to reach the demons' formation, the ice road stopped for a moment. Dante took a step forward and aimed Rashid at the demons. This body is a person called Jiamwang. I ask you why I am here to punish those who dare to tarnish the Empire and its royalties. Among the swords of the true demon realm, is there anyone who can step forward without fear of me? Dante's voice shook the battlefield. After a moment of silence, a demon came to the front of the group with a huge axe slung over his shoulder. I am Lectus Kittalin, the general of the Kitaling family. I will take on the challenge. Squeak dash. There was a flash of light all over the area. Lectus' neck dropped before he could finish answering. As he is a demon lord, he will not die even if his throat is cut. Rectus attempted to continue his answer by clasping his neck again with super regeneration, but a series of flashing flashes followed. 2 seconds the time it took for Rectus to turn into meat. That's not the question I wanted an answer to. If someone comes forward without knowing the topic like now, the first thing I ask is to kill them. So if you have more come out, I will quickly cut off your worthless life. No one came forward. The other demons of the Kitalinga who had come to the third line of defense with Rectus were also holding their breath. I had heard in advance that the head of the family Mylius had been killed, and that the war situation was not good, but I had no idea it would be to this extent. It looks like there isn't one. Okay, then let this body go. The sword energy extending from Rashid split the battlefield in half and rushed towards the enemies. Dante stood still for a while and slaughtered the demons by shooting only his sword. Every time the blue sword light illuminated the battlefield, a group of demons disappeared one by one. Along with the heavenly Skyron's seasonal intangible sword was also spreading. It must have been fun threatening helpless criminals. You must not leave the underworld. You will suffer destruction from now on. The demons who were lucky enough to avoid the light of the Emperor's sword and survive for a while had their entire bodies torn apart by the intangible sword wind a moment later. I see something of Sir Ron in Dante. You must be proud. It appeared that the enemy's central line was already beginning to collapse. As Vanessa Hito, other superhumans and knights had already cornered them, the demons did not have the wherewithal to withstand. Soon Jean also moved forward swinging his sword. As expected, I don't see anyone trying to escape using Jito's flesh or sacrifice. The guess that Sakiel had a chance to win was becoming more and more certain. I think he probably prepared some kind of great magic using Jito's flesh and the power of the Demon Kings. Whatever it is, it won't work as intended. Wow! Even the blood and flesh that spread like fog as the demons died in droves could not reach the bodies of the two people. I couldn't even get the hem of my clothes dirty. If they scattered to the left and right to avoid Jean and Dante, they would face the superhumans and knights led by Vanessa and Hito, and if they were pushed back, they would be eaten by Muraken's black chain. There was even artillery support from the Golden Ship and various war equipment of the Amala fleet. The troops, numbering in the hundreds of thousands or millions, were just meaningless numbers in front of him. A proper counterattack cannot even be dreamed of. Occasionally there were demons that infiltrated the rear of the combined assault force through the sea. However, they did not infiltrate with the expectation that they would be able to deal an effective blow to the coalition. Even if they succeeded in infiltrating anyway, what they encountered was the Golden Box and Enya's Dragonfire block amplified by the mirror. General, no. Even quite a few Demon King-level demons couldn't break through it all and inflict damage on the main coalition force. All troops of the entire fleet. Increase your forward speed. Keep your distance from the leader. It was visible in real time that the number of demons stationed on the defense line was decreasing. The third line of defense was almost finished. After 30 minutes like that, there was not a single person left on the third line of defense. There were no demons that were injured and making groaning noises, and there were no demons that were barely breathing heavily holding on to their lives. Even the bodies were difficult to find. Even those who were decomposed into particles and those who died left behind what could at least be called corpses. They all disappeared into the air or sank into the sea. Only a huge purple stain made from the blood shed by the demons remained in the sea. Keep going. Grosh Castle. The attack on the fourth defense line began without stopping. And the fourth battle continued no different from the previously collapsed defense lines. The demons fell helplessly due to the extreme power of the alliance. It took only 2 hours for the demons of the fourth defense line to be annihilated. This time, no demons survived. It was a strange war. If it were a fight between humans, there would certainly be surrenderers or runaways, and there would have been negotiations through prisoners. This many living beings, most of which have lived for at least hundreds of years, would never have disappeared without leaving any trace. I don't know if it's because of brainwashing or how this can happen. Does that guy named Jitter not have the slightest care for his subordinates? If you were a thoughtful person, you wouldn't have turned a blind eye to such a meaningless and massive death, Dante. Of course, since they are the ones who threaten royalties and the Empire, I think they have nothing to say even if they die 1,000 times. It's fortunate that the knights, including you and me, can bear all these deaths. Ordinary soldiers, if they fought with swords against them, no matter how much of an enemy they were, would experience this enormous death directly. He is probably out of his mind. You are right. It's something we have to do, but it's also something only we can do. In the war between people that will take place after the war with the true demon realm is over. I hope there won't be too many vain deaths like this. There are those who cry out for help, and there are those who say that they will admit defeat and show mercy to their subordinates. That will happen. Now in the distance, the shrouded Grosh Castle began to appear. In front of it, the last fifth line of defense remained. As it was the last line of defense before reaching the castle, it appeared that much more troops had been deployed at first glance compared to the previous battlefield. But this time too, there was no one to make Jean nervous. Paolito, as well as the Demon King's equivalent to him, have not yet appeared on the battlefield. The defense line that Luna and Runtia were breaking through on the right was also expected to collapse by the fourth time soon. On the other hand, Zippel and Kinzalo had not yet been able to penetrate the third line of defense. Powerful demon lords continue to be deployed only in their direction. Dante and I will enter the castle first to see what Sakiel is planning. The main unit will join after annihilating the 5th defense line. All right. Insect. Jean and Dante fell like comets among the demons of the 5th line of defense. The two quickly broke through the defense line, clearing out only the enemies that stood in their way. Since annihilation was left to the main force, the way was quickly opened. The two were able to reach the castle's protective shield by simply leaping and shooting sword energy dozens of times. Whoops! Finally, Jean and Dante broke through part of the protective shield and entered the castle. As soon as they entered, they felt the demonic energy vibrating so intensely that they had to catch their breath. And that was a magical energy that Jean had already experienced in person once. It looks like he used up all the flesh that was distributed to the demon lords of Sakiel. It is time to show up and be defeated. You are here, Jean Runkendal. And Jiam Wang. Sakiel's voice was heard. Because the voice originated from the air, its location could not be determined. If you have to hide anyway, you'll be inside the castle, so why are you doing such a foolish thing, Sakiel? Do you want to play tag? You are showing such an arrogant attitude towards someone who ran away after confronting me in the past. Jean and Dante brought up their senses. Sakiel Grosh was a person who had a history of threatening Jean and Mirakan once, by using the Great Seal known as the End of Hell and the Flesh of Jito. At that time Mirakan destroyed Sakiel's magic before she could complete the sealing ceremony, and Jean pulled out, so that she wasted only Jito's flesh. But not now. It was time to crush whatever she had prepared head-on. I don't think Mirakan and I really thought we were avoiding battle because we were afraid of you. Well, anyway, it's true that I felt burdened by accepting Jito's charm. I have greater excitement now than then. Pow dash. Suddenly an explosion occurred between Jean and Dante. The demon energy exploded. The two avoided the explosion without difficulty. And as if they had made a promise, they fired their swords at the same time. If you destroy the castle, Sakiel will naturally be revealed. The magical energy condensed in the air was able to block the sword energy little by little. However, no matter how dark the demonic energy was, it could not completely block the sword energy of the two people. Before even 10 seconds had passed, sword energy began to surge through the demonic energy throughout the castle. The shock shook the entire castle as if it would collapse. I know, so if you are confident, come out, otherwise just keep hiding like that. No matter what choice you make, the result will be the same. It looks like he's imitating a space explosion as if it were a Kiliak Zippel. Did you go under him too? You too? Sakiel was momentarily embarrassed and almost asked that question. She had no idea that Kiliak was capturing the demon lords one by one at the main camp of the true demon realm. I am following Kiliak Jiffel. This is why we demons hate humans. Okay. There are people who live for only about 100 years, but most of them do not even live for 100 years. The lower races who are fit to endure each day just to make a living like mindless animals are enjoying too many blessings for no other good reason. How dare humans have the real sun on earth that not even we can enjoy? I can't stand it. Quang dash. Because of the sword, the main gate wall collapsed. The gate failed to function properly and was dented, and Jean and Dante blew it away as if they were kicking a rock. A blank landscape was visible beyond the disappeared castle gate. There were no soldiers guarding the gates and no soldiers guarding the inside. An empty building and a lonely inner palace. However, Jin's eyes saw traces of magic hidden in the scenery. It looks like some kind of magic was used to sacrifice the troops in the castle. The flow of magical power has solidified and is drawing a magic circle that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Fish says it dash. The sword energy of the two people destroyed not only the castle gate. The magic energy that Sakiel had laid down was escaping through the cracks in the destroyed protective shield from the inside. As the magic energy became softer, the magic circle formed by the solidification of the magic flow could be felt more clearly. Because it was a world of darkness that had never been known to, since the exact effect of the magic was unknown. Even though it was hard to bear, I should have endured. What is it like to covet the earth for no reason? Don't you feel sorry for your men who were swept away and died like dust outside? Humans live shorter lives than you and are born with fewer abilities, but they are not as cruel. Everything that exists in the world has its own destiny. After the death of the sun god its meaning became blurred, but our Jinma world maintains an orderly state by upholding the order established by Jito. The dead soldiers were destined to die for Jito and the Jinma world. Ha, that's really uncomfortable bullshit to listen to, Sekil Grosh. In that case your fate will also fall into the hands of me and Jean today. When Dante struck down his sword the buildings in the inner city were swept away by the sword and collapsed. I did not say this with the expectation that you would understand. From the perspective of the lower races it will inevitably feel as if we are taking away their rights. After Jito's order is established on Earth, even if you don't like it you will understand it. Sakil clutched her chest and moaned. A beam of sword energy containing the power of the Light King was piercing through the chest of Sakil, who was hiding in the inner room. Have you already figured out my exact location? Jean narrowed the distance between himself and Sakil by firing a lightspeed stab again. Your skills at playing tag are not great. Although his tone was relaxed, Jean was not letting go of his tension. As Jean expected, Sakil had used all the flesh that should have belonged to other demon lords. Even if it pierces the chest it cannot inflict any real damage. Even if Sakil's entire body was burned with eternal flame it would take a long time for all of Sakil's power to be used up. There is no way Sakil will just suffer quietly. Padash! The magic energy emitted from Sakil's crystal ball attacked Jean. Jean and Dante carefully applied pressure to Sakil by spraying sword energy to prevent the blade from coming into direct contact with the magic energy. This was because it seemed like it would not be easy to shake off the sword if it touched it, and if it stuck to the body it seemed like serious injury would not be avoided. Sakil possessed a power that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a part of Jito. Is that so? Honestly, I was surprised. You extreme demons are not at the level of what you would call a Changxiang, but you found me so quickly. Until now I have cut down countless enemies who have become stronger thanks to the power of someone other than you. There were some who surpassed Changxiang in terms of their power alone. Don't be too overconfident in Jito's power. It's not entirely yours. If your own intrinsic strength is not stronger than mine you have no chance of winning. You will understand that when you fight from now on. The two swords and Sakil's magical energy began to mix. Jean and Dante were not going to be able to show off their full skills for a while because they were fighting while avoiding direct exposure to demonic energy, and were trying to blow the demonic energy out of the castle for the allies who would soon enter. But it is only a matter of time. After getting used to the new threat of Jito's magic and removing all the magic from the castle, the significance of Sakil's strength would fade. The explosion coming from the outer first line of defense was gradually getting closer. It was a signal that the golden ship and the knights were approaching the castle, easily breaking down the defense line. But Sakil also seems to be strangely passive in battle. I don't think it's just because his close combat skills are relatively poor. Both Jean and Dante felt that way. If they were in Sakil's position they would have tried to push the opponent as much as possible before they got used to the magic. Is this because you are trying to maintain the darkness magic you prepared in advance? A sense of discomfort was overtaking me. Jean opened the communicator and gave orders to the main unit outside. All troops await entry. I will give you another order after dealing with Sakil in the inner city. Until then focus only on annihilating the defense line. I understand, Commander. What? What is this again? Count. An urgent report has just arrived from the Nameless King. There is a report that a demonic energy that looks like a tsunami has formed behind the left rear defense line. Under? It's on our side too. You can confirm it with the naked eye. I can see it in the sky. Jean reflexively looked up at the sky. A huge tent was seen hanging over the collapsed ceiling of Grashi Castle. Intuitively I could tell what shape the curtain was in. Hemisphere. The hemispherical magic energy that covers all four sides of the Grosh Castle defense line is rapidly narrowing towards the castle. Jean, did you hear? Now a curtain of demonic energy has spread across the battlefield. The narrowing speed is so fast that not only our troops but also Zippel's fleet is dodging towards Grosh Castle at full speed. This time it was Luna's communication. The fact that Luna communicated meant that even her power could not stop the tightening magic curtain. After trying it out, it seems possible for the highest-level superhumans to break through the demonic energy and escape. But if that happens, we won't be able to protect the rest of our troops. First, we will enter the castle with as much protection as possible. Jeep has already lost its entire rear fleet. It's just as you said. Moreover, every time the demonic energy narrows towards Grashi Castle, the demons in front of us are disappearing one by one. It seems like I am being consumed as a sacrifice. Okay, keep entering until the demonic energy stops. All of its forces attacking the defense line were getting closer to Grashi Castle, avoiding the Magi. The entire force of the United Federation Kinzel. Jean focused his gaze on Sakiel and tightened his grip on his sword. The tidal wave of magic energy that now enveloped the entire battlefield was the identity of the invisible magic circle that Jean was aware of. Sakiel smiled. It's a magic called the Wall of Death. This is the first time in the history of our Jinma world that something of this scale has unfolded, so you can consider it an honor. Jean chose Bradamanti. I unfolded my spiritual sword and cut down the curtain of demonic energy that covered the sky, and it seemed like I could handle it. When the Wall of Death narrows to its limit, if me and the superhumans cut it down all at once, there won't be a big problem. Sakiel narrowed his eyes as he watched the sky open for a moment due to Jin's single sword. I guess I get it. Perhaps you drew a picture of the troops who were defending the defense line using this magic called the Wall of Death to force their way into the castle. Then most of you will die from the magic you have unleashed here. Sakiel did not respond but glared at Jean. It looks like you have the confidence to break through the Wall of Death and save your subordinates. You will also know that when you watch the results. Swak dash. Whoops. Bradamanti and Sakiel's crystal balls collided. Sakiel gritted his teeth as he noticed a crack in the crystal ball. After all, magic cannot remain intact once the wizard dies. So no matter what modifications you have prepared, it would be a good idea to get all the raw materials as quickly as possible. Before I die. Rich magical energy was coming out from the crack that had formed in the crystal ball. Sakiel appears to be struggling to hold on to the escaping magic energy. When Jean struck his sword again, Sakiel took a step back. Dante stabbed Rashid through the gap. A sharp sword light penetrated Sakiel's back, and purple blood spurted out. Caw! Just as Jean has a power equivalent to Changxiang's unique absoluteness called eternalization, Dante also has the power left behind by Ron. Therefore, even with tremendous super regeneration, Dante's blows were fatal at every moment. Sakiel bent his back and lost his posture. He immediately amplified his demonic energy and spread a protective shield, but it had no choice but to immediately collapse with the next blow. Jean Runkendal would have been directly exposed to Jito's magical energy by hitting my crystal ball. Zito's true spirit was clearly visible on Bradamanti's blade. The true energy was like a leech absorbing the spiritual energy and auric magic contained in the sword. There were also phenomena that were not apparent on the surface. Furthermore, Jito's energy must also be infiltrating Jean Runkendal's spirit. But why does it look like there is no damage? There is no sign of hesitating for a moment, nor does he feel like his movements have slowed down. At least there was no narrowing of the eyebrows or squinting of the eyes. On the contrary, the momentum of the push was becoming more and more fierce. Unlike just before, when he mainly attacked with sword energy to avoid direct contact with demon energy, he continued to dig into Sakiel's arms and swing his sword. If it's an ordinary knight, or rather knights who entered the realm of transcendence, most of them would have been at least slightly affected by the head-bursting pain. However, Jean had already endured a greater mental attack than this in the Battle of the Beasts. The demon's mental attack, which was not carried out directly by Jito but simply borrowed some of its power, could not work properly on Jean. Where has the confident momentum gone, and is this all there is? Sakiel Grosh. Toong dash. Sakiel was thrown into the pillar of the castle. Just as the collapsing rubble was about to hit Sakiel, Dante's sword energy shot in a semicircular shape hit Sakiel's neck first. Wook! Sakiel reflexively groped his neck. If it weren't for Jito's true spirit, his head would have fallen off. Miscalculation. From the moment the defense line began to collapse faster than expected, Sakiel had been admitting that his calculations were wrong. So he chose the last resort of self-destruction, but now Sakiel was feeling a surge of anxiety. What if even the number of self-destruction through the field of loss is incorrect? So what if you end up getting no results and are killed by Jean and Dante's swords right here and now? Such anxiety was disturbing Sakiel's inner self at a rapid pace. In a situation where it wasn't enough to focus on the fight, distracting thoughts were getting in the way. There is no one in this world who can win against Jean and Dante while having idle thoughts. Skok dash. As soon as the gap opened up, Bradamanti cut off Sakiel's right arm. Super regeneration to overcome eternalization began, but the flow of magical power she could control was bound to decrease until her arms fully returned. It can't be like this. I need to get my mind together. Even when facing numerous demon gods and demon lords in the past, it has never collapsed like this. Horror. The reason why Sakiel is currently frozen is clearly due to the fear he feels from the overwhelming enemy called Jean. Fear was intimidating her. I have already prepared myself for death. I, the General Secretary of the Great Realm Demon Realm, am the one who now guards the entrance to the Realm Demon Realm. You shouldn't die while showing such a shabby appearance to your enemies. Sakiel opened his eyes wide and looked at the two approaching swords. For a moment, I saw my own face reflected in the sword. Those eyes no longer trembled and held a determined will. In the split second that Bradamanti came in to cut off his head, Sakiel heard two voices. Yes, I have to overcome despair one more time. Sakiel must live. You have to survive so we can meet again. Zito and Paolato's voice. Zito's voice was the present. Paolato's was the past. It was a voice from a distant past that she had forgotten. Sakiel accepted Zito's voice. Fit. Bradamanti brushed under Sakiel's eyes. The atmosphere has changed. Have I really prepared to die now, or have I been further eroded by Zito's energy? The magical energy transmitted through the tip of the sword became stronger. It was still Zito's power, not Sakiel's. Jean did not back down but pushed the sword deeper. No matter how strong Sakiel becomes, he can't be a match for me and Dante. Absolutely, unless you suddenly ascend to Changxiang. In that case, what Jean still had to worry about was not Sakiel's mood or inaction but another plan she had prepared. Quaya. The entire area of Grosch Castle was shaking due to the contracting wall of death. The wall of death had already reached the castle. The cries of those running inside to avoid the narrowing wall. The noise of the fleet's power engines operating at full power. The screams of those who were unable to escape and were sucked into the wall at the last minute. Jean and Dante were feeling it all in the castle. Fortunately, none of the Union members were hit by the wall of death. This was because the wall of death started when the coalition was in the 5th defense line and the remaining forces began to flee from the 3rd line. If things continue like this, all troops will soon enter the castle. Jean nodded. Sakiel is intentionally gathering all of its troops who were forming a defensive line. Sakiel was covered in blood and was firing magic. With his just recovered right arm, he continuously created curses towards Dante, and with his left arm, which held the crystal ball, he formed an attack magic and a protective shield to keep Jean in check. Dozens of dark world magic circles were unfolding behind her. Additionally, Sakiel was experiencing a phenomenon unique to those who wield excessive power. The body cannot withstand that force and is collapsing. Not only the regenerated right arm but also the entire body was flaccid and dripping with purple fluid. Jean was soon able to realize her intention. I thought they were planning to lure Grosch to castle and annihilate its troops with magic, but instead they were planning to commit suicide. Unless it's self-destruction, there's no reason to fight while destroying your own body. It had to be seen that he was thinking about the future and trying to save his life at all costs. Sakiel smiled with a distorted face as if he had finally figured it out. Conceit. You were overconfident in your dealings with me. This side had already been risking their lives since the defense line collapsed. But what about you? How were you, Jean Runkendal? Did you come here prepared to die against me? The vibrations and noise coming from outside the castle were getting closer faster. Beyond the collapsed castle wall, Zippel's fleet was seen rushing into the castle. avoiding the wall. On the other side, the Union troops, and on the left and right, both Kinjalo and Union Jeep troops were entering the castle. You probably thought there was no way you would lose your life dealing with someone like me, not even Jito. And maybe that's true. Jean Runkendal, Dante Hiron. After fighting you, actually have a power that far exceeds mine. But will your minions out there do the same? Sakiel continued talking and made eye contact with Jean. Probably not. Even if they avoid the wall of death, they will be killed by the demonic energy that is crushed here, and you will never be able to save them all. In the meantime, Jean spread his fire and swept away Sakiel's magic circles. Whatever magic Sakiel was hiding, she had to be killed before it was completed. But Jean had an intuition that it might not have as much meaning as he first expected. Sakiel is already as good as dead. A body that cannot withstand the power of Jito will collapse even if left alone. Therefore, Sakiel had already completed all preparations, ready to unfold the chapter of loss with the wall of death. Jean does not yet know the extent of his loss. Even if he knew, the magic circle for the field of loss had already been completed, so Jean would have no choice. Sakiel thought so and held the crystal ball. You talk a lot, you seem anxious. Kududuk dash. The remaining buildings everywhere were completely demolished, and King In's troops entered the fortress. Only then did the wall of death stop shrinking. Count, are you okay? Jean, from now on, my knights and I will try to open the wall. So just take it easy and kill him. Pyle and Luna's voices were heard. The golden ship was aiming at the wall of death and loading its main guns, while Luna was unfolding her red sword. Flagships and superhumans from other forces were also preparing to break through the wall and escape. Amidst the chaos, Sakiel raised the crystal ball, confident that his plan was successful. Either die from being swept away by demonic energy or forget everything and become an empty shell. You cannot escape those two outcomes. Wawea suddenly, my anger brightened. The magic, which looked like light magic and could not be believed to be the dark magic of the demons, began to emit a dazzling light like the sun. Chapter of Loss. The greatest taboo of the true magic world was unleashed in the hands of Sakiel. This is definitely dangerous. The identity is unknown, but the body is on alert. If you are exposed to this light for just a few more seconds, something terrible will happen. Ka! The magic sphere of Yokshin was spinning and making a sharp noise. The noise and shock wave were so terrible that they overshadowed the tinnitus caused by the field of loss. People sitting on each ship and throughout the castle groaned in response to the sudden shock. It was like waking up from a state of unconsciousness with pain. If the shock of Yokshin had not struck, all of its troops would have experienced their consciousness being absorbed into the field of loss. Ka-hak! Ah! The Federation's knights, the Federation's biogolems, and wizards Kinzalo's masters, and the demon battle beasts were all doing evil. Although they did not know exactly what magic Sakiel unleashed, they instinctively felt that it was dangerous. That is why, in order not to lose one's sanity, one resorts to evil in some way. Everyone gathered at Grosh Castle knew that the moment they lost consciousness, even for a moment, it would be over. Also, the only reason I can forcibly retain consciousness now is because reverse heaven is damaging Sakiel's magic. For example, the lives of everyone fighting at Grosh Castle were in Jin's hands. Kinjalo. All troops go under the sphere of heaven as much as possible. They must gather where Yokshin's influence is strongest. If you leave Yokshin, it's over, Orgel shouted. Thanks to his recently revived memories of the past, he knew exactly what kind of magic the field of loss was. This is a passage that clearly shows how baseless Jito's reign is. I never thought they would use the field of loss. If Jean Runkendal's reverse heaven fails to properly block this, the entire force will suffer irreversible damage. Betty Ziffel was also giving orders similar to Orgel's. You have to endure under the sphere of Yokshin. Humans and dragons move down there calmly. You can use any number of demonic spirits as a shield. Even if the demonic biological golem was lost here, it could be remade at any time. Until now, Yokshin had always been a symbol of fear for the enemies of the Union, but now it was a lifesaver. Of course, Jean had no intention of protecting them completely. They have gathered together to exterminate a common enemy, but they are fundamentally not allies and are clearly enemies. Good luck. In order to block Sakiel's magic, I cannot control the heavenly sky as I wish, so even if you come under the heavenly sky saying you want to live, I cannot kick you out. But there is no reason to even be considerate. Reverse heaven is a great magic that causes the magical power of all creatures within its range to reflux. And the majority of those who are now close to Yokshin possess magical powers. Kinzalo, except for the masters and beastmen, all of the demons possessed magical powers. Oof. Key. All enemies who used Yokshin to survive had to pay the price. Without exception, those who had lower magical power than Jin or had a poor understanding of magic were suffering from magical reflux. Every time I take a step closer to Yokshin, I have no choice but to vomit blood. Of course, there were many people in the Bamul Alliance who possessed magical powers. Even while Jin was fighting against the Field of Loss, he was controlling the force of the heavens to prevent them from being harmed. It was too late to escape. His magic is already having an effect far outside the walls of hell, so that all of the Bamul Alliance can gather together in Yokshin. Insect. All right. Naturally, the Bamul Alliance took over Yokshin's safe zone the fastest. Personnel from other factions, driven half-mad by the reverse and loss, sometimes pretended to be allies and targeted the safe zone. They all met death by the swords of the United Superhumans. After confirming that his allies had taken refuge under the stream, Jin began to focus on Sakiel again. About 3 minutes had passed since the scene of loss unfolded, and Dante was continuing to attack Sakiel. Her body has already disappeared without a trace. The crystal ball also broke into pieces and scattered somewhere. Instead, a purple aura that looked like smoke remained where Sakiel was standing. Thanks to Jito's miracle of postponing death, his soul remains. Jin Runkendal. He's struggling until the end. That's what I have to say, Sakiel. I don't know what it was, but it was a pretty annoying magic. Kiat Karang dash. Yokshin was absorbing Sakiel's magic more and more viciously. Not only was the Field of Loss broken down, but the Wall of Death was also broken down. After completing its contraction, the Wall of Death soon disintegrated into the river, revealing the scenery outside the castle. I was aware that this magic was being applied even outside the Wall of Death, but I didn't know it would be to this extent. A pure white energy that looked like sea fog spread endlessly over the sea, soaked in blood and demonic energy. Sakiel had calculated from the beginning that its troops would flee to avoid the scene of loss. Will Yokshin really be able to suck it all in? I couldn't figure it out right away. The amount of magical power I have is not the problem. So even if Enya brings the mirror she's using, it won't help. In Jin's judgment, what was needed now was not a means to amplify the reverse force, but a person with the ability to unravel the unknown dark magic as quickly as possible. And Orgel had accurately anticipated Jin's concerns. Jin, this is a taboo magic in the Jinma world called the Field of Loss. I think I can help you, if you can control the power of the reverse heaven that is being applied to our side. Jin smiled. Orgel, do you think I need you now? I tried it once, but it didn't work either. If you are protecting your troops thanks to me, just be grateful. I'm thankful that I'm not free enough to take out this unpleasant feeling on Kinzalo right now. Orgel shrugged his shoulders and returned to his seat. I'm so scared I can't even talk to you. I just gave you good information. There was no need to be indebted to Orgel. The Alliance now has a person who understands magic best in the world. Jean. Valeria Hester. Jean smiled as he faced Valeria, who had flown to his side on the back of the river. Valerie was analyzing Sakiel's magic as soon as she self-destructed. Valeria. It became clearer because Orgel said the magic name. I had a hard time because it was my first time seeing both the magic formula and the magic circle, but as expected, this is a type of magic similar to Zippel's manipulation of history. Manipulation of history? It would have the effect of damaging the target's memory. I was frustrated because I couldn't figure out the exact purpose of the magic, but the enemies figured it out. Orgel told us the magic name Field of Loss, and Sakiel boasted about the effect of forgetting everything, you become an empty shell. As soon as he heard Valeria's words, Jean quickly turned his head and looked at Orgel again. Orgel, you deliberately leaked the magic name from the beginning, keeping in mind that Valeria would come forward. so that Valeria can find a solution more easily. Orgel was smiling while giving a thumbs up. From his perspective, it was beneficial to completely destroy Jin's loss right now. The reason I talked about helping was literally just to pay off my debt to Jin. Yes, that one guy had somewhat impure intentions. Now that you know the name and purpose of the spell, you can gradually unravel the complex spells and techniques. You know? I will take charge of it, so please continue to prevent the field of loss from expanding further. Okay. Thanks to you properly ruining the moment when the field of loss began, the entire technique has already collapsed. If it weren't for the odds, I probably wouldn't have thought to solve it this quickly. It was really dangerous. Sakiel was so dumbfounded that he was almost speechless. He risked his life to unleash the greatest taboo magic in the Jinma world, but for that purpose he sacrificed himself and countless other demons. Jin was destroying the field of loss so easily. Even a human named Valeria Hester is analyzing and dismantling the magic circle as if she were studying. Can't be like this. How dare humans use the magic I've staked my life on so easily? An indescribably deep and enormous sense of humiliation was gnawing away at Sakiel's last remaining spirit. The field of loss was collapsing before my eyes, and I was unable to respond in any way. The body that would further develop the magic has already disappeared, the sacrifice has disappeared, and the crystal ball has also disappeared. Sakiel could only watch in silence as Jin and Valeria dismantled the field of loss with his soul in a fading state. Stop, stop. In the end, Sakiel had no choice but to shout like that. The moment you shout, it becomes clear that you have run out of money, but it only makes you look worse in the eyes of your enemies. I just can't handle the shock that everything has come to naught. Looking back, it was always like that from the moment I first met Jin. Jito's flesh disappeared meaninglessly every time. The difficult moves he had chosen were always wrong and no magic trick worked. In other words, Sakiel was in despair. It will happen soon, so just wait. Do you guys go to hell when you die too? Wherever you go, you just have to go first and prepare to meet your king. Jito will soon come to an end. Aya! Sakiel's scream rang out. She did not stop screaming until the chapter of loss was completely over. It's comparable to the time when he was tortured by Jito in the past. An even greater sense of pain and futility was tearing Sakiel's inner self. Jito, I ended up like this without being able to help you. Without being able to raise the flag of a new order. Paolito, please do not forgive me. The moment he thought that Sakiel could hear a voice laughing at him. It was Zito's voice, ringing within Sakiel. Oh, I'm going crazy. Yes, this is it, Sakiel. This is exactly what I wanted. So you don't have to feel sorry for me. Jito? Anyway, I've had a hard time. Paolito, don't worry. I'll take good care of him too. Jito, what on earth is this? He still calls me an honorific title all the time. Hey Sakiel, doesn't something just come to mind right now? For example, a time in the past when you and Polito had a very good time. Jito's brainwashing from Sakiel was being lifted. Forgotten memories flooded in endlessly, and Sakiel was forced to despair once again. So just as he was about to pour curse words at Zito, it's over, Sakiel. Yokshin completely shattered the field of loss. At the same time, Sakiel lost his last remaining consciousness. It was the moment when the capture of Grashi Castle was completed. Dokmasong on February 25, 1804. Grash's castle has fallen. Growling, Kiliak said as he filled his teacup. He covered the pale light of the artificial sun coming through the window with his hand and looked around at the demon kings sitting in front of him. Rhaegal, Fern, Layla, Belgasium, Reldro, Trinak, Seb, Moguls. While Ince was berating Grash, Kiliak was recruiting the remaining demon lords in hell. No matter what, I never thought it would end so quickly. It's exactly as Kiliak said. Sakiel, what kind of shame is that idiot even using the field of loss? Sakiel did his best and used all the resources at his disposal to make the most appropriate decision for the situation. Nevertheless, the enemy was just stronger. Is there any reason to insult her? Oh yes. Sorry, Layla. I made a mistake. Anyway, I really don't fit in with this guy. Did I insult Sakiel so much? I'm just saying this because it's a shame that we couldn't inflict any damage on them even though we had just expanded the field of loss. Isn't that right, friend Kiliak? Layla has not yet regained all of her memories of her relationship with Sakiel. However, for some reason, insulting her felt unpleasant. From Layla's point of view, even if it was not necessarily a forgotten memory, Sakiel as the General Secretary was clearly a talent incomparable to Rhaegal. I think you are right and Layla is right. It would have been good if Sakiel had caused even a little bit of damage to the Alliance. However, the only people who have been harmed by the loss and the reverse are Kinsalo and the family I must restore. Damn it! Zito, you son of a bitch! I can't bear the fact that I have been brainwashed by this guy and have been loyal to him for so many years. So many demons were dying from Ince attacks. But Jito did not provide any support. How on earth can that be? Leldro clenched his fists and shouted. Seb, who was sitting next to me, also had his face distorted with anger towards Zito. As Lord Kiliak said, and as we remembered, this is probably because what Jito wants is not the victory or prosperity of the Jinma world. The monster only wants more pain. The subordinates who give up their lives to protect the Jinma realm? Do you think Zito thinks of them at all? Even we were no different from Zito until we realized the truth with the help of Lord Kiliak. I can't believe I was no different from a child. Why are you talking like that again? We are victims because Mataenji was there because of brainwashing. Oh my! Why are my eyes moist again? Don't cry, get out of shape. You just have to take revenge. If you take revenge. Rhaegal's loyalty now lay much more deeply with Kiliak than with Zito. The internal weighing has been completed. One more layer of brainwashing was removed, and I was impressed by the abilities Kiliak had shown so far. Lord Kiliak. Now that Grosh Castle has fallen, Ince forces will soon enter Hell. It will take a few days due to the remnants of magic and magic remaining on the battlefield after the field of loss is broken, but it won't take that long. Now there are no troops left in Ince that can stop them. Kiliak shook his head at Layla's words. She also respected Kiliak incomparably compared to the day they first met. Jean Runkendal is a cautious man, so even if the remnants of the field of loss disappear, you will not immediately enter Hell. First, once the remnants are gone, Jean will use Valeria Hister to review all records left on the battlefield. You'll want to see if there are any records that can confirm internal information. Kiliak shifted his gaze to Rhaegal. Maybe by now you might have figured out that you and I are joining hands. I may have vaguely recognized the fight, but did you really want to look through all the records of that messy defense line? It is quite possible. That's why our family has been trying to exterminate recording wizards at all costs since ancient times. The biggest shame I faced when I was the head of Jeep was not the unexpected betrayal from my son. The recording wizard was handed over to Jean Runkendal. Do you mean that much? A record wizard? Yes. Perhaps the magic called Field of Loss would not have been able to pose a significant threat to Jean, even if it had fully unfolded if Valeria Hister had mastered the recording magic. Kiliak truly thought so. Perhaps even if not only the Field of Loss but also the Devil Stone is perfected, it may not be possible to damage the recording magic that has reached its peak. There are 3 more reasons why Jean Runkendal will not go straight to Hell. Jeep and Kinsalo need time to regroup. We gathered together to defeat the common enemy. But there is no need to go into Hell alone just because the Bamul coalition has not suffered much damage yet. After listening, it turns out that what Kiliak said is right. So what is the other one? Oh no, I'm a demon who thinks. I'd like to guess. That's right. These are the eyes of the Holy Kingdom Jito. Kiliak nodded. Layla was shocked and opened her eyes wide. Even when I saw it in person, I couldn't believe that Rhaegal had this level of intelligence. Jito will definitely try to get his eyes back before Ince enters the Jinma realm. Of course, Zito is still as strong as a crazy monster, but once he gets his eyes back, there will really be no more variables. Maybe even Hilurum won't care from then on. If that happens, the freedom that Zito granted to his Kiliak friend will also come to an end. Kiliak's freedom will end. Rhaegal was thinking that if that happens, everyone gathered here will die. So far it doesn't seem like Zito is deliberately looking at Kiliak because of the witch. But if he finds the eye, we'll probably all be dead. But now I'm not as afraid of death as I used to be. Zito's cutie Regal is no more. Kiliak nodded. It's obvious who will go out on royalties to find Jito's eyes. First sword Paelito, or Ridalos and Vidlos which followed them. Maybe Zito can send all three of them at once. Seb said. Those three were, in name and reality, the strongest demons in the true demon world. Among them, only Paelito was known to have reached the level of extreme demon, but the general consensus was that the other two were also close to it. Jito, if that bastard was really for the Jinma realm, he would have put those three on the battlefield in the first place. If they had been there, so many demons wouldn't have died like dust. But if three people compete at the same time, will Ince be able to protect his eyes? I think it would be difficult even if only two of us came forward instead of three. No. When I fought, I found out that the royalty guys were not ordinary either. If the captain-level superhumans of each faction gather together, even those three won't have an answer, right? It's not just the guys who hit on Grosh, there's also Ilona Ziffel. This person was sent to the hospital once, but my friend Kiliak expects him to be stronger than Paelito. It's a story that is both trustworthy and unbelievable. Lord Kiliak's assessment may be accurate, but no matter how careless a person like that is, he will be defeated by you. Oh, if you don't believe me, ask Ilona when you meet her later. Layla, no matter what you do, you will never be able to hurt Ilona Ziffel as much as I did. Sheesh. Of course, as Regal said, royalties are strong. However, when sending the third Demon King to the Holy Kingdom, Jito will definitely create a rift throughout Ince. Many of the major Demon Kings and generals have died, but there are still billions of troops in the true demon realm, so we will make sure that all of Ince's troops can never focus on those three. That's how I see it too. Zito will open more rifts over royalties than ever before. And depending on whether Ince protects Jito's eyes, the game of Jinma Taejun will completely change. Friend Kiliak. Then we are moving fluidly based on the results? Yes. Jito gets his eyes back or not. What is a better picture for us? Kiliak smiled instead of answering. He was thinking that it didn't matter either way. That's it for today. There is plenty of time for meetings. Leldro and Seb, please go home now. I understand. Can we just keep trying to make contact with other demon lords until the next call? So be it. The more demon lords wake up from their brainwashing, the more helpful it will be. The fire of awakening. The demon kings had blind faith in Kiliak's power to undo some of Jito's brainwashing. It is a power that grants absolute trust like a seal of fire. However, Kiliak had no intention of properly using the fire of awakening on all the demon kings that Leldro and Seb would bring in the future. The only reason Kiliak searches for the demon lords is to examine the souls they possess. Among those souls, we are trying to find ones that can be useful, like the old Jeep or Kiddard Hall. The two demon kings retreated. Lord Kiliak. Tell me, Layla Belgasium. Brother, that is correct. But right now, Paelito will soon have to go to the ground under Zito's orders, so we don't have much time. Originally I wanted to be more careful when meeting him, but now I can't help it. I understand. As chaotic as the current situation is, even you would need a justification to meet Paelito in person. Contact the Sword Demon Castle and reveal that this is the Sword Demon Castle, and tell them that you have a matter to report about me. Layla took out the Belgasium family seal from her pocket. As the seal with the sword forest filled with magic, a small portal appeared above it. Beyond the dimension door, the scene of the Sword Demon Castle's butler's office was visible. What's going on, Layla? Is the Sword Demon in the castle? Yes. Are you planning to enter to see the Sword Demon? Yes. As you know, the Sword Demon is very saddened by the death of the General Secretary. I know, but there is something urgent to tell about Regal Fern and his prisoner. Open the door and make sure that no one can see me or the prisoner until I enter and see Master Paelito. Please wait a moment. The head of the Sword Demon Castle left the scene for about 10 seconds and then reappeared. I will open the door now. I will set the coordinates in front of Giama's office. A total of 2 people, Layla and Regal's prisoner, enter. Is that correct? Yes. Qug dash. The seal vibrated and the portal widened. As soon as Layla and Kiliak went inside, they immediately saw Polito's office door. Layla's expression hardened as if she was a little nervous. "This is Sword Demon Layla. Come in." As soon as I opened the door, a strong demonic energy came out. The sadness over Sakiel's death, the resentment and hatred towards those who killed her, were constantly amplifying Paelito's magical power. Paelito was controlling himself so that the demonic energy would not harm those below him. A sadness as deep as an abyss was visible on his expressionless face as he sat upright. Layla lowered her head and waited for Paelito to speak first. "Layla, at some point I forgot how long I had been alive." After a while, Paelito opened his mouth without even looking at Kiliak Zippel, who was standing next to Layla. "It must be 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or even longer. Like other demons, I would have gone through numerous forgetting cycles and lost a lot of my memories. I have absolutely no idea what I was thinking when I opposed Jito-sama in the past and what I was trying to protect from Jito-sama. I have no idea." "Mr. Paelito." Paelito opened his eyes. "But in this blurry and distant life there is one thing that has always been clear. It was during Jito-sama's reign that he worked with Sakiel to raise the realm world to the land it should be. To the earth where there is a real sun that humans dare to enjoy without any qualification." Purple tears flowed from Paelito's red eyes. It was the first time Layla saw him cry. At least that's what Layla remembers. "Sakiel is dead." "I know. I do." Sakiel was the general who single-handedly raised Groskagar and most brilliantly stopped the enemies opposing Lord Jito, as well as the general secretary of the Buddha, who stabilized the situation in the Jinma realm, which was no different from barbarism. And to me she was more than a subordinate. They were comrades in arms who pursued the same destiny as those who had prospered this land together. Sakiel was cruelly torn to death by the hands of humans. Sigh. Suddenly a sharp energy emanating from Paelito passed Kiliak's cheek. Kiliak didn't wipe the blood or look at Paelito. "It should be obvious why you, a Kiliak Zippel human, became Regal's prisoner. It was a good thing he didn't make eye contact with me just now. If I had done that, I would have cut off his head. Even if you had a witch behind you in my eyes now, you just look like a human being who must be destroyed. Is this really the power of Vaskala, the sword of Bonkwon? It's just a shallow cut on my cheek, but the feeling of my power being blocked makes me feel cold. If you think killing me will ease your anger even a little, then do it. I won't stop you. You're talking as if blocking my sword is possible. Any sword that has lost its cool can do anything. However, if it is a true sword demon's sword, it will be difficult to avoid it, even if it is not Vaskala." "Pooh." Paelito let out an empty laugh. After that, the boiling demonic energy calmed down in an instant, and the tear stains that lined my cheeks disappeared without a trace. "I understand why you came to Sword Demon Castle now. So, does the witch want me to kill humans more calmly? Neither the witch nor Jito would want that. Sir, you must now go to the surface to avenge Sakiel Grosh and retrieve Jito's body." Paelito looked at Kiliak with deep dark eyes for a while. "Celiac Ziffel. Speak. There is no way Jito would have sent you directly to me, a witch's plaything. The reason you came here must have been entirely the witch's will. So go and tell the witch that you calmed me down. It seems to me that the Lord has not completely calmed down yet." Layla felt her stomach dry up every time Kiliak opened his mouth. Every single word was dangerous. Paelito was reading Layla's mind exactly. "It's okay, Layla. I was going crazy with the sadness of losing Sakiel, but my head cooled down in an instant. This is probably why everyone avoids witches. If you get even slightly involved with a witch in any way, things will inevitably go in the direction she wants." Layla bows her head once again. She felt like she was finally seeing the familiar face of Paelito. Even he was heartbroken by the fact that he had actually been brainwashed by Jito and transformed. "When did Jito's brainwashing begin? Since when did we start?" Paelito stood up and took a slow breath. "So how can I calm down more here?" "Kiliak Jiffel." Kiliak took something out of his arms. It was a black bead, a condensation of extremely pure soul energy. "It's a bead made by the witch Hilurum. The witch wants you to have this before you go to the final battle with Ince." "What is it used for?" "It depends on what you want to use it for. If you want life, it can give you life. If you want death, it can give you death. The explanation is vague. Witches are always like that. Paolito gazed at the marble with calm eyes. If I looked at it for a long time, it felt like I would be sucked into it and never come out again. However, if I were to interpret the witch's meaning, life probably symbolizes escape. By any chance, if you are in danger of dying during battle, you will be able to use this bead to escape somewhere. I think it's probably Jito's residence. Why do you think that? Why did the witch bother to send me to the Lord? I guess they don't want it to fail. So if it looks like you're going to die, shouldn't you save it? At this rate, Sakiel's legacy will be completely gone within 3 days. What Jean described as a legacy was the loss of great magic unleashed by Sakiel. Pure white demonic energy was swarming around the destroyed Grosh castle. Although it was nothing compared to what had unfolded perfectly, the remnants left behind by the field of loss were also quite threatening. I think so. When I think about it again, it was a great magic. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to avoid fatal damage. It was also great that you did not stop your attack even after recognizing the field of loss. Dante. If you weren't there in the first place, it would have been more difficult to secretly prepare for Yokshin. Thank you for saying that. Anyway, I'm worried about Lord Valeria. I can't rest at all because I'm checking battlefield records. They say it's actually good because it's like training recording magic. You don't have to worry too much. He is the most steely person I know. Oh, I never thought I would see such a bold temperament in you. Dante burst out laughing as he poked Jin's side. But after a while, he looked back and felt a chill. Sandra Ziffel was looking at Dante with a bright smile. Vale, it looks like the Sword Emperor did something wrong. Go and stab anywhere. If possible, a tongue would be better. What are you talking about, Sandra Zippel? You must obey my orders unconditionally, right? You swore and banned yourself. Oh, kinda. If you do something like that, you will be expelled from the Union. Ahaha. I know I was just joking, right? Sir Dante. Ha ha. The atmosphere is cold. Hey, Bale. Try that. What is that? You know what? I am invincible and immortal. A buzzword among Federation members. Oh, you did it before. Hurry. Vale blushed and resisted for a moment but eventually had no choice but to follow Sandra's orders. I am invincible and immortal, and you are weak and finite. Phew. Pop. Other colleagues nearby burst out in laughter. I am a being who destroys and destroys the enemies of the Runkendal Ten Knights family. The natural enemy of mortals. Yes, I am. Vale Runkend. Ha 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 ha. As Bale continued the rest of his lines, his colleagues eventually sat down holding their stomachs. Even Dante made a squealing sound and pointed his finger at the veil. Sandra fixed her eyes on Jin's smile and smiled with satisfaction. It's nice to see Jean smiling. I'm going to be busy, so let's leave Sandra Ziffel alone. Let's go, invincible and immortal. You have a lot to do too. Lord Dante, you've stopped telling silly jokes, right? Sandra left the conference room. The group naturally turned their attention to the newsletters placed on the table. Victory of the Bamel Alliance. Alliance leader Jean Runkendal destroys Grosh Castle with the Sword Emperor. All of the major royal powers participated in the siege, but it is known that the Bamel Alliance was the first to break through the defense line and collapse the castle. During the battle to conquer Grosh Castle, the Rudero Magic Federation and Kinselo confirmed that their fleets suffered numerous losses. On the other hand, the Bammer Federation sustained almost no damage. Newspapers from all over the world were constantly pouring out articles about the battle to conquer Grosh Castle. Reporters from the Bamel Coalition led by Dino Jaglon are emphasizing the victory of the Bamel Coalition, and the rest are emphasizing the victory of royalties. However, even the people of the Lutheran Federation trusted the Federation's newsletter more. This was because the Union's article included Valeria's records. The Lutheran Federation and Kinselo are preventing the Federation's newsletter from being distributed. But they cannot do anything about all the Seven Colors members who have already infiltrated their various areas. After the demon goddess Valeria's recorded magic became one of the symbols of absolute trust among the public, the only response the Federation and Kinselo could do was to attack the Federation under the pretext of the danger of empowering record magic. On the one hand, it was a valid criticism, but on the other hand, it had no effect. It may be peaceful, but right now the whole world is in a state of war. One of the intended goals has been achieved. In the eyes of the public, it will be us who are currently seeking royalties from Jinma world. It's true that our union is actually protecting it. To put it bluntly, even without Giffel and Kinzelo, Castle Grosh eventually collapsed at the hands of the commander. Isn't that right, Sister Amaris? I guess so, Patel. Now the Federation and Kinjalo will want to hide the fact that they are more helpless than us on the same battlefield. Maybe I should overdo it or bring out my hidden power. We will create a larger force as quickly as possible and deploy it back to Grosh Castle. Now I have to enter the true demon realm. Until then, there was no reason for the Alliance to enter the true demon realm first. Although they took down Grosh's castle much more easily than expected, in fact, the power of the true demon realm had not even decreased by 10% due to this battle. The remaining troops alone number at least 5 billion. Moreover, there are more than 100 demon lords left. There will be new demon lords who will take the place of the demon lords who have already died. Of course, no matter how many demon lords have troops and superhuman level power, they all have reduced abilities due to brainwashing. As has already been revealed in several previous battles, most of those demon lords were no match for high-ranking superhumans. Reports are already coming in from the Seven Colors and the unnamed Gene. I heard that both Kinjalo and Ziffel are assembling new fleets. Quicantel said. How big is it? Roughly more than twice as much as what was put into the siege of Grosh Castle. No matter how great their productivity is, the speed is ridiculous. So there must be a lot of fleets hidden in places like the Soda Desert underground drying yard. I heard it looks a bit different from the existing fleet. They will be ships with higher technology. Jean nodded. Is the crew mostly made up of masters and biogolems called demon spirits? They said so, and the speed at which they are produced cannot be estimated. However, it is clear that it is much faster than building a fleet. In this body's opinion, the speed at which masters and magic spirits are produced is at a level that is impossible with human power alone, no matter how good the technology is. Therefore, Amaris judged that Zippel and Kinzelo were each receiving help from Goddess in the production of biological weapons. It's probably the power of the Sun God. Through his deal with you, Orgel met Vale and regained some of the Sun God's power. There is a shaman of the Sun God religion in Jeep, so she must be using that power. Since we were waging war with the true demon realm, it was a problem that could not be recognized right away. But one thing was certain. We must prevent them from gaining additional power of the Sun God in the war that will be fought on the mainland of the true demon realm. As expected, you understood it right away. Currently, the Jinma realm is ruled by Jito, but Hell is essentially a place where the underground Sun God died. It's an area where it wouldn't be surprising if those seeking that power discovered something more. Even the enemy clans who are relatively quiet these days are probably preparing. Currently, they are the ones who know the geography of the underworld best. As Amaris expected, the enemy clan and the imperial family were also making plans to get compensation for the melee that would take place in Hell. I guess so. In particular, the Jiakmyong people are the race that best utilizes the power of the Sun God, so there would be no better time to seek a reversal. As I said before, the original losers of the ancient underworld were not demons or the like, but the Ming dynasty of that time. Even though they are currently behind Jeep, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened the moment they gained additional power from the Sun God. Above all, it looks like they haven't found the enemy yet. Even when entering the true demon realm, one had to be careful about everything after entering. Even after attacking Grosh's castle, every element of the war carries uncertain risks. But fortunately, thanks to Valeria, we have the ability to find and pursue whatever the enemy is planning. We will fight the war by thoroughly checking underground records from the time we enter. It's a pity that Deacon Leet can't move with us. The child's fairy powers are also comparable to Valeria's. Well, that kid is also constantly checking records related to Jeep Kinzelo. Jean went out to the bridge and looked at Grosh Castle engulfed in white magic. In the middle of it all, Valeria was looking at the records of the battlefield under Murakan's protection. Maybe, no obviously, before we enter the true demon realm, we will have to fight the demons one more time in Ints. Throughout the battle at Grosh Castle, Jean felt a strange sense of discomfort. The largest garrison in royalties was so overwhelmingly pushed back. But Jito never once sent reinforcements of the strongest class like Piloto. Jean even got the feeling that Jito was enjoying himself by watching his subordinates die. It seemed like he didn't even care that his flesh was wasted pointlessly. Maybe it's because of Jito's eyes. Yes, Mr. Quicantle. According to the information given by Biceps, the current strongest person in the true demon world is Piloto, who is presumed to be Changxiang, even though he is completely brainwashed, and those who follow him include Riddleos and Vidlos. Zito will definitely order them to retrieve his eyes. The Battle of the Guardians of the Holy Kingdom will be recreated. Of course, the three of them alone won't be able to break through the Holy Kingdom. Ayula has a protective shield spread across the entire kingdom, and major superhumans will be waiting. But I don't think Jito will just send those three to the castle without a second thought. Jean was conscious of the transference rift. It is said that the reason Jito did not send reinforcements to Grossi Castle was to attack the castle. They will try to disperse our forces before sending the strongest members of the true demon realm to the Holy Kingdom, by spreading metastasis cracks all over the world. The most appropriate time would be now, when all of Int's forces are still gathered at Grosh Castle. Even so, we won't be greatly affected. Sending Red Owls and Morts back to various parts of the Union territory is an instant. However, because of this, the possibility of facing the strongest players in the Jinma world alone will also increase. Other forces will be scattered, and it will be difficult to protect their own territory. Orgel would be better though. Jean nodded at Quicantle's words. Yes, we will mainly be dealing with the strongest demons of the true demon realm that are attacking the Holy Kingdom. So everyone be prepared, because the battle that will take place in the Holy Kingdom will not be as easy to win as the Battle of Groshi Castle.